Chapter 1, Wedding Cancelled? Great, I was just about to break up with you. Lin Fan. My mom and I have been talking, and she says it wasn't easy raising a daughter, so we need to give her an extra 300,000 yuan when we get married. Let's work hard together, and at the end of the year, we'll try to replace my dad's car. Oh, and I'm going to Korea next month, so give me an extra 200,000 yuan for plastic surgery. I love you so much. Magic City, Oriental Grand Penthouse in Yunjin. Lin Fan, who had just gotten engaged and sent off the guests, returned home exhausted and was getting ready to wash up. Unexpectedly, before he could take off his tuxedo, his fiancée Jiangjin sent him a series of voice messages. Her voice was a little seductive and flirtatious. She also sent a photo of her in black stockings, dangling her legs. Lin Fan was speechless. No. Is this family ever going to stop? I've made some money, but you can't just take it like this. Obviously, I've already followed the temporary increase, in addition to the established wedding hardware, a set of inner ring rooms, a 10-carat diamond ring, an iPhone 16 for your mother-in-law, gold bangles, and a gold watch for your sister, and a 100,000 yuan red envelope for your father-in-law. Why are you raising the price again as soon as the engagement is over? No way. I have already agreed to many extra conditions on top of the original agreement. Jiangjin, you don't want our family to be broke after we get married, do you? After all, it's always us two who have to live together in the future. Can you also help me talk to your parents? Lin Fan and Jiangjin met towards the end of their third year of university. She was the school beauty queen at Hujian University, and Lin Fan was one of the top students at Hujian University. In addition to being outstanding in his studies and good-looking, he was famous both inside and outside the school for his touching song on the shores of Lake Baikal. He was known as the Prince of Love Songs. The two were kindred spirits, and they were in the prime of youth, with raging hormones. As soon as they confirmed their romantic relationship, they were constantly cuddling and kissing and getting entangled with each other. Her waspish waist and delicate body were indeed great. Very obedient, and it made me feel good too. But Lin Fan later realized that Jiangjin, the school beauty, actually didn't want to work very much. Lin Fan was responsible for all her monthly expenses and even let her send him money from time to time. She just had to get dressed up every day and live a pampered life. The more they got along, the more Lin Fan discovered that she actually liked being taken care of. She even threatened that there were many people chasing after her, and with her beauty, she knew that there were countless rich men who coveted her. She also created anxiety for Lin Fan. Now, the two have finally managed to get engaged, but Lin Fan never imagined that she would not only not care about him, but also make such an outrageous request, making him feel like the aggrieved party. Dream on. Among the many people she claims to have been courted by, there is a middle-aged rich uncle who has repeatedly driven a luxury car to the school to look for her. Although Lin Fan has already publicly embraced Jiangjin's waist to declare his sovereignty and chased him away, she still has the nerve to say such things. But she really has some nerve. Speechless, I really misjudged you. We've only just gotten engaged, and I can't even imagine the future. Let's cancel the wedding. You have no idea how many people want to give my mom a house. I'm not going to your place tonight. Beep, beep. The call was suddenly disconnected. Lin Fan, who had wanted to take off his tuxedo and take a shower, had already unbuttoned it. The other person's actions made Lin Fan freeze in place for a moment. For some reason, he now had a strong urge to tell the other person clearly, cancel the wedding? Fine, cancel it now. Hurry up and cancel it. And give me back the 300,000 yuan in cash and the gold and diamond ring that I just gave your family today. We haven't even gotten a marriage license yet. Your mother was just testing my loyalty. I'm not poor. My career is booming. I have millions in assets. Where can't I find a beautiful girl who doesn't care about vanity and just wants to live a good life? The two have been in love for almost 2 years. During this time, Lin Fan has been good to her from the bottom of his heart, treating her like a princess. In the middle of the night, when she said sweetly that she didn't want to go to the bathroom, Lin Fan even carried her there. However, constant indulgence has created her current appearance of being so vain and unrestrained. Lin Fan suddenly realized that it was quite good to be separated from her. However, what was even more coincidental was that Jianyu, Jiangjin's younger sister, who had secretly added Lin Fan as a WeChat friend earlier, also sent a message at this time. Brother-in-law, can you also change my phone for me? The new iPhone 16 Pro Max is pretty good. I like baby pink. Lin Fan, you're so rich, just buy me one. Lin Fan almost blocked her. Sorry, please don't contact me again. Lin Fan sent a message back, exasperated and amused. Ha? Don't contact you? An emoji of a whale eating a boat suddenly appeared, obviously puzzled. Do I need to say it again? Don't know Chinese characters? But Lin Fan had already sent a message back. Your family is like a parasite, never ending. Do you want me to hand over all my bank cards as well? Since you like picking on others so much, tell your sister to find another rich man. Oh, and please tell your sister to give me back the 300,000 yuan in bride money, the diamond ring, and the gold and silver jewelry I gave her. After saying that, Lin Fan directly threw the phone on the sofa and went to take a shower in the bathroom. He suddenly felt that being rich was really enjoyable. On the other hand, Jiang Yu, who was in the dance room bragging to his classmates that he had a good brother-in-law and was going to buy himself a new phone, the iPhone 16 Pro Max, suddenly froze. Is this still the generous man who was good to their family that my sister found? Like when Mom said to let him buy a separate house, he agreed. Buying gold bracelets and necklaces for Mom, he quickly agreed to that as well. Even when Dad wanted to change his car, my sister just said it was no problem, and her husband-to-be would definitely do as she said and buy it for him. But now the situation is that Lin Fan has even let his sister go find another man, and he wants to return the 300,000 yuan bride price. He's drunk. What's wrong with him? His sister is the school beauty queen of Hujian University, and so many rich men are after her, so doesn't this guy fear that his sister will run off with someone else? The little sisters who had gathered around her dispersed at once. Lin Fan, who had taken a hot shower, came out of the bathroom, dried himself off, and looked at his clear face in the mirror. He may not be the most handsome guy in the city, but he is charming and handsome, and he is not bad looking. He is also chased by many girls, and many girls are actively courting him. He was thinking that since he had already made the decision, he would just wait for the subsequent chain reaction. Taking a deep breath, he was in no hurry to argue with them, and he had a phone call with his good friends Lu, Zhangji, and Afeng to go to the Crown Plaza to sing and let off steam. But unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at the parking lot, they heard someone behind them jeering. Hey, isn't that Lin Fan, the big misanthrope? He just got engaged, but instead of making out with his fiancée in bed, he's running to a karaoke bar to comfort himself with a female model? It can't be that Zhang's big school beauty queen thinks this guy is no good in bed. Ha 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 ha. Just look at his listless appearance. The average demand of beautiful women is big. The one making the snide remarks is Wang Yu, one of Jiangjin's lickspittle suitors and the fiancée of Jiangjin. Wang Yu had previously tried to woo Jiangjin, but when that failed, he thought that wooing her younger sister Jiang Yu should be less difficult. As a result, when Jiang Yu offered to pay her 2,000 yuan a month, he was unable to afford it and was instead ridiculed as a dog. He watched helplessly as Jiang Yu, the beautiful sister and one of the school's most popular girls, greeted Lin Fan with a smile and even licked his boots. He had long been jealous and resentful, and now he saw that Lin Fan had just gotten engaged and yet he was here alone looking down in the dumps. Finally finding his chance, he immediately started to make trouble. Ha ha. This kid really did marry a top-notch beautiful wife, and he couldn't satisfy her. He was just engaged and already being disliked. Yes, he can only use money to shut their mouths. Lin Fan let out an aha sound after hearing this. This is the way the world works. When you're in a bad mood, you're easy to manipulate. When you're in a good mood, you're likely to manipulate others. And he has an elusive aura about him. When you see him looking happy, he may actually be about to lose his temper. When his face looks unhappy, he may actually be in a good mood. It is precisely this inscrutable temperament that allows him to remain unpredictable in the business world, allowing him to overcome all obstacles and accumulate wealth and courage along the way. Oh, who do I look like? If you can't get someone, you say they're no good. If you can't have it, you say everyone else is no good. You dog, you probably don't even know that these two beautiful sisters from Hujiang University both like me and are always hanging around me. You're a lowly dog that can't even hold your head up when you're being belittled, and yet you're still here, looking for Zhang Xiao to eat and drink with you and barking like a dog. You really are soft, aren't you? Kneeling for kicks? Are you trying to satisfy your pitiful self-esteem by shooting off your mouth? You really are living like a maggot. After Lin Fan finished speaking, there was an instant silence for several seconds. The man's face instantly turned red. There were originally 3 people on the other side. One of the boys dressed in designer clothes was someone Lin Fan also knew, Mu Zihao, the heir to a famous insurance tycoon in Shanghai. It seemed that he also agreed with what Lin Fan had said, that Wang Yu had indeed been coming to him for free meals and drinks all the time, like a lapdog. He gave him a slightly disdainful look. Wang Yu, who had been repeatedly criticized, couldn't hold his face, and when he saw that Lin Fan was alone, his courage soared and he was furious. He rushed up and was about to swing his fist at Lin Fan. As a result, with a loud pop, a loud ear-piercing slap appeared precisely and fiercely on his face. You! It turned out that Lin Fan had instantly avoided it and grabbed his fist while giving him a firm slap with his left and right hands. A terrifyingly loud slap was still aimed at his face, dangling in the air and swaying. He laughed. Brother, you're really something, too. Have you forgotten what I did in school? Lin Fan had been practicing boxing with a beautiful female coach since his freshman year, and he also played basketball a lot. The female coach was extremely strict with him. He trained hard in the summer and winter. He even saved the female coach from danger once. The two had a very close relationship. But this spineless, treacherous little man actually wanted to attack him, and it really made him laugh. Chapter 2: A Sexy and Lonely Beauty. That person obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to actually dare to do it. Usually, Lin Fan looks gentle and refined, with an easygoing personality, but I didn't expect him to really do it when something happened. He was a little embarrassed. At this moment, his face was burning hot, and the degree of injury was comparable to burning red iron branding his face. He couldn't fight back, and he couldn't curse back. He was stunned for half a day, and he just stood there, looking at Mu Xiao on the side with a look of grievance on his face. However, Mu Xiao did not recognize him at all, and even sneered at him as an useless thing. Then he followed Lin Fan into the store. Wang Yu's mood suddenly felt like he had eaten a fly. Why was this Mu Xiao still talking and laughing with that kid? Lin Fan's fiancée, who happened to be passing by after leaving the dance studio wearing black silk, no, at this point she should be called the former girlfriend of the school beauty queen or the former fiancé's younger sister, Zhang Yu. She had just come out when she met Wang Yu, who was standing still with a red mark on his face. She immediately laughed. Hey, isn't this Wang Yu? What happened to you? Did you provoke your brother-in-law? You wanted to beat up your brother-in-law, but instead your brother-in-law cleaned you up. A woman dressed in fur and waiting for someone also looked like a celebrity from Hujiang University, and she said unceremoniously, "My brother-in-law? Where is he?" At that time, Jiang Yu was still shocked by the sudden message her brother-in-law sent her earlier. Now it's fine, he really dared to abandon his sister and come here to play. In the past, my sister said whatever she wanted, and he dared not disobey. He also honestly went home from work every day. He's crazy, he's really crazy. Lin Fan. You wait, you bastard. You dared to slap me today, I'll make you pay. Wang Yu, half covering his face, saw his secret crush come and hurriedly shouted at Lin Fan as if he were going to be fierce. But she had already left. And Jiang Yu still hadn't called her sister to tell her what Lin Fan had told her earlier. Now, it seemed that things were not looking good. Was he really going to break up with his sister? Lin Fan, whose mood suddenly dropped, parted with Mu Xiao and went to the business card room where he had an appointment with his two best friends, as promised. As soon as he entered, his two best friends were already in position. The business card room was magnificent and spacious, and it was full of handsome men and beautiful women. Just looking at the beautiful women made Lin Fan feel comfortable, and it made him wonder what people earn so much money for in their lives. For a little money, you can have all the emotional value, tenderness, sweetness, and affection you want. Not to mention that the young lady was wearing an intellectual and pure professional outfit, had a good figure, a sweet voice, and kept calling him brother. Lin Fan quickly ordered 2 karaoke singers for his 2 buddies. They ordered drinks and fruit, and the group of men immediately started drinking heartily. Some sang, some danced, and the latter did so to a very sexy and risque Korean dance. The 2 buddies had a great time, but Lin Fan was alone in the corner, drinking alone. Everyone else was having a great time, but Lin Fan felt a little out of place. 3 years of relationship, and he never imagined that Zhang Jin, the originally innocent and motivated school beauty, would now become such a greedy and annoying person. After singing for a while, Lin Fan felt really depressed. On the pretext of going to the bathroom, he went to the front desk to settle the bill and then came out of the mall. He wanted to go shopping alone to distract himself from his overwhelming sense of loss. Ha. They're all liars, they're all liars. Unexpectedly, a beautiful female voice came from somewhere, attracting his attention. It was really beautiful. Looking around, Lin Fan quickly noticed a sexy beauty not far from the shopping mall, squatting on the street edge, wearing a woolen overcoat, with a pair of pointed 10 cm high heels with red rhinestones, and her long black hair flowing like a waterfall. She was drunk and swearing. She was wearing black silk stockings. The sheer, skin-transparent stockings tightly wrapped her slender and delicate legs. Her hands were crossed, but her face was flushed. If Lin Fan hadn't subconsciously glanced at her, she would have also sneered at Lin Fan, and the two would have locked gazes. Lin Fan felt that he would definitely not get a second chance to see the beauty of this woman. She turned her head, her beautiful eyes darting around, obviously aware that Lin Fan was looking at her. And she seemed to be disdainful as she continued to bow her head and sneer. She muttered something between her red lips, as if she had a lot of grievances against men. Lin Fan was thinking about how to go over and get to know her. Unexpectedly, he noticed that two men with ill intentions had walked over and blocked her, one in front of the other. "Beauty, are you alone? We've got a car, do you want a lift? We've been watching you over there for a long time, you're so beautiful. You must be very lonely at night." After sending the threatening message, Zhang Zhen, who had been lying in the girl's pink bedroom watching Korean dramas, had actually been keeping an eye on the WeChat messages coming to her phone. But the person who had sent her a message was someone else. That damned Lin Fan had actually not replied to her message for 4 or 5 hours after she had sent her angry message. Was he crazy? Normally, as soon as she got angry, the other person would immediately come over to appease her. Today was a bit strange. In the past, at this time of night, whenever she wanted, he would immediately come over and massage her waist, legs and feet. Although often, he would press on, and then suddenly pounce on her, kissing her all over and eating her up in the end. But today, he wasn't by her side, and she really wasn't used to it. At this moment, in a sexy lace nightdress, Zhang Zhen was thinking about whether or not to call the other person again, but she really wasn't used to taking the initiative. So she let out a small sound, threw her phone away, and continued to lie on the bed, propping up her girlishly white feet and watching Korean dramas. "Sister! Sister?" Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Zhang Zhen called out, "Come in." The door opened, and Zhang Zhen immediately saw her younger sister, Zhang Yu, and as soon as she came in, she told her everything her fiancé had told her today. She was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. You. What did you say? He doesn't want to marry me? And he wants me to return the 300,000 yuan bride price and the diamond ring? How dare he?" Upon hearing this news, Zhang Zhen didn't have time to ask why her fiancé would say these things to her younger sister before she seemed to instantly solve the mystery. With a sudden realization, she said, "I know, he must be trying to deliberately anger me." She had made him come so many times in the past. He loved her legs and her body. Who would believe such nonsense? Just wait, he'll come back soon enough to beg for her legs. Thank you. Thank you so much today. On the other side, two men with evil intentions were closing in on the sexy and elegant beauty, trying to seduce her. Upholding the principle of helping those in need, Lin Fan quickly used the excuse that he was her friend to drive the two men away. This sexy beauty seemed to have drunk a little too much, but she still politely said thank you to herself. Judging from her age, she was about 27 or 28 years old. She had a somewhat plump figure. She looked gentle and charming in a black silk dress with a small leather skirt. Lin Fan planned to say goodbye to her and leave. Unexpectedly, the sexy and intellectual beauty suddenly stopped Lin Fan and said, "Excuse me, could you please walk me home?" "Huh? Walk her home?" Lin Fan was a little surprised, but just as she stood up and was about to walk towards him, she happened to slip and fall. The sexy beauty screamed and her body was about to fall. Lin Fan quickly ran over, and the sexy beauty instantly fell on top of him. At the same time, a soft and fragrant feeling came from her body, and Lin Fan's hands instantly touched her waist. And that beautiful woman, coincidentally, instantly kissed Lin Fan with a strong kiss. Mooah! Chapter 3, He Was Kissed. Lin Fan never expected that he would just save a beauty, but things would turn out like this. Not only did she fall on top of him, but her luscious red lips kissed him. And suddenly she said she wanted him to take her home. Is she a liar? At this moment, Lin Fan looked at her, who was a little drunk and unsteady, and guessed that she was also very scared because she had just experienced harassment from a stranger, and she was alone. She felt that Lin Fan was reliable, so she had no choice but to ask Lin Fan to take her home. But the current life-threatening situation was that as the other person accidentally fell, Lin Fan's hands accidentally touched the other person's body, and at the same time, the bodies of the two collided with a pop. Their faces even touched a little. The tip of her nose was immediately hit by a gentle, sweet fragrance. "Sorry. Lin Fan didn't say anything, as he hadn't done anything wrong, and he had even saved her in time. The other person also realized this, and with a gentle, commanding voice, she used a beautiful hand to brush the hair by her ear, and quickly apologized. After that, the two of them let go of each other's hands at once. Lin Fan said, "My car is in the basement, do you really want me to drive you home?" The beauty nodded apologetically. One in front of the other, she clicked her high heels, her hands clasped tightly around her trench coat, following Lin Fan as the two of them left. But what happened afterwards was something Lin Fan never could have imagined. First, the sexy beauty's sister got into the car, sat in the passenger seat, and her face suddenly turned a little red. Second, she was obviously a little drunk. And kept talking in her sleep. Plus, she tilted her head to the side as soon as she got in the car, towards Lin Fan's side, as if she wanted to sleep. It was a bit dangerous, so Lin Fan quickly leaned over and helped her fasten her seatbelt. Then he began to ask her where she lived. But the funny thing was, just as Lin Fan was about to start the car, his head began to feel a bit dizzy. It was then that he suddenly remembered that he had also drunk quite a bit tonight, so he gave a wry smile and hurriedly called for a designated driver. When he finally asked where the sexy and lonely beauty lived, in the villa area of Baguiohouding, Lin Fan, who was not at all surprised that she lived in a villa, helped her to the back seat while taking care of her along the way, and finally arrived at the entrance to their villa. "Hello? You're here. Are you okay going up there alone?" The beautiful woman in front of him was dazed, but fortunately she was conscious. When the designated driver asked if she needed any more service, she looked at him and was about to collapse. Lin Fan quickly reached out to help her. But the other person seemed to feel that this was a bit inappropriate, and subconsciously moved a little distance away from Lin Fan. However, she was wearing high heels, and after a few steps she fainted again. Lin Fan grabbed her up and held her close. "Sorry, if I didn't do this, you would definitely have fallen very badly." Afterwards, he paid the designated driver and then helped this intellectual beauty with sexy red lips into the community. After asking where she lived, he found out that she lived on the top floor of a villa in Building 35. The elevator opened with face recognition. What greeted him was a European-style room with an upscale interior design inspired by Instagram, complete with a piano, records, minimalist sofas, and exquisite furnishings. The key point is that there are also quite a few European pastoral oil paintings standing vertically in her home. To be honest, Lin Fan was deeply attracted by the scene in front of him as soon as he entered her home and turned on the lights. And inexplicably, he felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't quite remember it. This made him want to know a little more about what this sexy beauty in front of him did, and why she was alone outside the mall. And why did she look so despondent? At that time, she said in a disdainful, sweet voice, "They're all liars." Could it be that she had been hurt in some way? But perhaps the two of them had basically finished after Lin Fan had walked the other woman home. They didn't know each other, and they had just met by chance. As a gentleman, he had of course fulfilled the virtue of helping those in need, and after picking her up and carrying her to the sofa, he had found a blanket and covered her up. Lin Fan looked at the scene in front of him. Her high heels had fallen with a clatter onto the carpet when she turned around. He gazed at her for a moment, smiling slightly at the corner of his mouth, before deciding to leave. However, at that moment, the most unexpected thing happened. After the sexy and intelligent beauty lay down on the sofa, she first began to toss and turn from side to side, and then kept covering her forehead. Bastard! Did those two harassing men make me smell something I shouldn't? Outrageous! She seemed to completely ignore Lin Fan as an outsider, or maybe she was in a daze after getting drunk. The moment her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, she saw Lin Fan, and instead of looking surprised, she grabbed Lin Fan's hand, biting her red lips, her beautiful eyes shifting, and she whispered reproachfully, "Rogue! Rogue! You're lucky today, it might be my destiny." After saying that, her body seemed unable to control itself as she stood up and slowly moved closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan subconsciously shouted, "Miss, are you drunk? What are you doing?" However, after the other person got closer, Lin Fan's nose seemed to smell something too. It was a faint, refreshing fragrance that at first Lin Fan thought was the other person's body odor. But in fact, it was different from the previous beauty's fragrance. Somehow, he suddenly couldn't help it either. Afterwards, he kissed this intellectual beauty instantly and embraced each other. Lin Fan, who was dazed by the fragrance, didn't suddenly wake up until noon the next day. At that time, he had a splitting headache, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a pink-walled ceiling. On the floor were very messy clothes, in stark contrast to the neat room. And what appeared in his arms, Lin Fan first felt a sweet fragrance and softness. Then he looked down and realized that he had no idea when a long-haired beauty was actually lying in his arms. His hands were still on the other person's waist. From this angle, the beauty lying on top of him really had a graceful figure. Then, it seemed that the beauty had not yet woken up, and she kept murmuring, hugging, and loving this feeling. After saying that, those beautiful eyes had not yet opened. The delicate red lips once again kissed Lin Fan's lips and neck, kissing Lin Fan's hands as they hugged Lin Fan tightly, causing Lin Fan to exclaim in shock. Chapter 4, She's crazy, she still wants to hug me. Let go. Let go. What are you doing? Lin Fan shouted and struggled violently. She's crazy. She still wants to claim me? The woman in front of him was intellectual and quiet and beautiful, and she didn't look like the type to be very proactive, but she was quite the contrast in this situation. Is it that I'm too enchanting to women? After waking up, she still wants to cling to me. In this regard, Lin Fan felt that he had a bit of a charm. No, I like it when you hold me like this. The woman was bold in putting her arms around Lin Fan, and when he wasn't looking, she kissed him on the nose wantonly. That sudden feeling was almost overwhelming. It was as if she was tasting Lin Fan. And judging by her age, she should be over 28, right? The point is that her consciousness is still a little dizzy as usual, with her beautiful eyes blurred, and she looks like she's obsessed, which is obviously not normal. Don't tell me you still don't know who you are? Also, ever since she encountered those two men with ill intentions last night, this woman has been acting a little bit strange. It's not that those two men used something, is it? That's the only explanation. Hey! Something's wrong, Lin Fan suddenly shouted angrily. The other party was stunned at first, and when they opened their eyes, they subconsciously stared at the scene in front of them, and looked at the action of their hands tightly embracing the man in front of them. With a scream, the woman shrieked in alarm. Who are you? Immediately, this intellectual beauty began to frantically cover her delicate body and hide to the side. Her face turned red in an instant. What's going on? Why am I in my own home with a strange man? The key point is, why don't I have any memory of this? What's even more embarrassing is that Lin Fan turned his head, intending to avoid suspicion, but just as he did so, he noticed that there was a vertical mirror in front of him. The image in the mirror was not good to see. As soon as he looked, he noticed that the beauty was holding his shirt and covering herself in a hurry. This is unbelievable. What's more coincidental is that when he saw her in the mirror, her beautiful eyes also saw Lin Fan looking at her. Their eyes met, and her beautiful eyes fluttered. Rogue! Rogue! She screamed again. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Perhaps he had an inkling that this would happen, so he remained calm. You! How did you get into my house? A kind of shrill, desperate woman's scream that almost pierced people's eardrums. Her face was full of disbelief and defiance. Stop screaming, I want to ask you something. You let me take you home last night, remember? Lin Fan's body and memory were still filled with the things that Lin Fan did to the sexy and intelligent beauty last night, as well as the things that the other party took the initiative to let Lin Fan do to her. Lin Fan even felt hurt. What do you mean? I asked you to walk me home. The woman was also confused. She couldn't remember at all. How could she let a stranger walk her home? Then she said, I know, it must be that you gave me something to smell that caused all my memories of last night to disappear, right? I'm going to call the police. Rogue. The other person's reaction was normal. Whoever encountered this kind of thing would be panicked. Lin Fan then said, okay, you report it. Anyway, I have a clear conscience about what happened last night. I'm also wondering why your memory of last night is lost. Obviously, you were harassed by two strange men, and I rescued you. After that, I left, but you asked me to take you home, so I drove you to your house. Now you're turning the tables. As for why we're in this situation, it's simple. Last night, you kept hugging me, and I couldn't believe it. I've never met a woman so aggressive before. In fact, I should be the one reporting you to the police. When you're out and about, a man must learn to protect himself. Although Lin Fan initially remained rational last night, in the end, she couldn't resist the other person's kisses and charms, and the two had a night of consensual passion. Her state was indeed suspicious. And after the woman saw the man in front of her react like this, she was not afraid of her calling the police, and instantly realized the difference between this boy and the others. Think about it, if he was a boy who had evil intentions towards her, would he be acting so carefree right now? It was obvious that he was confident in his story. Add to that the memory of last night, and she really couldn't remember how she had rubbed her head, and she thought about the recent vicious spray incident that had broken out in the news. She was suddenly shocked, and then she asked Lin Fan again. "Are you sure what you said is true?" Lin Fan nodded. "I knew you would deny it. We saw your state all along last night, and I recorded the audio. You can listen to it. The police can listen to it too." Bending over, he found his phone and Lin Fan opened the voice memo he had left on. It was a full 12 hours long. Then Lin Fan suddenly realized something extraordinary, and that was, if the recording had been left on the whole time, then wasn't the whole process of the two of them last night? Lin Fan subconsciously covered his ears. He realized belatedly that this was no small matter. The sexy beauty across from him, who had covered her body with Lin Fan's shirt and quickly pulled on a strapless dress, seemed to have judged from her eyes and expression whether the boy in front of her was lying or not. She held out a beautiful hand and said, "Hand it over, let me listen." "No, don't." Lin Fan subconsciously wanted to delete the recording. But he knew he couldn't. "Give it to me." The woman's commanding voice was unmistakable. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're the one who wanted to listen, right? If you're too embarrassed to hear it, don't blame me for not warning you. Also, I think I've made things pretty clear. If there's a problem, it should be with those two men who were up to no good last night. Think back. When they came over last night, did they accidentally spray or smell something on you? Society is evil." As he said this, Lin Fan quickly picked up his clothes and dressed. My God, last night those two really turned the world upside down. The sofa was moved from its original position to the door. The curtains were torn. Lin Fan also had some memories, but they were very vague. Oh, what a sin. Lin Fan then suggested that she go to the hospital to get checked up, just in case there was something wrong. After that, he planned to leave. This was not the place to linger. Stop. But Lin Fan had just put on his shoes and was about to leave. The intellectual beauty quickly took a step forward, as if she didn't want to let Lin Fan go so easily, and unceremoniously screamed at him. She told him to stay where he was. Chapter 5, The Beautiful President of a Listed Company? What, is there something else? It wasn't that Lin Fan wanted to escape, but he had just ended his relationship, and he needed to be left alone. Even though this night had been so extraordinary. It had even had a bit of a love affair. But he still wanted to go home and get some rest. Besides, just now, when he looked at his phone, his good friends had sent messages asking him how he was doing, and why he had left after paying for the karaoke last night. Hey, can you be a little more responsible? Let me ask you, did we do it last night? The woman at that time, after quickly putting on a camisole and nightdress, was quickly clearing her thoughts. Nonsense, what else? Lin Fan muttered to himself. Don't do this to me, I also want to resolve it properly. The woman said a little sadly. It's your fault for being rude just now, isn't it? Lin Fan also didn't indulge her. I'm sorry, if the facts are really as you say, I'm sure I have to apologize to you, but I really don't remember anything from last night. And if we really had sex, wouldn't it be irresponsible for you to leave now? Oh. Lin Fan almost couldn't help laughing when he heard the other person say this. He had expected her to hold him responsible, but instead, she was talking to him about responsibility after threatening to call the police. Fortunately, he clearly remembered the sweet and passionate feelings he had experienced while kissing her last night. Otherwise, if he had no sense of experience at all, he would really be infinitely saddened. So, how do you want me to be responsible? Lin Fan picked up his phone and sent a message to let his friends know that he was fine and had even had a romantic encounter last night. It was fine if I didn't reply to the message, but once I did, the group chat, which had been immersed in the moment, instantly became like a deep fryer. A love affair. Lao Lin, tell us the details. Boring, and you're asking me. The beauty in the lace camisole nightdress soon snorted in disdain. Then Lin Fan suddenly laughed and said, What else, we're together. He just said it off the cuff. But the other person immediately said in a domineering voice, Don't be so arrogant when you talk. So what? I have a great figure, right? Although the woman in front of him was wearing a lace sleepwear, Lin Fan had experienced the night of passion between the two of them last night. From the red high heels with rhinestones to the black silk skirt she was wearing when she squatted in front of the door of the Crown Merchant's shop, and then to the car, and then to the house, she was showing off her enchanting figure. The truth is, her figure is really great. And she is very pretty. But she looks a few years older than Lin Fan. She's okay. Lin Fan subconsciously said. It's not really as good as he said, but it's very good. What's the point of constantly praising such a beautiful woman? She's okay? Sure enough, as soon as Lin Fan said that, the woman instantly became annoyed. She's okay, so she's not okay? She has such a sexy body, and he's saying she's not okay? She was about to get angry, but then she heard the handsome guy in front of her say suddenly, in fact, body and appearance are just superficial. The real high-level sexiness is the soul. When I say you're okay, I mean we don't know each other well, and I've only observed that your body is okay, which is a compliment. As for the soul, we'll have to see if we have the opportunity to talk to each other in depth in the future. Lin Fan was neither humble nor arrogant, and he spoke eloquently. And the most important thing for him now, if she doesn't call the police, is to go to the hospital for a checkup. After all, what happened last night was so strange. How could a quiet and beautiful woman kiss him like that, like a crazy person? I didn't think you had such deep thoughts. Let me tell you, I'm not the kind of girl who makes unreasonable demands. I will investigate and collect evidence on everything you say. What's your name? What's your phone number? The beautiful and intelligent woman in front of her carefully examined her body and mind after listening to what Lin Fan had said. She found that there was no longer any harm, and immediately regained her previous sharpness and boldness. She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, and her aura slowly rose. But Lin Fan was not afraid at all, and asked in return, "What's your name, and what's your phone number?" "Yeah, why would you want to know my information?" "My name is Sunny, and here's my business card. You should be honored to know me. You don't know how many people want." Sorry, how many people want to know you? What does it have to do with me? What do you mean I should be honored to know you? You should be honored to know me. A business card, right? It's just that the beautiful and sexy woman in front of him, Sunny, just wanted to show off her advantages, but she was immediately interrupted by the other party, which backfired on her. This guy is really interesting. The woman stood still and held up her beautiful arms. You're quite arrogant. Okay, you don't look very old. How's work? Do you need any help? After also glancing at the other person's business card, Lin Fan suddenly discovered that on the other person's minimalist and exquisite business card, it was written, Sunny, CEO. Pili Culture. Then the more he looked at the name of the company, the more familiar it became. Pili Culture. Isn't that a well-known cultural industry giant in the Demon City? An internationally listed company. Its subsidiaries include multiple industries such as second yuan, animation, short videos, and literature. No, the sexy woman in front of him is actually the female president of this company? At this point, Lin Fan kind of understood why she had spoken in such a tone just now, trying to help you. She really has a lot of confidence. I actually had a one-night stand with a female president? She is so young and beautiful. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. No need, I have my own way of making a living. My name is Lin Fan, here's my mobile number, just enter it. If an ordinary person met a sexy female CEO of this caliber, they would probably panic. But Lin Fan didn't feel that way. On the contrary, after the other person proposed to exchange contact information, Lin Fan walked over, immediately picked up her phone in front of her, entered his mobile number on her screen, and dialed it. Lin Fan's phone rang, and after a moment to signal the other person, he said, "We should keep in touch. I'm willing to take responsibility. Love is in the stars, and it's all in the hands of fate. Who knows, this could be the beginning of our relationship." After saying this, Lin Fan turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the sexy and beautiful president named Sunny seemed to be curious about his carefree personality. She was about to take a step forward and said, "You're really arrogant. Rotten kid." But then, nothing happened. Her vision suddenly blurred, and with a thud, she fell straight to the ground. You can all urge for more chapters, like and comment to show your support. The next chapter will be released around 8 p.m. tonight. Chapter 6, Urging for Marriage. Hey! What's wrong with you? Phone, 120, Emergency Center. If it wasn't for the emergency doctor informing Lin Fan that she only had low blood sugar, and that the blood test had a component that caused dizziness, Lin Fan almost thought she was in danger of her life. Fortunately, the diagnosis was not serious, and she only needed to receive 2 bags of intravenous drip and eat something to recuperate for 2 days. Holding her as she was carried up to the ambulance really shocked Lin Fan. Lin Fan was even more convinced that the reason for the symptoms of this beautiful CEO, Sunny, was those 2 ill-intentioned bastards from last night. It was hard to imagine what the consequences would have been if he hadn't saved her at that time. While the beautiful CEO was lying in the hospital bed getting in 4 drip, Lin Fan also went to have his blood drawn and a lab report done. Sure enough, the results were the same as hers. Except that his symptoms were mild and the values were relatively low. In other words, Lin Fan was an indirect victim. After leaving the clinic and figuring out who was responsible for everything that happened last night, Lin Fan took the report and finished talking to Sunny, who had just woken up. The beautiful CEO immediately exclaimed, "Insidious. Obviously, last night I just wanted to relax and unwind. And I never expected to encounter such a thing." As she spoke, she lightly bit her red lips. "Well, now that the truth has come out, I think it is still necessary for us to report this to the police, and we can't let those 2 bastards get away with it. Lin Fan's symptoms, the doctor said, can be solved by taking the medicine normally." It was really exciting to have caused all this trouble all night and into the morning. "Well, I will also ask the company's legal department to help me follow up on this matter." "Thank you." The beautiful president glanced at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. She thought to herself that she really had wronged him. But were they too last night? Is this their destiny? Things went well in the morning. Seeing that the other person's situation was stable, and that he still had things to take care of, Lin Fan told her, "Okay, take your time recovering, and I'll be going first. Remember to call your family. I'll let you know as soon as I hear back from the police." With that, he turned and left. Although the images of last night's endless romance kept popping up in his mind like a video player. He really had no idea that this would happen. Nini? Mom, why does it sound like my sweet daughter's voice is a little off?" In her private hospital room, Sunny had just watched the guy leave with a strange feeling. Then her phone rang. It was her mother calling. Sunny quickly said she was fine, she just stayed up late working last night. The caring voice on the other end of the line quickly followed, "That's not good, Sunny, you're so successful now, you have to take care of your health, you're practicing yoga, right? And I want to hold my grandchild, Nini. Anyway, you must bring a boyfriend home for dinner next week. Do you hear me? If not, you know what your mother will do." Alas, single, successful and beautiful women often have an irreconcilable conflict. That is, the pressure from family members to get married. Although she has already told her mother that this cannot be rushed and that it requires fate. But her mother never listens. But then again, she really needs to find a boyfriend. It's just that she hasn't met the man of her dreams yet. But at this moment, a fragment of last night's memory suddenly popped into her head. She seemed to have had a good time with that guy called Lin Fan, didn't she? Forget it. If she really can't find anyone by then, she'll let that guy come. Anyway, she told that guy to send her the recording of last night, and she still has the whole recording. At this moment, Sunny, the beautiful CEO, who was wearing a trench coat on top and a sexy lace sleepwear underneath, suddenly felt a little panicky. Then, with hindsight, she realized a problem, and that was, she should have lost her virginity. That was her first time. After leaving the hospital, she drove away in her E-Class Mercedes. Lin Fan, who was speeding along the road, recalled last night in his mind, and that sexy and beautiful CEO was actually his first time. There were traces on the bed sheet too. Oh, what a sin. He had just broken up with that gold-digging school beauty, and he never thought that he would meet a beautiful and wealthy CEO. Therefore, when a relationship is not suitable, you must stop it in time. Who can guarantee that you will not have good luck? It was that beautiful CEO who seemed to be very eager and enjoying the need for him. He himself is also a bit nostalgic now. What a sin. Jiang Jun. I love you. Can't you just give me a chance? What am I lacking compared to that Lin Fan guy? You see, you're sick with a cold right now, and he's not even here to visit you. He doesn't even care about you. On the other side, after learning from her younger sister Jiang Yu last night that her fiancé Lin Fan had actually proposed to break up with her, and that she had to return the 300,000 yuan bride price and the engagement jewelry to the other party, Jiang Jun, the school beauty queen of Hujiang University. She almost vomited blood from anger that night. Last night, she immediately called the other party. But the other party never answered. When she went to his house to look for him, she discovered that he had bought the house and planned to add her name to the title as well. He had even recorded a face recognition password for her. But now, her face recognition had also failed. What the hell? What is he going to do? Is he really going to break up with me? Out of anger, Jiang Jun contacted all of their mutual friends, but still couldn't find the other person. After that, Jiang Jun, the beautiful school flower of Hujian University, actually yelled at Lin Fan for an entire night. She wanted him to apologize. This morning, she didn't even go to work. The rich second generation named Wang Yu learned the news from somewhere and ran to her house early in the morning with flowers to confess his love. Who needs his confession, really? She simply asked the security guard to throw him out. Hey, what's wrong, girl? Feeling down? Instead, one of her previous backups, the warm and wealthy uncle, suddenly sent her a message at this time. Jiang Jun replied to the message when she calmed down a little. Yes, scumbag. We were already engaged. He disappeared all night. Jiang Jun hated him. At this time, Jiang Jun's mother, who still did not know what was going on, was still shouting at her two sisters to come and eat because she had cooked a good meal for them, as she was so happy to have found such a good son-in-law. She was wearing a gold bracelet on her wrist that her son-in-law Lin Fan had bought her. She had an iPhone 16 Pro Max in her pocket that her son-in-law Lin Fan had bought her, and she had been bragging about it to all her relatives. Her son-in-law has also bought many things in the house, including the refrigerator with the sliding doors and all the furniture. She feels that she is the happiest mother-in-law in the world. Mom! I don't want to eat it. It's annoying. She was in a good mood, but suddenly heard her daughter-in-law Jiang Jun suddenly getting so angry. Then she came to the door of her bedroom and shouted, Hey, with a good husband like Lin Fan, what's there to be annoyed about? You should cherish it. By the way, yesterday I told you to ask him for an extra 300,000 yuan, and he transferred it to your account, right? Remember to let him spend money on a trip to the Maldives for us. Bring my best friend along too. An early update. The next chapter will be published tomorrow at around 12 noon. Chapter 7, I'm really obsessed, she's always on my mind. Shoo. Sis, I don't think it's time to tell mom yet, right? My brother-in-law is really something. Why did he say something like that? He's so rich. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of the two beautiful girls, Jiang Jun, who had just finished messaging Uncle Duojin, responded to her mother Qiao Xiulan with a little impatience, not wanting to deal with her anymore. But the door creaked open anyway. Her younger sister, Jiang Yu, who looked very similar to her, came in. Her hair had airbangs curled in, she was dressed in a pure and sexy way, with a sweet makeup look and a pink princess dress on top. Her job was as a beauty anchor, and every time she got dressed up and went on air, there were hundreds of fans online. Many people commented below that they liked her pure and sexy look, so that's why she dressed that way. It was said that she had recently been flirting with her older brother. She first informed her mother, Xiao Xiulan, that her sister might not have had a good night's rest, and that she would talk to her. Then she slammed the door shut, opened her rosy lips, and spoke in a low voice to her sister, Jiang Jun. Well, Lin Fan is definitely not going to tell my mother about our separation, or she'll blow up. Jiang Jun was also a little flustered. This guy, he disappeared for the whole night, and there's no news from him at all? He's never done this before. Have you found him? The innocent and beautiful Jiang Yu asked. She seemed more anxious than her sister. After all, she wanted to change her phone and was counting on her brother-in-law for help. No, the phone, the house, and the person are all gone. Stupid jerk, don't let me find him. The pretty Jiang Jun clenched her fists. My dear, don't be angry. Opening a blind box is the true meaning of love. Cherish the moment and stay away from distractions. Why do something that will sap your energy? If he doesn't want to marry you, I will. A middle-aged man on WeChat, with the note, Teacher Qin, keeps sending flirty messages to himself. To be honest, Jiang Jun now feels that this old Qin is quite right. However, compared to other people, Lin Fan is the kind of man everyone says is truly successful and handsome, with a good balance of intelligence and emotional intelligence. Besides, Jiang Jun is also very satisfied with the two people's private lives. Online, it's nothing more than a means for her to pass the time. Then she replied. Mr. Qin, please don't belittle yourself. I have my own man. Teacher Qin, oh, I know, but who knows if I'll have a chance in the future. Jiang Jun, let's talk about that in the future. She had given hope, but in fact had not. As usual, Jiang Jun, the campus beauty queen of Hujian University, turned off her phone. At this moment, she tried to call Lin Fan's phone again and found that it actually connected. He finally turned it on. After driving away from the villa area of the beautiful CEO, Lin Fan drove alone and went for a stroll around Qiandao Lake. Along the way, the lake and water were sparkling, the air was excellent, and the view was also excellent, causing his mind and body to suddenly feel very carefree and happy. He did not go home that day. He simply just wanted to go out for a walk. At night, he stayed in an inn-style BB by the Qiandao Lake for one night. During this time, he called the police and described what happened to him in the business meeting with the young and beautiful president of Pilai culture. The police asked him when he could come to the police station. Lin Fan said that he had something to do today and would have to come tomorrow. So that afternoon and evening, Lin Fan relaxed in a great mood, alone, and let loose around Qiandao Lake. During this time, his mind played back and forth the sweet times he had with his fiancée, Jiangjun. He used to feel very happy. He could find such a beautiful girl as his girlfriend, and she had practiced ballet and Korean dance. But that night, especially after he returned from the lake alone, blowing in the sea breeze, and lay on the bed of the lakefront homestay, tossing and turning, his mind began to play back the time he spent last night kissing the beautiful CEO. Then he suddenly realized that this beautiful president was none other than the school beauty Jiangjun, who was a little plumper, a little more intellectual, and a little more tender. The pleasant experience that this beautiful president brought to him can only be described as surpassing that of Jiangjun. Sigh. Lin Fan was just thinking about it. It was as if his hands were once again touching the beautiful president's water snake waist. It was really enchanting. Lin Fan shook his head, wondering if the beauty was using some kind of charm. But after all these years of hard work, he deserved to enjoy himself, didn't he? At around 7 or 8 p.m., Lin Fan called his parents. After the engagement, they were currently traveling in Iceland. His father was an archaeologist, and often traveled to places like mountains and deserts. His mother loved to travel and study, and it was rare for the couple to be together. Over the phone, they shared a lot of their experiences and suggested that Lin Fan and his future daughter-in-law, Jiangjun, come on their honeymoon together. Lin Fan didn't want to ruin their mood, so he didn't tell them about what he had told Jiangjun and her sister when he got home yesterday. If they knew, I'm afraid this hard-won trip would be ruined. Well, have fun, Mom and Dad, and remember to take lots of photos to share. Only in front of his parents did he act like a child. Lin Fan hung up the phone, and when he was resting alone in his room at the bed and breakfast that night, he seemed to hear the sweet whispers of the couple in the next room in the middle of the night. This made Lin Fan even more distracted. If we really had sex last night, wouldn't it be irresponsible of you to leave now? In the middle of the night, Lin Fan suddenly remembered these words that the beautiful CEO had said to him. So, she actually wanted him to be responsible for her? Besides, when I was with that beauty last night, I didn't have time to think about anything else. If this is an unfortunate hit. Let alone, Lin Fan felt that fate was quite teasing. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time with his heart surging. During that time, he saw his fiancée Jiangjun calling him frantically and threatening words on WeChat. Lin Fan mainly used an automatic screen, and the next morning, after eating at the lakeside homestay, he drove his newly purchased E-Class Mercedes-Benz sedan back to the Magic City and sat in the office of the CEO of his company. Since he had decided to break up and never accept the parasitic behavior of their entire family again, Lin Fan naturally had to face it head-on. As for Jiangjun, she had obtained news from somewhere that Lin Fan had just arrived at the company for a while. She was dressed like a celebrity, wearing designer clothes, a glittery top, a little leather skirt, Valentino high heels, and a Chanel bag. She also appeared very punctually in her fiancé's office. Chapter 8 Shameless. What do you mean it's an honor to spend your money? Jiangjun angrily entered the company founded by Lin Fan and went into her fiancé Lin Fan's office to sit down. Of course, when she entered the company, almost everyone in the company looked at her, and she entered as usual in the posture of being the future boss's wife. No, she had long since come to regard this company as her own. Her fiancé doted on her and gave her his unconditional support, so of course his company was her company. So, after leaving a beautiful, graceful and flirtatious impression on all the staff, she went to Lin Fan's office. Lin Fan. Where were you last night? Why didn't you answer the phone? And, you said you told her you wanted to break up with me? Is that true? Fine, you want to break up, do you? Jiangjun, the school beauty queen of Hujian University, was once a celebrity at school. There were countless people who pursued her, and she could not even count them all on her hands. Among them were many with good family backgrounds and handsome appearances. She never took the initiative, but today was an exception. Because her fiancé had disappeared overnight and said such things. She could not stand it. Lin Fan, on the other hand, had long expected this move from the other party. Although the storm came a little faster than expected, he remained sharp, wise, and calm. He sat in his boss's chair, looked at the stock market that day, and responded. I'm free to do whatever I want, right? I don't like it when others control me. You should understand that, right? Me controlling you? Obviously, Jiang Jun found Lin Fan's words a bit hard to understand. From the time they met to the time they got together, this had always been the way they got along. Besides, let's not talk about whether it's control or not. How many men would want her to control them if she didn't even give them the chance? Right. Lin Fan gave a small smile. You see, I've only been gone for a day and you're already interrogating me. Sometimes people need to let loose and have some time to themselves, don't you agree? I want our relationship to be happy and comfortable. But you, despite your good looks, are always snapping at me and being greedy when we live together. Lin Fan's words were very direct. And after he finished speaking, he felt comfortable and at ease. Yes, in the beginning, in order to chase her and be with her, he had swallowed his anger for so long. He doubted whether this was actually happiness. You. As soon as Jiang Jun heard this, she immediately and carelessly threw the Chanel bag she was holding on Lin Fan's desk keyboard. Lin Fan just found it funny. The gentle, innocent, beautiful school beauty from before was just her surface. This is her true self, right? Me ranting? Me being insatiable? Lin Fan. You can do that, you've been holding it in, and now that we're engaged and the whole world knows that I, Jiang Jun, am with you, Lin Fan, you're starting to show your true colors? Word for word. Lin Fan, who could predict exactly what the other person was going to say, quietly watched her performance. In the past, Lin Fan was very worried about what would happen if she acted up and caused a scene like this. Usually, the two would either reconcile by having a passionate kiss, or the farce would end with Lin Fan apologizing. But now, Lin Fan wanted to laugh. This woman really has no idea how outrageous she is. Do you want me to record it and see what you look like now? Jiang Jun, I always think that a person needs to have the brain processes of self-examination and self-improvement, but you, it seems, will only remain the same. You think that this kind of angry outburst can make me give in, but in fact, every time I'm not very happy. Also, you don't actually respect me. If it weren't for my successful career, my passable looks, and my extreme niceness to you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be with me. After all is said and done, you like me for my money, my looks, and my niceness. Oh, by the way, your whole family likes my money. You may not know that once I stop providing benefits to your family will be full of sarcasm, comparing others, and creating anxiety. It feels so good to get it all off my chest. After he had finished, Lin Fan realized how liberating it was to get all his deepest thoughts out. Starting today, he will never be the one to swallow his anger, the one who can only comfort the other person when they lose their temper, the ATM machine in someone else's home, or the one who has to give in on everything and suffer for it. And at this moment, what about Jiang Jun? After hearing Lin Fan's words, her originally pretty face quickly became angry. She screamed directly, and the sound spread throughout the company. Then the school beauty, wearing a small leather skirt and showing off her long legs, came straight up to Lin Fan's face. She screamed, "You! What did you say?" Lin Fan. It's your honor that I'm after your money, okay? How many people want to give me money, but I don't want it, I only accept your money. Besides, I'm so pretty, what's wrong with me taking a little more of your money? What's wrong with my mom taking a little of your money, isn't it supposed to be yours? Why do you think that way when I've given you the opportunity? Asshole. Asshole. Jiang Jun was screaming in Lin Fan's independent office, turning the world upside down. In the past, Lin Fan would definitely have worried about the bad influence and tried to appease her. But now he just wanted to laugh. Look at what this beautiful brand name woman in front of him was saying, which was destroying the three views of the world. Spending your money is giving you the opportunity? How many people want to give you money, but you don't want it, as long as it's mine? And my mother said that what's wrong with you having a little money? Isn't it yours? Lin Fan admitted that if his mother-in-law urgently needed money, he could give it to her when he was in a good financial situation, but you can't be so arrogant. Are you just going to be so brazen and shameless and have no sense of shame at all? Boring, please leave my company. I will arrange for my lawyer to deal with you. And please don't shout in my office, I don't like it. Lin Fan laughed as he started to work again and gave the other person the order to leave. And the beautiful woman in front of him, Jiang Jin, seemed to feel like she had heard it wrong, or was dreaming. What did he say? Was it his fiancé who said that? Was it the boy who had always chased after her to be with her who said that to her? At first, she couldn't believe it, but the sound of the familiar, agile tapping of a keyboard by a man's hands, as well as the handsome profile and good looks of the person on the other end of the line, reminded her every moment that it was the person in front of her who was saying those words. Then Jiang Jin yelled like crazy, "Lin Fan, are you sure you want to break up? Are you sure? Don't you regret it?" Jiang Jin was so angry that she almost knocked over the table. Chapter 9, A Message from the Beautiful CEO. Yes, it's a breakup. I won't regret it. You can still record a statement. Anyway, whoever is with you is doomed. Please don't bring any more misfortune upon me. Ha! At that moment, Jiang Jin, the school beauty queen and fiancé, who had dressed up elaborately and had thought that she could turn the tables today, was completely shocked. She couldn't believe that the man in front of her was actually her fiancé. Was he still the same Lin Fan who had previously chased after her and courted her? The things she had just said were said somewhat angrily, with the aim of forcing this guy to coax her, and as long as he told her that he didn't want to break up, she was still willing to continue being with him. But she didn't expect the other person to be so decisive. From then on, she didn't pretend anymore. She said directly and sweetly, "Fine. Very well. Lin Fan, I've seen through you. There are many men who want to spend money on me. Goodbye." Jiang Jin stepped on her high heels and, with a click, turned around and left through the door. The moment the door was pulled open from the inside, the entire door sounded like a spring as it slammed. This caused her to come out in a domineering manner, and the employees of the company working outside were also shocked by the situation and looked at her sideways. Lin Fan, on the other hand, got up from the boss's chair in the office, took 3 steps to the door, and shouted at the beautiful woman Jiang Jin, who had already left, "Hey! Don't forget to return my bride price, and also give me the cash value of the gold and silver jewelry I bought for your whole family. My bank account number is still the same." You! With a thud, an angry Jiang Jin subconsciously kicked the glass in front of the front door. Her toe was momentarily knocked. Her face instantly became even more angry. However, as soon as she angrily stepped off the elevator from the 18th floor in her high heels and arrived at the lobby of the company building, she immediately began to regret it. Lin Fan has been very good to her, and she really likes him. She was planning to spend some sweet time with him tonight. The point is, Lin Fan's career is booming, even more so than before. The live streaming company he founded is on the cusp of success, and it is said that the sales of the live streaming room have already exceeded 1 million a day. He also has several promising female anchors under him. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a leader in the industry. If he were a stock, then he would naturally be a stock with very good prospects and very strong growth. She also thought that she could become a shareholder and make a fortune. But now, she was conflicted. She had previously been arrogant, boasting that there were many people who wanted to spend money on her, but now, having arrived downstairs at the company and about to leave, she suddenly slowed down in her high heels and bit her lip frequently. "Hello? Are you still outside?" The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. Jiang Jin felt that it seemed like the other party intended to kick her out, so she immediately contacted her younger sister Jiang Yu, who had just come with her. Jiang Yu is now a beautiful female anchor, but to be honest, after experiencing little traffic, she often takes some borderline videos of herself, and her followers immediately grew rapidly, creating the illusion that everyone likes her. One of the reasons she is close to her brother-in-law is also because she wants to get a share of the pie through her brother-in-law's company. Now she is broadcasting live from the BMW outside. After hearing her sister's somewhat panicked and urgent phone call, she knows that things are not going well. She immediately apologizes to the people in the broadcast room and says that she has to go offline now because of an emergency. "I'll dance for you again when I have time." "What did you say, sister?" Jiang Jin tells her younger sister Jiang Yu everything that just happened over the phone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately said, "Sister, were you just causing trouble at Lin Fan's company again? Are you stupid? In terms of Lin Fan's intelligence, he would be happy for you to cause trouble. Men, if you want to hold on to their hearts, sometimes you can't fight head-on, you have to use a softer approach." But after hearing this, Jiang Jin immediately took what her sister had just said as a joke. Jiang Yu continued to output on the phone, "Listen to me, sister, you go home and calm down first, and I'll talk to your brother-in-law about the rest. And, sister, you need to change your temper. No man likes a woman with a short temper. If a woman is tender and obedient, beautiful and sexy, no man can resist her." This younger sister, Jiang Yu, was right. There was nothing else, she had just been reading a lot recently. There is a lot of knowledge about how to woo a man in there, and although she hasn't put it into practice yet, she is eager to try it out as she has the theory in hand. As for Jiang Zhen, after hearing what her younger sister had said, although she still refused to admit defeat and stubbornly refused to admit defeat, she felt that she could only let her younger sister give it a try. Yes, when did she become so short-tempered? Maybe it was because her mother wanted this and that, and Lin Fan was deeply hurt? She decided to go and talk to her mother right now. "Hey girl, how are you feeling today? Do you want to come over for a cup of coffee?" Her younger sister Jiang Yu was dressed up in a flirty way, and her delicate face was comparable to her own. She was wearing headphones in her beautiful ears, and after getting off the car, she waved goodbye to her and went to Lin Fan's company. After she got into the car and started the engine, a WeChat message popped up. It was that rich uncle, one of her backups, who had been chasing after her despite being engaged. This was terrible. She had no mood for coffee. Jiang Zhen spoke without any beating about the bush. "Ouch, which one of you has no eyes and has caused such a little princess to be like this? I must regulate my mood. How about this, I will book a restaurant and you come to me and we can have a good chat." The other person was obviously taking advantage of the situation and taking action. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhen, who was furious at this moment, immediately replied, "Okay, send me your address." She even agreed to go on the date. If her younger sister Jiang Yu knew about this at this time, she would definitely blame her sister to death. At such a critical moment, you are still going to go on a date with another man alone. Isn't this asking your brother-in-law to let you go every minute? Sister, you are confused. Sonny, where is everyone? Sonny, the police just called me and said to go to the police station to explain things clearly. They also said that you would go together. Sonny, shall we meet in front of Lanling police station later? On the other side, Lin Fan, who had just experienced a farce, felt refreshed and free because he had made up his mind a long time ago. Instead of being affected by his fiancée, oh no, his ex-fiancée, he was even more cheerful and happy. Seeing that the 70 or 80 employees in the company were whispering thoughtfully, he simply told them the whole story about his ex-fiancée and Jiang Zhen, the former campus beauty queen of Hujian University. When the big guys in the company heard it, they immediately exploded. Many people cried out against injustice. And just at that moment, his phone rang. It was the beautiful CEO Sunny, who had spent a night of passion with him the night before, sending him a message. "Please take care of me, the next chapter will be sent around 2000 hours. Chapter 10, Get in her car? Lin Zone. Lin Zone? The images of the flirtatious moments he had with the aloof and charming beauty the night before and the morning after immediately flashed through his mind. Lin Fan was so caught up in the memories that he didn't notice the message from the other party and froze for a moment. The female secretary, Shishir, who was wearing a professional skirt suit, was gently and politely reporting her work to Lin Fan. After Lin Fan, who had been called several times, came back to his senses, he quickly glanced at the female secretary and noticed that she was smiling and very excited. "Well, you say." Lin Fan judged that she must have something good to tell him, so he quickly responded with a smile. "Lin Zone, the anchor woman who just came for the interview, is good. Previously, she was the head anchor of the internationally renowned skincare brand Maybelline, and she once sold 10 million worth of products in one show. She needs you to come for the final interview to make the decision." The secretary was reporting to him on the progress of the anchor recruitment. In order to achieve a breakthrough in the company's performance, Lin Fan naturally took charge of everything. He said, "Okay, bring her resume and her to my office." Then he turned around and sent a message to the beautiful CEO. "Lin Fan, okay, I was just busy. Lin Fan, let's meet in front of the police station at 5 p.m. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and responded calmly. To be honest, Lin Fan was quite happy to see the beautiful CEO sending him a message. At least from her tone, he knew that she didn't want to threaten him. But at the same time, someone who has been single for so long suddenly encounters something like this, and can be emotionally stable like this right now, her inner cultivation cannot be said to be weak. "Sunny, Sunny, see you then." Lin Fan did not reply. Instead, after quickly returning to his office and sitting down, in a moment, the female secretary, Shershur, brought a dignified and mature woman into the office. As expected, she should be the head anchor of the colleague that Shershur had mentioned. Lin Fan probably talked to the other person for about 10 minutes. He asked her 3 questions about how to improve performance, what to do if there were conflicts between colleagues, and whether she could stay for a long time. Her answers were sharp enough and she knew the ins and outs of the workplace, and she cited similar incidents she had encountered before. The only requirement was to maintain the same salary as the previous company. Lin Fan looked at her salary structure, basic salary plus commission, about 100,000 a month. He quickly calculated the expected profits and costs, and felt that she was a stable and passionate person, so after she left, he synchronized his thoughts with Shershur. Ha! What a coincidence, we actually arrived at the same time. They drove for 30 minutes to the parking lot in front of the Lanling police station in Central. Lin Fan had just parked the car and got out of his E-Class Mercedes-Benz sports car when he saw an intellectual beauty in a glittering pink top, a red skirt and sunglasses walking in his direction. Good, I thought you were afraid to come. It's been a long day. Lin Fan didn't know why he felt that way. Anyway, his heart leaped. She really has a distinguished air about her, and she is a beautiful woman. Who said I was afraid to come? I've done nothing wrong. The beautiful president is wearing sunglasses, with a face of red lips that are about to drip. You only feel that she is a little aloof and disdainful, and even a little teasing. Heh, you know clearly whether you have done anything wrong. I was unconscious last night, and you were awake, right? Don't think I don't know. That woman's words seemed a little like teasing Lin Fan. But soon after she finished speaking, Lin Fan noticed that her snow-white face suddenly flushed. And her skin was really white, as if she could pinch water out of it. Today, a pair of silver high heels with flashing lights, a pair of slender legs and delicate feet, the way the hem of her skirt swayed as she walked, was truly a beautiful sight. However, the two of them had just arrived at the door of the police station. The beauty stopped at the door and looked at the lobby inside the police station, then turned her head and said, "Forget it, maybe we shouldn't go in." Lin Fan was suddenly shocked. Not going in? This woman, didn't she take the initiative to ask herself to come with her to the police station to talk to the police to clarify the situation? Well, anyway, the results of the hospital examination are already out, and after I got the 4 in, I'm fine, so let's go. At first, Lin Fan didn't quite understand why the other party wanted to do this. Besides, those 2 bastards dared to treat her like that, and they might do the same to other drunk girls in similar situations in the future. It would be unforgivable if the problem wasn't solved. But then Lin Fan asked him politely, "Boring, why, do you feel too embarrassed?" "What else?" the beautiful president and the sisterly voice said. "For you men, it may not be a big deal, but for girls, repeated mention is like secondary harm. Life and work should be the main themes." Lin Fan almost couldn't stop laughing when he heard this. He immediately said, "According to what you just said, if I encounter a similar situation in the future, should I also swallow my anger and not say anything?" "Not in the future." Sunny's red lips were very determined. "What's not possible? As long as you're alive, you could encounter all kinds of dangers." "I knew you were going to say that." Sunny gave Lin Fan a glance with her beautiful eyes. Then she said, "I don't usually drink much, but I was in a bad mood that day and had a few too many drinks. Who knew it would turn out that way? I learned a lesson from this experience, and I definitely won't do it again, so there won't be any similar dangers. But you, having gotten off so easily, can't wait for everyone to know about it, can you?" This beautiful CEO has her own reasons for saying what she did. After listening to her, Lin Fan felt that although she had reasons and evidence, he still determined that she was avoiding the issue. Therefore, she said, "Okay, I get it, you're just a coward. Forget it, I'll go and see the police and explain the whole thing. As for you, I'll just tell the police that you're not available." The woman nodded. Then she suddenly snapped, "Pa! You're the coward. Let me ask you, were you sober that night? Did you intend to do something more to me?" She also went into details about the 2 of them that night. Lin Fan just said, "Yeah, how could I stop in that situation? And you were actually quite aggressive, too, even more than I was. You didn't show it." The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it personally. That afternoon, the 2 of them chatted and chatted, feeling hot all over. The beautiful female CEO of Pili Culture named Sunny blushed several times. It wasn't until Lin Fan went into the police station alone to make a statement and came out again to describe the situation of the police interrogation and the follow-up to her that Sunny suddenly said, "Okay, that's it. Keep me updated on any developments. Those two bastards can't be let off the hook. Okay, now, it's time to resolve the matter between the two of us. Get in my car." Chapter 11, Fall in Love with Me, Let's Get Together. Get in her car? Lin Fan looked shocked. What was this beautiful CEO up to now? Logically speaking, after solving the current problem of reporting the crime, if there are no other problems in the future, the two of them should have nothing to do with each other. Lin Fan also had to hurry back to the company to check on the new anchor. This was a capable female executive he had recruited to help him make big money. But the truth was that the beautiful CEO didn't seem to have consulted with him. She first got into her car, then turned her head around and said with a charming face, "I advise you to hurry up. Don't drive your ordinary car, it's not the age anymore. I'll buy you a Maybach some other day. Get in the car. Don't make me say it twice." With that, the beautiful CEO started the engine and began backing up. But what does he mean by ordinary car? When he was poor, he thought a Mercedes was pretty good. Now that he's finally made a little money, he rewarded himself by buying himself an E-Class Mercedes sports car, which cost him 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. Now this bitch is saying that he shouldn't even drive it? But what does he mean by "I'll buy you a Maybach someday"? He's just throwing money away. Before getting into her car, Lin Fan somehow felt that she was acting a little strange today. The two people in front of them were still chatting lightly. Now, the situation had suddenly changed, and the situation had completely changed. "Go ahead, how do you plan to resolve things between us?" The car was speeding along. The beauty president's car was a new energy vehicle, and in addition to the top-of-the-line decorations, the passenger seat also had a massage function. Plus the fact that she had carefully decorated the inside, Lin Fan was attracted by the romantic atmosphere inside as soon as he got in. Then he looked at the beautiful CEO, who was wearing a glittering celebrity-style top with a ladylike skirt underneath. Her feet were clad in high-heeled shoes that made her look even more glamorous. "What are you going to do about the matter between us? It's not my fault." Sure enough, she really wouldn't give up so easily after having a one-night stand with a CEO of such a caliber. But Lin Fan was also telling the truth. "Heh, not bad for you." What a great line, "not bad for you." You slept with someone, and you slept with them all night plus the next morning, and you just say, "not bad for you," and that's it? When Sunny heard that, she immediately became very angry. It seemed that she didn't expect the other person to say that. She stepped on the accelerator, and the car speeded up directly. Lin Fan was scared, and he quickly grabbed the armrest and said to her, "Auntie, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it, there's no need to do something so dangerous." To be honest, human life is the most important thing, and many people have done irreparable things in a moment of anger. Lin Fan quickly reassured the other person. Unexpectedly, the other person said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. I've been driving for many years, okay? What roads haven't I driven on? Wow. That tone of voice is quite fierce." But she did drive steadily, and after the car speeded up, Lin Fan once again observed the car's condition. He didn't expect her driving skills to be really top-notch. Even though the car was speeding now, Lin Fan was very comfortable sitting in the car, and he even felt a sense of flying. Forget it. If you keep walking by the river, you're bound to get your feet wet. No matter how stable your driving skills are, you still have to be careful and never lose your safety awareness. Lin Fan deliberately criticized her harshly. But the other person seemed not to have heard, and she said sweetly, "Don't change the subject. Let me ask you, how do you plan to resolve our relationship?" Answer directly. At first, Lin Fan was a little confused. Why was she so arrogant to her and made her get into her car? Now, upon hearing her meaning, it suddenly became clear. She actually wanted to ask if she was just going to let it go like that, or if there was another possibility with her. But she was a woman, and it was just not convenient to say. Lin Fan smiled, and thinking about the unprecedented emotional experience he had just experienced, he subconsciously said, "What else? Do you mean we should be together?" A sharp turn almost knocked Lin Fan over. After leaving the highway, the car quickly stopped on the street near an internet celebrity-style homestay. Lin Fan shouted, "What are you doing?" Sunny said, "Ha, you're amazing. You obviously took advantage of the situation, but you still said I meant for us to be together." I'm so beautiful, don't you want to be with me? The beautiful CEO, wearing sunglasses, immediately turned her head to look at Lin Fan with a delicate and attractive face. Her beautiful eyes flowed, reflected behind the sunglasses, her lips were rosy and tender, her teeth were neat and sharp, her neck was tall, her skin was snow white, and every time someone saw her, they would involuntarily stare. Strange, just because you are beautiful, do I want to be with you? What kind of logic is this? Lin Fan also deliberately did not follow her. You. Sunny's upper body rose and fell. Lin Fan glanced at Rin Feng for a while. But it was better not to stare, because as soon as he did, he was discovered by the other person's beautiful eyes. Lin Fan let out a painful cry. Before he could react, the beautiful CEO instantly squeezed the flesh on Lin Fan's arm with a beautiful hand. You rascal, are you still looking? Seeing Lin Fan in such pain, Sunny instantly felt a little emotional relief and smugness. But she continued to pretend to be angry. Lin Fan said, okay, I won't look, but we're so close to each other, and I'm a man, so it's not normal if I don't look, right? In fact, it was fine for her not to pinch herself, but as soon as she did, her body twisted even more, revealing even more, and Lin Fan's gaze became even more daring. This caused the beautiful CEO, who had discovered this, to blush instantly. Rascal! Pervert! Ah! No! It was as if the soul of the dragon had been squeezed out. After the other party finished speaking, Lin Fan also calmed down a bit. After all, the two people had only known each other for just one night. But then the beautiful CEO, not paying attention, lifted Lin Fan's arm and brought her red lips fiercely close to bite Lin Fan's arm. That feeling was really amazing. A feeling of soul shattering and the spirit leaving the body came over him instantly. Lin Fan felt that this beautiful CEO was indeed not to be trifled with. And he himself, it seemed, would never love again. He relished the feeling of the other person's mouth tearing into his. When the other person was done biting, he wiped his mouth contentedly. He said in a sweet voice, "Humph, you kid got off easy. I've thought about it, and since we've had sex and I've never had sex with anyone else, you're lucky." Lucky? What does that mean? Lin Fan was suddenly startled, and he heard the other person say, "Let's fall in love. Let's get together." Suni, the beautiful CEO, drove her own luxury car, carrying Lin Fan as her passenger. At this moment, she took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunning face, and firmly, as if after long and careful consideration, finally spoke her mind. Chapter 12, The Domineering, Arrogant, and Charming Woman. Talk about falling in love? The two of us? If I hadn't heard the words from the beautiful CEO in front of me with my own ears, her red lips opening and closing, it would have been like the stamens of a rose wriggling. Lin Fan specifically felt that what he heard was a lie. No wonder she said earlier that she would give him a Maybach someday. So that was the foreshadowing. Right, didn't you just say that maybe we should be together? Oh, she actually took the joke I just made seriously. No, she probably didn't take it seriously, but she needed a reason to break up the current delicate relationship between the two of us. I was just joking around. Lin Fan said. People who say they're joking often don't mean it. Sunny retorted. But as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately cooed, "What, are you losing out by dating me? There are so many people lining up to chase after me, I don't even care." Ha 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 ha. After hearing these words, the beautiful CEO thought to herself that the boy should be moved. But she didn't expect the other person to laugh maniacally, as if full of scorn. What she didn't know was that Lin Fan had heard his fiancé, no, ex-fiancé, say things like this before. At that time, when I was courting her, she told me the same thing. It was very sweet at first, but then, she and her family became parasites, grasping at me for all they could. What are you laughing at? Sandy's rosy lips parted slightly, as if she were testing Lin Fan's reaction. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush with her either, and said seriously, "I've heard you say this many times. It sounds good, but in the end, it's still like keeping a fish in a bowl, looking for a spare tire." Bah! What fish pond, spare tire? This beauty hates people who are two-hearted the most, do you know? Either the love is earth-shattering, sweet, you and I, or you don't love. Sunny responded very firmly. Okay, from now on is the first day of our love. I'll take you to remodel first. No, did I say I wanted to fall in love with her? Get off the car, in high heels, showing off her long legs and feet, and her delicate hands as she walked ahead. Lin Fan was following her, but then they were walking side by side. Her beautiful hands really made him want to hold them, but he felt that he shouldn't think like that. What, do you want to hold my hand? Well, it's not that I can't, it depends on your performance. Since it's our first day of dating, let's just hold hands lightly. After saying that, Lin Fan was a little surprised. But the beautiful president's jade fingers just rubbed against Lin Fan's, and whether it was intentional or not, she even stretched out her 5 fingers and made a trend of crossing her fingers with Lin Fan, but it was obvious that they were about to cross, and then quickly pulled away. Ha! Follow me, the men's wardrobe in here is quite good. Lin Fan was stunned as he watched everything in front of him. This domineering and arrogant woman. Girl, the environment here is pretty good, right? You have to be happy while you're alive, you can't let unhappy things occupy even a fraction of yourself. The red wine has just been opened, come and taste it. On the other side, Jiang Jin, who had been anxious, had originally planned to wait for news at home after listening to her sister's advice. But the uncle who liked her sent her a message asking her to go to a French-style Western restaurant with him, so she immediately came. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, who had dressed up with care, and for some reason, she immediately thought of the time when she used to go out with Lin Fan. She didn't want to think about it, but as soon as she did, she felt that the middle-aged man in front of her was too greasy. She even wondered why she had come here. Thank you. You don't have to do this. Jiang Jin politely responded to the other person's attentions. She thought she would probably just have a bite to eat and then go home to call her younger sister, Jiang Jin, to see how things were going over there. But the man across from her quickly said, "Thank you?" The girl, "What are you thanking me for? Treating you well is the happiest thing in the world for me. You must never be polite with me, otherwise, I will be sad." The man in front of her, wearing a suit and tie, with greasy hair and a bossy air about him, was 38 years old. His name is Qin Qin, just as his character suggests. Everyone calls him Teacher Qin because he is a self-media blogger with millions of followers, often publishing videos on Douyin about his views and experiences as a man fighting back. Most people would just throw it away, but the fact that his followers are growing means that there is a market for it. He was eyeing the girl he had longed for a long time, and she finally agreed to go out for a Western meal with him alone. He was already overjoyed. Now, seeing that the other person was being polite with him, he immediately did his best to brainwash her. He felt that under his attack, no girl could resist. "That's exaggerating, we didn't do anything, how can we make you sad?" Jiang Jin didn't really want to chat with him. She just ate the steak in small bites and sipped the red wine, trying to cheer herself up. Unexpectedly, as soon as she had spoken, the man in front of her immediately said, "Jin Jin, don't you understand my heart for you? If I don't have you, how painful would my life be? Jin Jin, since you and that guy have already broken up, why don't we just get together?" As he said this, the slick-haired man Qin Qin secretly glanced at Jiang Jin, the school beauty queen of Hujian University, in front of him. She had a somewhat elegant Japanese style. She was very pure and ladylike. Her well-proportioned figure is every man's dream. Subconsciously, he intentionally moved his leather-soled foot closer to the opposite side under the table, wanting to touch the other person's pure and beautiful legs if only slightly. At the same time, his fingers also intentionally moved to touch and take the beautiful school flower's hand in front of him. However, Jiang Jin, the always sensitive school flower of Hujian University, sensitively caught it and quickly dodged. "Sorry, thank you for your invitation, I still have things to do, I'll go first." After saying this, while wiping his fingers with a napkin, he suddenly sensed someone approaching in his pink sneakers. He immediately stood up. He said, "Teacher Qin, I respect you very much, so please don't do anything you will regret. Also, some people are obviously just friends, but some people will do things that they shouldn't, which is quite disgusting. Let's not meet again in the future." He quickly withdrew. Watching the disgusting actions of the old man in front of her, Jiang Jin felt nauseous. She immediately thought of the previous times she had gone out with Lin Fan. They had also been to similar Western restaurants. But at that time, Lin Fan had kept telling her sweet nothings. He had even written love poems for her. To be honest, no one else could compare with his romantic and emotional value. After finishing, she grabbed her Chanel bag and left the Western restaurant with a pure and gentle figure. Only the self-satisfied, successful and wealthy middle-aged man Qin Qin was left standing there. Gone? Chapter 13. So, you like me? Not bad, you look quite handsome when you dress up. Shopping mall, fitting room. Only Sunny and Lin Fan, both wearing high heels, are inside, with a mirror in front and a curtain at the back. But intentionally or unintentionally, the two are standing very close to each other, which is a bit ambiguous. In the afternoon, after taking Lin Fan into a clothing brand store, Sunny picked out several clothes for him in a row. Some were even in styles that Lin Fan had never tried before. When he saw the price written on the tag, a shirt was over 5,000, a blouse was over 8,000, and a pair of shoes was 10,200. This really surprised Lin Fan. He doesn't care what kind of clothes he wears, as long as they are fresh and clean. Therefore, he was a bit resistant to not doing this. But Sunny, who was wearing silver high heels and showing off her slender legs, was determined to buy Lin Fan some clothes. Whenever Lin Fan showed any sign of reluctance, the other person would immediately say, "What? You want to tell me what to do when I'm buying clothes for my boyfriend?" Lin Fan was a little speechless. "But when did I say you were my boyfriend? I didn't, did I?" But Lin Fan knew that this woman had just been through something like that, and now she was determined to hold herself together. He decided not to open up the other person's wounds. "Right? In fact, I also think I'm quite handsome. I just need to work on my abs a bit more." Looking at the handsome man in the mirror, after putting on the high-quality clothes, his spirit and temperament really improved a lot. The clothes fit well and were trendy and fashionable. In the meantime, a well-dressed shop assistant was standing by the door, asking customers for their opinions on the clothes. To be honest, in such a cramped fitting room, Lin Fan had to undress and change clothes by himself. The beautiful shop assistant didn't seem to mind at all, though. She kept her head down, replying to a text message on her phone, while taking a leisurely look up and down at Lin Fan. "It's okay, with abs or without abs, I think you're pretty good. Can I touch them?" "Fuck." At first, Lin Fan thought he had heard it wrong, but seeing the other person's expression, which did indeed mean a lot, looking at him, and feeling that she had a bit of a tomboyish beauty, Lin Fan was not afraid of her. He lifted up his shirt, exposing his body, which, although he had six-pack abs, was gradually losing some definition, and let the other person touch it a little. It's best to look her in the face. However, when she ran one of her beautiful hands along Lin Fan's chest to his abs, feeling it as she teased him, she said, not bad, it's hard, you have a pretty good figure." Lin Fan was tickled. When Lin Fan put his clothes down, he suddenly looked down at the intellectual and elegant beauty next to him in the fitting room, and noticed how close they were. And in such a confined space, they could see each other's bodies with a turn of the head or in the corner of their eyes. Suddenly, their eyes met, and her rosy lips sucked lightly from time to time, giving each other an ambiguous feeling. And her skin was so crystal white, delicate, and dense. If it weren't for the young lady clerk outside suddenly hearing no movement in the fitting room, she would immediately politely ask, Sir, madam, do you have any questions?" "No problem. Pack these up." Sunny's arrogant and domineering voice. "What, do you like me? Looking at me from your perspective, in a fitting room like this, Lin Fan, are you thinking naughty thoughts?" Her voice was teasing, as if she was curious and knew what Lin Fan was thinking. Lin Fan immediately said, "Don't tease me. As adult men and women, when we can see each other's bodies in such a confined space, and we're in a shopping mall, who wouldn't feel like trying it?" The beautiful president was stunned by his words. Her pretty face suddenly turned a little red. Rascal! This kid really dares to say that. Or do all young people nowadays play so high? Coincidentally, I don't want to try. Sunny picked up the clothes that Lin Fan had just tried on and, as she walked out of the fitting room, deliberately whispered these words. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Fan heard them, he immediately said, "Don't pretend, the great desire of men and women who eat and drink is there. As long as you are a living person, you cannot avoid such feelings. By the way, Ms. Sang, you are quite good at hiding it. This beautiful executive officer is very efficient." While Lin Fan was still thinking about changing the original clothes, she had already carried the expensive clothes that Lin Fan tried on, put them in the basket, pushed them over, and let the saleswoman remove all the tags and pay to check out. Lin Fan said, "Don't buy it for me, I'll transfer the money to you." "That's ridiculous. I buy clothes for my boyfriend, there's no reason for the other person to pay. I have the money. On the contrary, you, being young, need to save money to marry me." Lin Fan's legs were shaking from all the talking. What was wrong with her? The two of them had just slept together. It was bad enough that she had proposed to start dating, but now it looked like she wanted to get married right away. Lin Fan got dressed. The newly purchased clothes were also packed. Sunny handed them to Lin Fan with a smile on her face. Then she walked out of the store. At the door, the beautiful CEO suddenly held out her beautiful hand and said to Lin Fan, "Come, you were quite obedient today, so I'll reward you by letting you hold my hand." Let's see if you'll be moved. Ah, I didn't think the beautiful CEO would flirt like that before. Although I predicted that she was rich, I didn't expect that she would also be so good at seducing men. Lin Fan immediately dissed her upon hearing this. You're so good at sweet talk, you must have been in a lot of relationships. Put. Just you. What, do you want me to have more? Sunny smiled lightly, walking gracefully and calmly inside the mall. Every time I see her, I get the same feeling as if I'm seeing a beautiful woman. Passers-by can't help but turn their heads frequently. As a result, Lin Fan soon gave Sunny a glare and said, "Hey, I feel like you've changed. You're not supposed to be like this." Then what kind of person am I? Don't talk to me like that. We didn't know each other before, so how can you feel that I changed? What if I was always like this? I just have a quiet and beautiful face. Well, you let the other person say whatever they want. The two of them then went shopping for a while. As it got dark, Lin Fan looked at the time. Although he didn't have anything to do in the afternoon and his colleagues at the company had taken care of everything, as the boss he still wanted to go back and take a look, so he suggested saying goodbye here. He would pay for the check and transfer the money to her after he went back and checked the price. However, he did not expect that the other party, as soon as she heard Lin Fan say such words, immediately said, "Why, we haven't even started living together yet, and you want to separate from me? I told you, those are the things I bought for you, wear them well, I want to see a more handsome you tonight." After saying this, she left the shopping mall. Lin Fan thought about taking a taxi to the police station to retrieve his car, but as soon as he turned around, the other party said, "Where are you going? You haven't been to my place yet. Come home with me tonight for dinner." No, didn't she just say that they were just dating? Why is she suddenly going to her place? Is this going to happen that quickly? Chapter 14, Going Home with the Beautiful CEO. Don't look at me so surprised. I said that from today onwards, we're in a relationship. You're quite lucky. You've managed to get me. Oof. Sunny was intentionally or unintentionally showing off her figure. Lin Fan had seen it before, and it really wasn't bad. Her body is of the top class, with a well-proportioned figure. When you look at her up close, the sense of distance feels like the ultimate torture. But at that moment, I was just thinking about how lucky I was. Could it be that after breaking up with Jiang Jin's family, I have changed my fate against the heavens? Sometimes, fate is really unpredictable. But as soon as Lin Fan heard this, he immediately said, "What do you mean I'm quite lucky? You're the one who's lucky. Then tell me what blessings I have." Sunny asked in return. Of course, just knowing me is already a blessing. I can do a lot of things. Not only can I give people a full emotional experience, I can also give the other person romantic surprises, and even my body and soul are amazing. Put it this way, but. He was saying. It looked like he was about to describe it in a way similar to the words but, I like the girl, and no one can get her, they all love me. But he quickly stopped himself. Up to this point, Sunny had given Lin Fan the impression that she was not a flirtatious person and was even a virgin, and if it weren't for the accident with Lin Fan, she would probably remain so for a long time. She was busy at work and protected herself well. That was why Lin Fan kept thinking about her. Whatever. Go on. As they chatted, he had planned to go back to the company, but unexpectedly, when Sunny interacted with Lin Fan, he couldn't help but get into the other person's car. When he realized what had happened, he suddenly remembered that today, when he had some free time, he had checked the company's current business status and the live broadcast rooms of several of his brands, and everything was proceeding normally. At the moment, he only needed to check the financial reports every day and work on employee benefits, and it was enough to maintain the morale of some important core employees. It's nothing. Lin Fan suddenly let out a long breath. I know what you're going to say even if you don't say it. You're going to say that you're great at picking up girls and that there's no girl you like that you can't get. I don't know you yet. Wow. The car was speeding. In a matter of moments, it had reached the elevated highway. The wind outside the window entered the car, fluttering the long hair of the intellectual beauty next to him, and then it entered Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan immediately said, "I didn't say that, you're the one who thinks that way. Hey, I've noticed that Miss Sunny really knows how to add drama to a scene. This beautiful CEO is used to compliments, but occasionally when someone dares to go against the grain and say something like this, she doesn't get angry, she laughs." She looked at Lin Fan's handsome profile with her beautiful eyes and said in a soft voice, "So tell me, how did I add drama?" Lin Fan, of course, expressed his true thoughts. The result was that not only did she not get angry with him, but she laughed heartily. Damn, she really seemed to like his fortune-telling. Later, when the two arrived at the villa area in North Golf Court in Central, the car stopped at the familiar front entrance and drove into the garage. In front of her, she was wearing high heels, giggling, with the beautiful and intellectual figure of Qianying in front of her, and Lin Fan behind her. They got into the elevator where only the two of them existed. During this time, a neighbor here led an Alaskan Malamute over, and Miss Sunny bent down with a wonderful smile and stroked the dog's head. It seemed to be enjoying it. Lin Fan, however, subconsciously hid far away he had been bitten by a dog when he was a child. Although he also knew that basically all dogs in the city were domesticated and would not cause any problems, he subconsciously wanted to stay away. Then Miss Sunny, smiling beautifully, flirted with him. "Oh, are you afraid of dogs?" "Who's afraid?" Lin Fan of course denied it. In critical moments, he would definitely be the one in the front. "Okay, if you're not afraid, I'll get one in a couple of days." Lin Fan took a step forward, almost slapping the other person's snow-white face. Did she deliberately tease him? She looked so cold and aloof. Later that night, Lin Fan returned to the place where he had a one-night stand with Sunny, the beautiful CEO. He noticed that after entering her house, the originally messy sofa and the clothes of the two people on the floor had all been tidied up. The high heels of the young lady and the two high and dark shoe cabinets at the door were also neatly organized. Turning his head to look, Lin Fan realized what a high-heeled shoe enthusiast she was. There were even PVC heels without heels. There were all kinds of shoes, from Valentino to red-soled rhinestones, pointed 10 cm stilettos with thin stems, and dazzling diamonds. In contrast to his ex-fiancée, Jiang Jin, the school beauty queen of Hujiang University, although she had a great figure and was a ladylike type, she would never wear high heels unless Lin Fan asked her to. Even if he didn't ask, she would never wear them anyway. This was another important reason why Lin Fan broke up with her family. When two people are together, they must be suitable for each other and be very infatuated with each other. Later, they looked at the clock and it was already 7:40 p.m. My stomach is growling a little. Soon, the two of them had just gone in and changed their shoes. Sunny said in a soft voice, "Hey, can you put my high heels in the closet for me later?" Lin Fan was about to argue back. Why should he put her high heels away? But then a virtuous voice immediately came, "Miss, you're back." "Aha, is there someone at home?" At the same time, Lin Fan was surprised to see an auntie with a dignified appearance, but obviously over 35, coming out of the kitchen with an apron on. "Well, Auntie Shin, is dinner ready? I'm really hungry today." "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my live-in auntie, Shin Rui. Auntie Shin, she's been with me for a long time. She knows my eating and living habits best. And this is my boyfriend, Lin Fan." "Your name is Lin Fan, right?" She took off the pink little perfume on the outside, revealing the graceful waistline accentuated by the dress inside, while introducing the two of them with a somewhat weary and sweet voice. This boyfriend? Didn't the young lady just say that she didn't want a boyfriend? How many times has her mother nagged her? Now she has a boyfriend, but it seems that she didn't have one a few days ago. And why does she not even seem to know the other person's name? Liven maid Shin Rui, Auntie Shin, I was going to say hello when Miss returned, start preparing dinner, and see what else she wanted. But now the CPU has been burned by Miss. Chapter 15, This Hussy. Nanny Auntie Shin has been with Sunny's family since Sunny's mother settled abroad. Both mother and daughter trust her implicitly, but since Sunny has now set up a very big business in China, she definitely can't leave, so mother and daughter are currently living apart. And Miss Sunny is a workaholic who doesn't even talk about relationships. But now the situation is, Miss Sunny actually has a boyfriend? She thought about it for a while, and then looked at this handsome young man named Lin Fan for a while. Although Miss Lin is spoiled and demanding, she affectionately called the other person her boyfriend. And she brought him back home. This has never happened before. Later, Auntie Shin suddenly understood that Miss Lin must have had sex with the handsome man in front of her. That's why Miss Lin said that. That's why Miss Lin introduced him so casually. So, won't the master of the house be coming to this villa in the future? Well, dinner is already ready, and it has been prepared for Miss a long time ago. I will go to the kitchen and serve it to Mississippi. Mr. Lin, you can eat with us too, don't be shy. The beautiful woman in front of her, Sunny, also saw that Auntie Shin, who was usually gentle, was looking at her boyfriend Lin Fan with a little daze in her eyes, so she quickly glanced at her. Auntie Shin immediately responded shrewdly. She naturally had some discernment. When the other party brought the prepared meal, Lin Fan realized how this beautiful CEO was nourished on a daily basis. In addition to a very rich variety of dishes, such as braised pork, spare ribs with string beans, fried chicken, braised sea bass, bacon steak, etc., there was also bird's nest and chicken soup. This allowed Sunny to enjoy her meal in a pleasant and comfortable way. In addition, there are also very fresh imported grapes, kiwis, papayas, etc., which have been peeled and reveal their colorful, chewy flesh. They look very tempting. No wonder this beautiful CEO has such a high face value and such good skin. Apart from the food, she must have played the piano and danced since she was a child. Otherwise, how could she be so charming? Hey, women brought up in wealthy families are just different. What are you looking at? Eat. This will be your home from now on. After Suni got out of the shower, she changed into a cherry blossom pink nightgown, with her long, healthy black hair hanging down her shoulders. She sat facing Lin Fan in her seat, wearing shiny black glasses. She didn't feel anything, but Lin Fan felt like this was all a dream. Her family's villa had 3 floors. Each floor was about 100 square meters, equivalent to a Western-style house, but decorated in an Instagram style. While they were eating, there was also some nice soft music playing. I don't really feel like eating, I've been dieting recently. Lin Fan laughed. Ha? Are you worried it won't taste good? Auntie Shin is a good cook, and my girlfriends always praise her cooking when they come over. Seeing that her boyfriend didn't have much of an appetite, Sunny quickly took a small, elegant sip of another dish and found that it actually tasted quite good. So she stood up and picked up a piece of braised pork to offer to Lin Fan. Auntie Shin was in the kitchen, doing something, but she came out at the sound of the voice and stood at the door, looking sideways. As if to say, you have to eat it to know, the nanny was still confident in her cooking. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Fan tasted a small bite of the braised pork, he let out a wow and praised it. It's so delicious. It's delicious. The outside is crispy, the inside tender, chewy and full of flavor. It's a revelation, and it makes your soul happy. To be honest, she's never had anything this delicious. This may be because she grew up without her parents, and she always feels like something is missing in her life. In the past, when he was with Jiang Jin had something that Lin Fan didn't. But now it seems that what she lacks is the warmth of a family and a cooking style that leaves no one unimpressed. I said it was delicious, right? Here, have another piece. Don't worry about your figure, in the future, when we're together, we can exercise together every day, I'll do yoga, and you can do fitness. If that doesn't work, you can just do yoga with me. The beautiful CEO is smiling sweetly. Judging from her figure, she is proud and graceful, and even though she is wearing pajamas at the moment, you still feel that they can't hide her charming body. She really is beautiful. Modest and elegant, with a touch of tenderness. Lin Fan sighed with emotion. She has quite the feminine charm, and I don't know if it's intentional or if she just naturally likes it. It's like a dream. What Jiang Jin couldn't give herself, this beautiful CEO has it all. What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking. Suddenly, Sunny snapped. As a result, there was a thud, and the chopsticks fell to the ground. Lin Fan bent down to pick them up, but they were too far inside. After bending down to pick them up, he subconsciously wanted to get up, but he was hit again before he could evacuate. With a cry of awe, the sharp pain in his head came at the same time. It made the other person laugh. Serves you right, if you look again, I'll step on you. She sat upright, elegant, crossed her long legs, as if she didn't care, and then spoke sternly in a reserved, domineering voice. If you're so capable, go ahead and step on me. Lin Fan wasn't going to indulge her. So what if she was pretty and gentle? This female hooligan, if she dared to act like this, Lin Fan would definitely fix her. I can still fix you. Then I really will step on you. Sunny said in a soft voice. Her expression seemed a little flustered. Well, you step on it. Come on. Lin Fan half got up, his sharp eyebrows shining, and he looked at the other person as well. But when Sunny looked at Lin Fan's arrogance, it was as if she thought of something she shouldn't have, and her face suddenly turned red. At the same time, her lips suddenly reproached, think beautiful. This caused Lin Fan to simply give her a blank look. Still thinking about it. However, the situation between the two of them today was that they had just made some progress. Even the live-in nanny at her house had seen it for the first time. It wouldn't be good if the nanny heard the rowdy things they said to each other. Sunny indicated the location of the kitchen, and Lin Fan sneered, and then both of them were a bit restrained when speaking. After waiting until the dishes were tasted, the nanny removed all the dishes on the table to wash the dishes. The two of them ate the imported fruits that had been peeled and cored and arranged on the table. Each busy with their own affairs, Lin Fan then noticed that the beautiful CEO kept eating papaya. It seemed that she paid a lot of attention to health. Lin Fan quickly flirted with her, "Eat more, do you want me to peel it for you? Papaya is very nourishing." As a result, the other person subconsciously covered her hands and said in a sweet voice, "Rascal, don't think I don't know what you're trying to say. Here, give me a grape to eat." She is quite a little girl right now. Like a shy girl. Lin Fan laughed and said, "Okay, if you don't mind my hands, take it and eat it." Then he took a grape and handed it to the other person. But the other person quickly shook his head, bowing his head as if he was busy dealing with something, while cooling. Being a boyfriend is not being rude like this. "Oh, you mouth feed it to me." Chapter 16. So, is this how you propose to fall in love? That night, Lin Fan seemed to have suddenly opened the door to a top-level love experience. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, when they were leaving, Sunny teasingly asked if he wanted to stay the night. Lin Fan said yes, and that he might show up in your room in the middle of the night, so don't be surprised. As a result, the beautiful CEO immediately grunted, "Humph. Then it'll be me showing up in your room, so you better watch yourself." The two men behind him looked a little reluctant. "But I wasn't in the office all day, and if I don't go back now, it won't look good." So I said goodbye to the other person. But before I left, the other person tenderly said to me, "Don't forget to pick me up after work tomorrow." It seemed like the relationship was just getting started. What's more, she still had something to save for herself. The next morning, Jiangjin, who had not heard from her fiancé Lin Fan all night, lost sleep for the first time. But fortunately, she usually sleeps a lot, so despite staying up late and not being able to sleep, it didn't affect her much. As the school flower of Hujian University, her primary productivity is naturally her appearance. Therefore, since being supported by Lin Fan, she only goes to work occasionally, pays the 5 social insurance premiums and 1 housing fund, and her work is very relaxed. Her current job is to be the co-chief executive officer in her best friend's company, and it may also be related to her talent. You may say that she is weak at work, but in fact, she is quite strong in practice. Lin Fan was initially worried that she would be a drag on the team, but then he realized that he had been thinking too much, and Jiangjin has her own strengths. Otherwise, she would not have been invited to be a partner and take the position of chief executive officer. What's wrong? You're not in the best of moods today. The company they work for is in the fashion industry, and they are currently preparing for a fashion show. The idea is based on a Venusian beauty who, one day, saw her beautiful reflection in a lake and was so shocked that she turned into a narcissus. Vivian, the best friend and owner of the fashion company, sees that Jiangjin is a bit down. She passes her a cup of coffee in between tasks. "Lin Fan is asking to break up with me. I haven't seen him for 2 days in a row." Jiangjin's words were also curt, and she directly stated the reason. Break up? In the venue, the new model who auditioned today was still auditioning, and Vivian asked the other party in surprise. But then she said, "That shouldn't be the case. Linda handsome guy chased after you so hard in college, and at the time I was very envious." Vivian was telling the truth when she said this. In the beginning, they were all students at Hujian University. If not for her best friend Jiangjin, who was more popular, she might be with Lin Fan now. There was nothing to be envious of. Once a man changes his mind, it is hard to get him back. However, I believe he is just being stubborn and will come back to her in a few days to ask for a second chance. Jiangjin had thought about it all night and had come to a conclusion. She and Lin Fan could not be separated, and Lin Fan could not be separated from her either. As for the reasons, let's not talk about the fact that all his current assets are in her name, and that he would have a hard time getting by without her. Then there is the intimate life the two have, which is a level that most men and women cannot reach. The two often feel so stimulated and excited by each other that they feel their lives are not in vain. That day, Lin Fan told himself with great satisfaction that she was the only woman he had ever loved in his life. No one can compare to her charm and beauty. I think you should be careful. Lin Fan is so handsome and his career is so successful now. There are a lot of women eyeing him, so you can't be careless. Despite her reluctance, Vivian still wished her younger sister well. She felt that Jiangjin was overconfident. Diligence is the key. But then Jiangjin said, "There are so many women eyeing him, so I feel a sense of accomplishment when I'm with him. So many girls like him but can't get him, but he only loves me. Vivian, let's make a bet. He'll definitely come back tonight. Do you believe it or not? I don't know how deep their feelings are for each other now, but Vivian is worried about their current relationship crisis. In the past, where have you seen the handsome Linda leave the school flower Jiangjun for even an hour? Now it's been 2 days and 2 nights. Okay, as long as you know what's going on in your heart, but I think men need to pay more attention to their inner thoughts, and pleasing each other is the only way to last long. Jiangjun nodded and said, I know, it's okay. Jiangjun? Someone is at the door with flowers for you. However, at this moment, the receptionist suddenly came to the modeling audition venue and called out to her. Jiangjun glanced over and subconsciously asked, Who? Just take them if someone sent them to you. In response, Jiangjun, who was already used to receiving flowers, didn't really understand the nature of it, and just distributed the flowers to the young ladies in the company as usual. But she heard the receptionist say, A man who claims to be Mr. Chin said that he will always love you and asked me to tell you that. The receptionist had just spoken. Vivian laughed out loud. She said, This feeling is so similar to the character played by Fanwei. There was a burst of laughter in the room. Okay, I understand. Tell him that I'm a little busy right now, but I'll meet him after work. She was fine with this suggestion, but as soon as she finished speaking, Vivian was shocked. Jinjin, aren't you and Lin Fan in a sensitive emotional period? Under these circumstances, you still want to go out with other men and keep other people's appointments? If Lin Fan knew about this, he would break your legs. Jiangjun, however, disagreed. She said, Vivian, do you know why you can't fall in love? It's because you don't understand the tug of war between men and women. I hope Lin Fan can see me going out with other men, so that he can be emotionally aroused and desperately beg for a reunion with me. I'm afraid the commotion isn't loud enough. Vivian was stunned when she heard this. She quickly advised, Sister, you're playing with fire. Aren't you worried about causing irreparable consequences? Just reject the guy who's been sending you flowers. The fact that he's after you means he thinks there's hope, and now that you've agreed to go on a date, he'll be even more persistent. Vivian has heard about this guy, too. She met him once before, but he looked like a playboy and a veteran of the dating scene. He was no match for Lin Fan, who is so pure and devoted. It's good to be pursued. It reminds me that there are so many people who like me. If that guy doesn't come and beg for reconciliation, I'll just keep going. Vivi, why don't you make a video of me holding flowers and send it to him? Just say that there is a man chasing me in the company, and the other party is still a rich uncle. Vivian was almost dizzy from the other party's logic. If she really did that, she was 100% sure that Lin Fan would definitely not want her anymore. She was being stubborn. If she didn't do anything, she wouldn't die. By then, she would be crying and begging Lin Fan to get back together. New book for support, the next chapter will be updated around 12 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 17, Open Air Hot Spring. After work, an open air hot spring. Lin Fan, who had originally taken the day off, saw that it was almost time to go home from work, and saw that the company employees were preparing for the big promotion in full swing, so he thought to himself that he would also keep an eye on the palace for a while. Unexpectedly, he suddenly remembered what the beautiful president said last night, that he would pick her up from work today. In the morning, he was wondering where your company is exactly and how to pick you up. Besides, I didn't say I was going to pick you up. But at noon, she sent the coordinates of her office. Magic City, Global Harbor, Studio. Dismissal at 1800 hours. Later, the other party sent a voice message over, saying that the two of us would go to the hot springs at night. Hey, I didn't want to pick her up in the first place. But recently, the weather has gradually become colder, and he has been exhausted from work this month, and he is thinking about where to go to relax and unwind. As a result, the other party said such a location. Well, I don't have anything to do after work now, and I don't have to deal with that parasite anymore. It feels so good to be able to go out with a beautiful woman to an open-air hot spring after work. Lin Fan thought to himself. After driving his Mercedes-Benz E-Class at top speed all the way to the bottom of their company building, he saw a woman dressed elegantly, with a silk blouse and a split skirt that showed off her legs, waving at him from the roadside. Lin Fan opened the window and pulled over in front of her. He laughed. Hey, how did you know it was me? My boyfriend is picking me up. Of course I know it's my boyfriend. What, do you think we're starting to get along? Today's Ms. Sunny is elegant and well-mannered, and her legs show that she is very intellectual. Come on, sister, how did you manage to act so natural after our accident? Now, she can't be seen in the least bit, and she will be affected by the sadness of losing her virginity that day. Hey, don't mention it, or I'll step on you again. Come on, give it to me, if you're so capable, step on me. It's better not to mention it, but as soon as Lin Fan looked at her, intentionally or not, she subconsciously glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan also looked at her. Let's go, drive, and go to this place. After Sunny got in the car, she said with a sweet voice and extended her beautiful hand to tap the address and forward it to Lin Fan. It took about 40 minutes to get there. In no time, the car went onto the elevated highway, crossed the Yangpu Bridge, and sped along the road. Lin Fan saw the way she got into the car and immediately teased her, saying, "Hey, Sunny, do you know that sexy and beautiful women need a ritual when they get into a car?" "What ritual?" She looked down at her phone. When she heard Lin Fan speak to her, she looked up, revealing a pretty face. Their eyes met, and then they looked away again. The waves in her heart surged up suddenly. It must be the way flight attendants sit. How should she sit? Sunny was asking. Lin Fan said, after opening the door, "Turn your back to the door first, be elegant and tender." The beautiful CEO seemed to be busy with something. She didn't quite catch what he said, but she didn't want to ruin his mood, so she subconsciously said sweetly, "Okay, got it." Her words were obedient. Lin Fan was instantly delighted, and said, "No, you have to sit like this every time you see me in the future." "Okay." Sunny subconsciously replied. "I really can't believe it." At 7 p.m., the two arrived at the outdoor hot spring on time. Lin Fan originally thought that he needed to go in and buy a ticket before entering. Unexpectedly, the ancient-style waitress in a cherry blossom costume at the door, as soon as she saw that it was Sunny, immediately became more polite and said, "Ms. Sunny, you're here. It seems like you haven't been here in a long time. This way, please, sir." VLP channel? Forget VLP, Lin Fan had never noticed that there was a VLP channel here before. Is the imagination of ordinary people limited? Moreover, there is no sign here. Knowing Lin Fan's surprised beauty president, while walking, told Lin Fan, "This hot spring hall was opened by a Dutch friend of mine, and I am also one of the shareholders. Ting Ting, in the future, if this gentleman and his friends want to come, they will all be free." Okay, Sunny, you're playing it that way, aren't you? You want to show off your advantages one after the other, don't you? Okay, then I'll give you a good time in the future. When the two of them went into the VLP room to change, Lin Fan took a set of cool black bathrobes, while Sunny took a set of cherry pink ones. When they went to the dressing room to change, she said, "I actually wanted to choose this cool black set for you too, but I didn't expect a guy like you to have such good taste. You really are my boyfriend. See you later, honey." What just happened? Lin Fan could still hear the sound in his ears. The beautiful CEO's rosy lips had suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered the word honey at him in a serious tone. The beauty of her red lips was still caressing Lin Fan's ear. This bitch really knows how to do it. After the other person left, Lin Fan changed his clothes inside while posting what had just happened to his daily group chat with his friends, nicknamed, "Let's Do It, the 4 biggest potentials." His friends and besties immediately exploded in the group chat. "Lulu, take her. After breaking up with that bitch Jiangjun, your luck just keeps on coming." This is a message from his good friend Lulu. He fully supports his decision. In fact, he had long since sensed that something was wrong with Jiangjun and her family and had advised Lin Fan to cut his losses. "Zhang Zei, are you serious? Your wife is a shareholder of this high-end spa? Afong, I'm so jealous. Can I make a reservation in advance?" Lin Fan, who had read the group message, let out a bitter laugh. He replied, "What wife? We just met not long ago." "Lulu, just asking, did you get her?" "Did you get her?" Afong, "Yes." Lin Fan, "I don't know if I can say I got her, but we had a pretty intense night, and it was totally unexpected." Lulu, "Ha, so you got her, you little rascal, you're in the club now." Zhang Zei, "Ha ha ha." Afong, "Ha ha, at Lulu, you're still my big brother." Lin Fan, "No, he just shared what happened to him. Why are you guys flirting? It's been a few days since I've been in the group, and I'm really restless." I almost forgot, among his close friends, except for one who was currently in a relationship, the other two are both single. The boys are having fun. Chapter 18, Pink Bikini. Lin Fan finally said in the group chat, "If you guys want to hang out, come here anytime." Sunny said, "If you're my friend, it's all free here." Don't be shy. The group's friends all felt Lin Fan was a generous girlfriend. Without hesitation, they said they were free and would go after work that night. Lin Fan nodded. Let's meet up then. The group once again resounded with boisterous voices. Red wine bath, sand bath, lavender bath, water curtain bath, ancient tree spring bath, leisure bath. Needless to say, the bathhouse here is quite unique in design, with a strong ancient style. Lin Fan had just changed and came out when he saw people not far away wearing costumes singing the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Young men and women came and went in the hot spring hall, some guys topless, showing off their muscular lines. Some beautiful women were wearing bikinis, running and laughing. When Miss Sunny came out, Lin Fan first brightened up. She was wearing a cherry blossom costume, slender like a classical beauty. Her long, lazy hair was pinned back with Korean-style hairpins, revealing her high, snow-white neck. When Lin Fan first saw her, she greeted him, saying, "Have you made your choice? Which bathhouse shall we go to?" "Don't worry, we're with SVLP. Apart from the public bathhouses, all the others here are private all-inclusive bathhouses. The water is crystal clear, it's changed every time, and there's no one else in there." Lin Fan let out a long sigh. It's really great to be rich. You don't have to worry about queues or crowds when you go to a hot spring. When I think about the times when I went to hot springs with my friends in the past, it was so crowded. It was like ordering dumplings. Red wine bath, right? Lin Fan thought about it. He actually quite wanted to see what a carefree bath was and what the ancient sacred spring bath was. Since they were here, they might as well enjoy themselves. The beautiful CEO nodded and let the waitress lead them there together. During this time, Sunny looked back several times, her beautiful eyes looking at him thoughtfully, and she whispered, "Why, do you think I have a good figure? You like being behind me so much." Lin Fan immediately said, "Yes, who's to say otherwise? Miss Sunny, you have such a great figure because you eat papayas so often?" Sunny subconsciously thought of the papaya joke, her face flushed slightly, and she stopped walking, waiting for him to come over and said, "Don't ever mention papayas again. Can't I just be born with a great figure? If you have such a good figure, does your mother also have a great body?" Lin Fan followed the other person's train of thought. "That's right, my mother has such a figure that when a man sees her, his eyes just fall straight." "I don't believe it." Lin Fan actually wanted to see it and said so deliberately. Just wait, I'll show you after we've finished soaking in the hot springs." Along the way, Lin Fan was quite looking forward to it. He thought, as the saying goes, like mother, like daughter, who says a daughter isn't a carbon copy of her mother. But Lin Fan felt that this intellectual and quiet beauty president must be even more beautiful than her mother. Look at the way she walks, with her charming demeanor. The key is that her butt is perky and peachy. And when the two arrived at the VLP territory of the red wine bath, the thatched cottages surrounding them opened up, and fresh fruit and snacks were placed next to them. As soon as the waitress left, Sunny unbuttoned the cherry blossom bathrobe she was wearing, revealing a pink bikini underneath. Lin Fan was instantly mesmerized. The cherry blossom she had pinned in her hair was the icing on the cake. Her delicate and graceful face was instantly stunning, and the feeling of a peerless beauty came over him. "No, no, no. Miss Sunny, how dare you show yourself to me like this? Pfft, don't be so surprised. Haven't you seen me like this the other night? Compared to that night, I'm quite decent now, right?" Sunny seemed to be seeing a family member. Although she walked with some shyness and embarrassment, her fair beauty skin and enchanting figure were truly peerless. "What are you still doing? Take off your clothes. Come in." "Okay." Lin Fan was almost shocked by what the other person said. He shrugged and said, "You're a pretty woman, too, so you can't be a little reserved." He actually always liked shy and bashful beauties. They might not be so proactive, but when you guide them to do something, they appear before you like a lotus flower emerging from the water. That's called fresh and refined, and she's beyond beautiful. When Sunny saw Lin Fan say this, she immediately laughed and said, "So you like a little modesty? Fine, I'll start being modest now." She said this and then got into the water, reaching down to let her long hair fall down and drape over the red wine bath. Her beautiful back was exposed, and her graceful figure was faintly visible in the bath, on display for Lin Fan. Lin Fan cursed under his breath, "Okay, Sunny, you're really something. You know that innocent beauties are a huge turn-on for men, right? The way she looks now is exactly what men think of when they think of an innocent goddess." She was already beautiful, but she also had sakura petals pinned in her long hair, and her skin was already very white and delicate, but she also wore a girly pink bikini. She really was just too beautiful. What, aren't you coming in? If you like, you can look at me all you want. Oh, by the way, I'm going to take some pictures later, so please, Linda photographer, help me take some good ones. Hurry up. Lin Fan. It took about half an hour, and Lin Fan spent the whole time taking pictures of this innocent beauty in the red wine bath. At first, he didn't bother, but then, looking through the lens, he noticed that she looked superb on camera. She was even better than those so-called flower child stars nowadays. She also had a bit of a Japanese beauty feel to her. This aroused Lin Fan's desire to take pictures. Not only did he take many pictures of her beautiful back in the bathtub, but also went onto the shore of the bathtub where she sat beautifully and took many full-body pictures. Moreover, she struck poses. She was also very good at finding the camera. Lin Fan was amazed at every turn. When Sunny came over and saw the pictures Lin Fan had taken of her, she also praised him, saying, "Hubby, you're so good at taking pictures. I want more, I want more. In the future, you'll take all my photos." Lin Fan. My goodness, I just took your photo on a whim. Although Lin Fan's photography skills are indeed good, in the past, when he took 2 random photos on the street, when other people saw them, they all scrambled to let Lin Fan take their photos. But now, isn't this pure beauty going to make Lin Fan her personal photographer? I don't want any more. If we're together in the future, won't I be finished? In the red wine bath, the 2 people's bodies touched each other unintentionally, and they looked at each other unintentionally in the corner of their eyes. Lin Fan sighed with emotion. What a sin. An early update, the next chapter will be released at 12 o'clock tomorrow. If it's not released, remember to hit me. Chapter 19 Hot Search. A female hostess surnamed Zhang has been banned? The wonderful night quickly passed. For this reason, after Lin Fan returned home, he did 10 minutes of plank support and 500 Pilates in one go, and didn't stop until he was dripping with sweat. There was no way around it. The image of the beautiful CEO in a bikini, emerging like a lotus flower from the red wine bath, with a pair of beautiful eyes looking at him proudly and lovingly, was constantly flashing in his mind, and it was like a soul collision that went straight to the core of his being. It made him can't help but miss her. The only way to relieve the longing was to go to the gym. What's more, when he went to sleep at night, he even dreamed that the other person suddenly appeared in his bed. They embraced, kissed, and he kissed her back. What a sin! If it wasn't for the fact that the next morning, after Lin Fan had finished the morning meeting at the company, he was sitting in the office, drinking the tea made by the female secretary and basking in the sun leisurely, when suddenly he saw a hot search on Weibo. He almost completely forgot about Jiang Jin's former fiancée, the school beauty queen of Hujian University. The key to this Weibo hot search is as follows. Hashtag a certain female anchor surnamed Zhang has been banned. There are also several other hot searches attached. Hashtag Zhang. Hashtag female anchor showing skin. Hashtag a lot of skin. In fact, these days it is not uncommon for anchors and internet celebrities to be banned. As members of the public, we should just enjoy the melon. But the anchor woman who is trending on the hot search is surnamed Zhang. Her ex-fiancé is surnamed Zhang, her younger sister is surnamed Zhang, and the whole family is surnamed Zhang. Because of her explosive views, it is beyond imagination. It is inevitable to make people think that she is one of them. When Lin Fan saw this hot search, he vaguely felt that this anchor woman surnamed Zhang might be related to him. When he clicked on the screenshot of the blocked beauty with blurred facial features in the hot search, he felt that it was quite familiar. This can't be the former fiancé's younger sister, Zhang Yu, can it? Every time I saw her, she was dressed in a JK and always looked like a sweet cherry blossom girl. If you just look at her image, she is indeed a sweet girl, and many men like this kind of thing. Therefore, the number of people watching her live broadcast online is quite high. She is quite good at acting cute and coquettish. Don't tell me she did something to boost her popularity? As he thought this, Lin Fan felt that if she really did it, it would be like a fly not being able to find an unbroken egg. She would reap the consequences. Anyway, the relationship between her family and her has almost broken off. As long as she returns the dowry and the hardware and diamond ring she gave her family before, they will be completely unrelated. Whatever happens in her family in the future will have nothing to do with her. But then, she has passed on the news for 3 or 4 days. Why haven't they made a move yet? Oh, with hindsight, Lin Fan remembered that last time Jiang Jin got angry and Ling Ren came to her company to make trouble. That was considered their reaction at the time. But there was no follow-up. Don't want it back? No way, I have to continue to ask them for the bride price and the diamond ring, and keep the heat up. What a family with a thick skin. At that time, Lin Fan was humming a song and eating melons in the office, and he was also bragging and chatting with his friends in the group. However, a phone call suddenly came in. When he looked at the number, it was marked Jiang Yu, with the note, sister-in-law, Jiang Jin's younger sister. Lin Fan was suspicious. Strange, why is she calling at this time? Could it be that she is the banned female news anchor? Hang up, I'm busy. Lin Fan quickly looked away and continued browsing the news. Although the recent stock market bull market has slowed down, if you operate carefully, you can still make some money. He had just switched applications and invested 1 million, waiting for the market to rise or fall. Unexpectedly, his ex-sister-in-law called again. She sounded quite aggressive. Well, with an attitude of indifference, he wanted to see what she wanted from him. Lin Fan answered the phone. But unexpectedly, as soon as he answered, the other end of the line began to cry and beg in a panic. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. No, this girl is crying with me for what? And I have nothing to do with your family anymore, so why are you being so attentive? Hey! It's not very nice of you to act like that now. I have nothing to do with your family anymore. Last time you were told to tell your sister that I want to break up with her, so this time you tell her to quickly return all of my 300,000 yuan in gifts, gold jewelry, and 10-carat diamond ring to me, okay? You were polite when you wanted money, but once you got it, you raised the price, or else the wedding will be cancelled. Cancel the wedding? I'll turn around and kiss the beautiful CEO. I. Just after Lin Fan had finished speaking, the person on the other end of the line first hushed their own choking sound. Then after a few hesitant sounds, they quickly let out a whoosh sound and began to cry. She said, Lin Fan. How could you do this? You said you wanted to break up, but your sister hasn't agreed to break up with you. If you just give in, your sister won't hold it against you anymore. Besides, Lin Fan, I've already told my mother about the extra dowry, so she's not going to be too hard on you. You can come to an agreement if you're reasonable. Oh, be reasonable? You're going to tell my mother? You're going to come to an agreement? You've got some nerve. Don't call me, talk to your sister. Your sister has a lot of rich men chasing her, and it's a small matter to take care of you. I was about to hang up. But suddenly I heard a voice from the other side, cooing like a spoiled child, saying, Lin Fan. My sister likes you so much, and she rejected all the guys who chased her for you. How could you do this to her? How could you break her heart? Hearing the other person's words, Lin Fan couldn't bear to listen anymore. Heartbroken? She likes me that much? Yes, she likes me so much that the whole family is trying to fleece me of my money day and night. Lin Fan then inwardly scolded himself, wondering why he had directly called him when something happened. So that's how it is. Lin Fan suddenly felt a million thoughts racing through his mind. Jiang Yu, please be careful with your words. You only consider things from your own perspective and never consider. I'm tired of it, I'm too lazy to waste energy on it, that's it. Lin Fan was about to hang up the phone. Unexpectedly, the other end immediately screamed when they heard something was wrong. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't hang up. I've thought about it and come to the conclusion that you're the only one who can help me. If you hang up, I'll go to the roof and jump. You'll never see me again. You'll never see me again. This really made Lin Fan panic. Was she threatening her? This family. The point is that she and I don't have any direct relationship. I feel like I'm doing pretty well in the Magic City, and because of my sister's relationship, she can just drag me along to help her? Sorry. You guys really are a pain in the ass. Hearing Jiang Yu's nonsense when she realized that she wasn't going to agree to help her over the phone, Lin Fan was speechless. Chapter 20, You've had a crush on me for a long time? You. Don't do anything stupid. Don't go to the roof. Hearing what the other person was going to do, Lin Fan hurriedly shouted at her to stop. But the other person hung up the phone immediately. I give up. These two sisters are more and more difficult to control. Why did she have to call herself when something happened? Lin Fan immediately called back, but the other party directly rejected the call, indicating that it was busy, and it seemed that she was very angry. When people are in a rush, they are very likely to do stupid things. Sometimes they may just say something in jest, and the result is that someone is gone. You can never gamble with life. Lin Fan sent a WeChat message to the other party while calling again. It was about 10 minutes later before his ex-sister-in-law Jiang Yu answered the phone. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Lin Fan asked anxiously. Then he heard a choking and aggrieved voice on the other end of the line, saying, "Lin Fan, guess where I am?" Lin Fan. Did this woman really go to the roof? No need to guess, you come down quickly. Lin Fan said, and at the same time already started to call the police on another phone, but the other end quickly whispered, "Lin Fan, don't call the police. If you do, I'll jump right now. I definitely won't lie to you." Lin Fan. This is really a knife at someone's neck. So, Lin Fan, you definitely didn't call the police, right? Lin Fan didn't say anything. The other person said again, "Lin Fan, I need to hear your voice. Hurry up, please." Lin Fan nodded and said, "I won't report it, on the condition that you listen and send me the address." No need. But soon Jiang Yu's voice suddenly weakened. He said, "I originally coveted you, but unfortunately Jiang Jin also liked you, so I could only hide my feelings for you in my heart, thinking that as long as you were happy with her, that would be fine. But I never imagined that this would be the end result. Lin Fan, my dear Lin Fan, you probably don't know that I secretly had a crush on you for so long, and I really like you from the bottom of my heart. In fact, I even wanted to hug you while you were asleep. If you must hate me, then hate me for not being brave enough to confess my love for you before she did, otherwise, the woman who is with you now would be me." Jiang Yu kept expressing her despair over the phone. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was in a panic at the company. Sometimes, it's not your fault, but you can still cause someone harm. It's also possible that the other person is just pretending, but it's better to believe it than not. Seeing that the timing was not right, Lin Fan immediately used his phone to sync the message and situation with Jiang Jin, so that she could call the police. As for why Lin Fan was able to find the other person even though he had already deleted her, it was because when Lin Fan had previously pursued Jiang Jin, the pure and innocent school beauty, he had long ago memorized everything about her. Jiang Jin, jumping off a building? On the other side, Jiang Jin, who was currently helping to supervise the model catwalk rehearsal at the company, was still a little incredulous after reading the message. But then the other person sent another message, which made her believe it. "Husband, it's true, I'm calling her now to keep her calm. Hurry and call the police, use your phone's location function to find her, otherwise you may not see your sister again." So, although Jiang Jin was still a little surprised, why would her sister jump off a building? Then there was no time to think about it, she quickly called the police. When the location was determined, Lin Fan asked Jiang Jin to sync it with her own, and told her, "If you encounter anything bizarre or shocking afterwards, please don't be afraid. You know your sister's personality." At this moment, Jiang Yu, who had just been broadcasting live in the company's live broadcast room, had indeed gone to the top floor of the building. She had also come to the edge of the top of the building's cliff, wearing a school-style JK and sitting diagonally on it. Today the sun was quite nice, so her peach-like buttocks were still a little warm after she sat on it. Because she had promised the other person to quickly calm her down, Lin Fan followed the address the other person had given him and, as it was relatively close, arrived at the top floor of their company building first. "Jiang Yu, I'm here." Once he arrived at the top floor, he saw that the door, which had originally been locked, was open. Lin Fan shouted as soon as he saw where the young girl was. "Don't come any closer." Lin Fan was about to advance. Jiang Yu instantly screamed a warning. Lin Fan immediately paused his advance and said, "Okay, don't come any closer." The other party then retreated a little. Then Lin Fan began to enumerate the possible situations that might occur if she were to jump off the building. Not to mention the need to overcome the tremendous fear, if she accidentally fell, her good-looking face and figure would be deformed by the heavy fall. Upon hearing this, she immediately became a little scared. Lin Fan took the opportunity to say, "Although you didn't tell me what happened, I can probably guess. You were on the trending topic today, right? The female anchor was you." He didn't want to wait for Jiang Yu to feel any more anxious. So he said, "There's actually nothing to be afraid of. You can still work as an anchor. As long as you don't do anything illegal, with your looks and dance skills, becoming a big anchor is just around the corner. Just let it be on the trending topic." Lin Fan reassured the other person. But the other person said, 200,000 followers. I used to work for years and only had 10,000 followers. After your advice, it immediately increased to 200,000. Now, you want me to start over? Yes, from now on, let's make the content a bit healthier and more positive, such as doing financial news or playing the piano. If that doesn't work, you can come to our company and be a product endorser. After all, he has spoken. Lin Fan's meaning is that you should hurry and come down first, and we will talk about the rest later. And the beautiful girl immediately got up and cried, "So you won't lie to me?" "No." Lin Fan responded simply. "Then swear." "Damn, is it ever going to end?" "Little girl, swear." This is reality, not an idol drama. Meanwhile, there was a sudden commotion behind the door. Lin Fan turned his head and saw that it was the police officer and his ex-fiancée, Jiang Jun. What a coincidence! Jiang Yu, the beautiful girl, had just calmed down a little. As soon as she saw her sister Jiang Jun and the police officer, she immediately returned to the dangerous place on the rooftop. She even vaguely stood up and questioning Lin Fan. "Ha, I knew it, Lin Fan, you lied to me. You promised me you wouldn't call the police, and now why are the police officers here? And my sister, she doesn't know about us, does she?" "Mom, this operation by Jiang Yu has left Lin Fan at a loss for what to do." "We're together?" Chapter 21. Husband, is you cheating on me? You guys, you want to get together? After receiving the news, she immediately called the police and found her sister Jiang Yu to come up with the police officer. She was originally feeling a little relieved that her fiancé had finally given in and spoke to her, but she didn't expect him to be talking about her sister Jiang Yu jumping off a building. "Lin Fan, are you really not going to be with me anymore? You don't know how many people are after me? Don't you regret it? But that's fine. Now the police are here, and they obviously want to save their sister, but now from their sister's mouth, the fact that she wants to be with Lin Fan has come out." Speechless, Jiang Jun suddenly exploded with anger. "What kind of nonsense is this? You're Lin Fan? They're secretly together? No, it's impossible." Jiang Yu's body, which had been frozen, suddenly shook and she took a step back. Then she laughed and said, "You two are my sister and my boyfriend, so how could you possibly be together?" "Impossible. Honey, you is lying to me, isn't she?" Jiang Jun obviously didn't believe it. Lin Fan was also shocked at why Jiang Yu suddenly told such a big lie. What is she doing? Destroying the relationship? The relationship between the two families had almost been sorted out, but now, with her sister, a green tea who often dressed purely for lust, joining in, things had become more intense. "And, Jiang Jun, what husband? Have I not already broken up with you? What are you shouting for? Refund my 300,000 yuan bride price." Of course, it was also possible that the two sisters were each using their own tactics to deliberately confuse Lin Fan's thoughts. Lin Fan thought this without any grounds for criticism, and then quickly calmed down and responded. He first said to Jiang Yu, "Don't talk nonsense. What good will it do you to slander me? Do you know that spreading rumors will have bad consequences for a person? I already said that I want to sever ties with your family. Are you threatening me?" He tried to warn the other party with these words. But then Jiang Yu began to speak animatedly. "Lin Fan, who slandered you? Didn't you promise me that once the time was right, you would part ways with her? We've built up our psychological defenses. Don't you remember?" Lin Fan was shocked by the girl's words. He now understood why her live broadcast had been shut down. If someone has no scruples, what good can you expect from them? Ha ha. Meanwhile, Jiang Jun, who was already very angry, felt that she had suddenly understood why her sister had been the first to tell her that Lin Fan wanted to separate from her and even asked her to return the dowry, the gold and silver jewelry, and the diamond ring. It turned out to be about her dowry. Although she usually knew that her younger sister liked her brother-in-law more, she felt that it might be because of her. Now, she came to the conclusion that the two of them had conspired to deceive her. Moreover, now, the two of them had already secretly gotten together? They had slept together. Ha ha ha, it couldn't be that they had slept in her bed. I never thought that I, the number one beauty of Hujian University, would have suffered such a ridiculous event. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. A bitter expression appeared on her delicate Korean-style face. Today, she was still dressed like a lady school flower, wearing a pale pink floral dress and white tennis shoes. It was a very pure look. Realizing that something was wrong, Lin Fan subconsciously said, "No, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just rambling on to threaten me. Jiang Jun, don't you think nonsense? Bah! What Jiang Jun you don't believe, why do you still have to consider her feelings? Clearly their family is the ultimate. Why think so much?" Lin Fan self-dissolved, plans to turn this over to the police uncle and leave as soon as possible. Then the Jiangyu over there, as if worried that her sister would be convinced, cooed, Lin Fan. You have a heart of stone. You're not helping me at all. If you keep this up, I'll jump. That's enough. That's really enough. What the hell is Jiangyu doing? What Lin Fan can confirm for sure is that this incident never happened at all. She just made it up out of thin air. Her current goal is to make Lin Fan surrender and tie himself to her, right? If it comes to peeping, Lin Fan remembers that once, when she came to play at home, she got tired and lay down in the bedroom to sleep. Lin Fan saw that she was wearing thin clothes, so he gave her a blanket. That's all. Unexpectedly, this became a reason for her to make a fuss. Lin Fan sneered, is this funny? Don't you fear retribution for making things up? But the result was that Jiang Yu made up this non-existent story and made it worse and worse, and in the end, Jiang Jin actually believed it. She screamed on the rooftop, great. You guys did this behind my back, now one is jumping off a building and the other is acting. What, do you think I'm easy to fool? Why are you all bullying me? Then, before anyone could react, she took a few steps and ran straight to the edge of the rooftop cliff. Jiang Yu originally thought that her sister was just acting, and now she was timing it to try to drag her down. But the truth was that she seemed to have collapsed, and she jumped to the edge of the rooftop cliff in one go. Below was a 30-story building. At this moment, the policeman immediately began to comfort her. Girl, I'm a police officer from the local police station. It seems that you've suffered a great injustice. Sometimes emotions are unreliable, and that is the way of the world. There is no need to hurt yourself because of other people. Come here, think about your parents at home, and think about your own beautiful age. There are still many wonderful encounters that have not yet happened. Come here, okay? The police officer tentatively took a few steps forward. But Jiang Jin suddenly screamed, don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll jump. Lin Fan and the police officer were scared and suddenly stood still. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was shocked to see that his sister had also come to his side, and was even more courageous than he was, standing directly on the dangerous cliff ledge of the rooftop. He hurriedly shouted, Sister. What are you doing? I was just joking, sister, don't do this. Jiang Yu had wanted to scare Lin Fan himself, which was why he had told him not to call the police. But he never imagined that things would have come to this point, and he didn't know how it would end. She quickly let go. Putting aside everything else, the two sisters have been close since childhood, and the older sister has always looked after her. But Lin Fan is the only person she knows who has the strength to help her, and if she doesn't threaten him a little and get him caught up in the storm of public opinion, he simply won't help her. Up until now, how has the situation become like this? Should she not have called him? She didn't know what to do either. Chapter 22, British directors are like tigers and wolves. The final result of this incident was that former fiancée Jiang Jin and her younger sister, two beautiful women with high IQs, had a heated argument on the rooftop. When Lin Fan slightly froze, the police were also shouting at them not to get excited. Lin Fan took a quick step and ran over, embraced Jiang Jin, and dragged her down. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, her younger sister felt that she could no longer behave so recklessly. Several people came up behind them to surround and block them off, and in the end the group went to the police station to receive an education and make a statement before the incident was over. But it exhausted Lin Fan. Coincidentally, at this time, Sunny, the beautiful CEO, called him to ask where he was. Why didn't he reply to her message? After Lin Fan told her the whole story, Sunny, who was sitting in front of a cafe drinking coffee, responded. So to speak, your sister-in-law has a crush on you? Lin Fan nodded. After just going through such a farce, he didn't really want to explain. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the other person said, You're still MMM? Now that you're my boyfriend, please keep a good distance from these people. Also, how did they find you if they wanted to make trouble? They wouldn't have caused such a scene if you didn't contact them. Lin Fan said, I saw the trending topic on Weibo today, and I thought it might be her, but it turned out to be her, and she called for help. She threatened to jump off a building if I didn't go. It's just that you're so innocent, you don't even know when you're being used. Now, I've blocked all their contact information. If they still want to bother you, just tell them to call me. Honey, do you understand? Come over to me, I'll buy you a coffee. On the other end of the phone, Sunny, the beautiful CEO with an imperial lady's voice, was quite protective of herself. It was as if she was taking care of herself. Lin Fan's heart warmed as he said, "No, I can handle it myself." She immediately said in a sweet voice, "Okay, then I'll delete them all while I'm by your side." Lin laughed. He said, "Ms. Sunny, you really have a way with words. Today, I will take care of things here, and after I have explained things to them, there won't be any more problems." Then, taking advantage of the situation, Lin Fan looked at the time, which was exactly 3 p.m. He was suddenly curious and asked, "So relaxed, leisurely drinking coffee during work hours?" Sunny said in a sweet voice, "Yes, isn't being the boss about controlling people? I have already supported several good hands, and they are all super beautiful and capable young ladies who listen to me very well. I will introduce you to them when the time comes." Lin Fan? Lin Fan? At that time, in the police station, the police were calling out his name. Lin Fan, who had turned around, laughed at the phone and said, "Okay, your cultural company does have many beautiful women. I will go back and cooperate with the mediation." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the female voice on the other end of the line suddenly said, "I'm alone right now, come over and have coffee with me when you're done." At this time, Lin Fan still didn't know that today's Sunny, the beautiful president, the beautiful and intellectual older sister, was wearing a black, form-fitting ballet dress, showing off a pair of white, beautiful arms, wearing a small green watch, and stepping in high heels with hollowed-out bows on her feet. From a distance, you can tell that she is not only beautiful, but also has a high status, elegant demeanor, and a charming personality. She also gives off a faint, pleasant fragrance. However, Lin Fan subconsciously rejected her without knowing in advance, saying, "Not now. After I finish here, I have to go back to the company." One of the female anchors is a bit dispirited because she can't compete with others and wants to quit. "She used to break our live broadcast sales record." Ha! Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, she snapped at him. "Am I more important than her? By the way, I've known you for so long, but I still don't know what you do for a living. I was curious about it the other day. It turns out that you have quite a few beautiful female anchors under your command." Lin Fan laughed out loud. He said, "Okay, we're all adults. Just do your own thing every day, and there's more to life than just romantic relationships." What he said was relatively gentle. "So you mean I should go to the police station to find you? Okay, I'll just run into your ex-girlfriends." Lin Fan, "No, better not. I'll go find you after I'm done." Lin Fan wasn't afraid of anything right now. Instead, it was a more sensible choice. Jiang Zhen, the campus queen of Hujian University, has caused enough trouble, and now her younger sister has arrived. If Sunny, the beautiful CEO, arrives and says that she is now Lin Fan's girlfriend, the scene is expected to be explosive. Worried that I can't handle the two of them? I haven't punished you yet. Why didn't you report to me about having an ex-girlfriend? I'll see if you want to be stepped on by me tonight." The voice of the police officer came again from over there, and Lin Fan quickly said, "Fine, if you're so capable, you can step on me tonight, but watch out, I'll rip you apart." Immediately, he hung up the phone. He arrived at the mediation room. "Nini, how's your little boyfriend? Does he listen to you?" On the other side, Sunny, the beautiful CEO, who had just been hung up on, bit her red lips and thought to herself, "That brat dared to hang up on me." Sitting outside a cafe, enjoying the afternoon, the beautiful woman settled gracefully receives a voice message from her British best friend. Sunny had also studied abroad during university. That was when they met. However, Sunny preferred to start a business in the field of animation, which was her passion. Her best friend chose to continue her master's degree and study in the directing department. She is also a delicate beauty. She is slender and talented. "It's okay, but I just found out that he has a former girlfriend, and his former girlfriend's younger sister is also secretly in love with him. The two are fighting and threatening to jump off a building. She says she doesn't mind, but deep down she does. She's worried that her best friend, who is far away in the UK, will misunderstand. Usually they chat on the phone in their spare time, but she chooses to explain, it's not really his fault. He's a good person, a bit arrogant, and it's likely that the two girls are just being childish because they feel aggrieved." Wow, you haven't even been together for a few days and you're already defending your future husband? Those two girls are really acting up. "But Nini, when I go back to China in a few days, you must introduce me to your future husband. Why don't I believe it? And, is the sex good?" When she heard the other person say this sweetly, Sunny suddenly blushed. She immediately whispered, "Chan, you little bitch. Isn't it enough that you're being promiscuous in the UK? What's good about the work? You're really a tiger. Besides, if it wasn't good, would I let him be my husband? God, this private conversation between the two of them is also quite explosive. But at this time, Lin Fan had no idea that he was being discussed. Chapter 23, Oscar winner? So, who's lying, you two? Lin Fan, is that your name? You're sure you didn't have sex with your sister, and you didn't kiss her, right? You take responsibility for your words, right? Police station, mediation room. The police officer sat in the middle of the table and mediated, first questioning Lin Fan. For no reason, Lin Fan sneezed twice and subconsciously said, "Who's cursing me?" The beautiful girl over there, who is also the sister-in-law, Jiang Yu, immediately whispered, "See, it must be some woman who still holds a grudge against him." There might even be two. Lin Fan looked at the other party with a shocked expression. Even now, she still wouldn't settle down. Yes, I will take responsibility for my words. My sister Jiang Yu and I have never had any relationship from beginning to end. In the past, I was only in love with her sister, and we were even engaged. Although the engagement ended, I chose to decide not to have any contact with their family in the future. But the bride price and jewelry must be returned, right? Jiang Jin over there had a very difficult expression on her face. In her heart, she originally just felt that Lin Fan was just acting out of anger and would not really do it. Now, to her surprise, he actually proposed to separate from her. And as soon as she heard this, she also stood up and said in a sweet voice, "What do you mean you have to return the bride price and jewelry? Why didn't you say that when you were courting me? Now that we're engaged, you're backing out. Are you treating our family like a monkey?" At first glance, what Jiang Jin, the school flower of Hujian University, said seemed very reasonable. Not to mention the fact that she was a pure and beautiful girl dressed exquisitely. But wait, things don't seem to be like that, do they? So, your family is holding on to my dowry and jewelry and not returning them? Lin Fan felt like laughing. What are crocodile's tears? It's obvious that you've done evil deeds yourself, and your whole family are parasites, and now you're turning the tables. You. Did I agree to break up with you? You were the one who suggested breaking up in the first place, weren't you? I'll tell you what, once we get engaged, everything will become our joint property, and I'll own half of the shares in your company. The truth. The truth, guys. I wondered why you wouldn't let go of me. You even planned to get your hands on the company Lin Fan founded. On hearing this, Lin Fan stood up suddenly and angrily said, "Don't change the subject. What I just said was why I wanted to break up with you, right? The reason is that your family wants an additional 300,000 yuan in bride price and to buy a house for your family with the full payment, right? We have been together for so many years, and you have never worked, spending all my money, right? You guys have gone too far. I don't want to be a grudging seed anymore, okay? Comrade policeman, I can transfer the transaction records of the transfers to her and her family over the past few years, as well as the witnesses and recordings of her mother's words to me the day after the engagement that she wanted to increase the bride price. These days, is it easy to make money? Even if I have made some money now and have assets, it is not worth being fleeced like this by them, is it?" Lin Fan, after finishing speaking, subconsciously glanced at the beautiful girl Jiang Yu. He had not yet mentioned the money he gave to support her younger sister. And his fiancée Jiang Jin, on hearing Lin Fan say this, tears instantly fell. Her breasts rose and fell, and her voice was full of grievances. Fine, you are telling me this, right? You're telling me this, right? You have your contribution, but do I not have mine? I can't believe my family trusted you so much, and you recorded it. Despicable. Despicable. It looked like they were about to argue again. The police immediately calmed everyone down. He said, "Don't get emotional, emotions won't solve anything. Mr. Lin, let me ask you again, are you responsible for everything you've said?" Responsible. Lin Fan nodded. This was the truth. Later, the police asked Jiang Jin the same thing again. But Jiang Jin kept crying. And at this time, she was a little panicked. She kept emphasizing that she had suffered a lot of grievances. In the end, she felt like she was about to die. She shouted, 120. Call 120 for me quickly. I can't breathe. At this time, the police found something was wrong, but they were also afraid of something going wrong. They could only call 120 and let the ambulance take the other person to the hospital. Lin Fan was absolutely shocked by what he saw. Is this how you play? As for her younger sister Jiangyu, she knew she had caused quite a problem, and she was already burning incense, as her sister had not blamed her. When 120 arrived, she was the first one to get in the car, and she was hoping Lin Fan would get in as well. But Lin Fan gave a wry smile and said, "I'm at the police station. If you have any problems, come find me anytime." That scene was so fake. She had been with Lin Fan for 3 years, and he had been supporting her. She had eaten well, used good things, and was very smart, exercising regularly. When had she become so fragile? Lin Fan had also wondered if she was really having trouble breathing. But when the police had just questioned her, her evasive eyes and the exaggerated performance of suddenly saying she couldn't breathe had made him even more certain that she was faking. Made Lin Fan more convinced that she was faking. It would be hard to justify not giving her an Oscar for Best Actress. She was a good actress. At this point, this whole strange family made Lin Fan think about the idea of not asking for the bride price and jewelry anymore. Back at the police station, Lin Fan briefly explained a few things to the police. "The police said that I understand the situation, leave your phone number, and there will inevitably be another mediation, so feel free to answer the phone." Lin Fan nodded, let out a sigh, and left the police station. Meanwhile, the ambulance had just taken Jiang Jin to the hospital, wheeling her gurney into the emergency room for emergency treatment. After asking about the situation, the doctor quickly asked what had happened. Jiang Yu explained the situation, saying that she had never seen her sister like that before. Why couldn't she breathe all of a sudden? The doctor's suggestion was to give her sister oxygen first, and an oxygen device was hooked up. Unexpectedly, after just a few moments of inhaling, she felt better. But at that time, she was so well that she was quietly pinching her sister Jiang Yu's fingers. At first, her sister was a little puzzled as to why her sister was pinching her fingers even though she was about to faint. Later, when the doctor was about to put on the equipment for the examination, Jiang Jin coughed twice, suddenly opened her eyes, and said, I feel a little better." The doctor observed her posture. Plus, she kept hinting at her sister, so in the end the doctor said, "Okay, observe her in the hospital for the rest of the afternoon. If there are no problems, she will be fine. Oh, and don't forget to pay the bill." Finally, the doctor left. The room was left with the two sisters, Jiang Jin and Jiang Yu, and no one else. Jiang Jin suddenly sprang to life and got up from the bed. "Sister, why are you up? How is your health?" Jiang Yu cried out. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jin suddenly let out a sigh of relief and kept wandering around the room, saying, "My dear sister, I'm faking it, can't you tell?" Chapter 24, Your Brother-in-Law Can't Live Without Me. Today's Jiang Jin had thoroughly stirred up the waters. She even regretted a little why she had gone to the police station. She had almost been exposed. But leaving aside Lin Fan's attempt to break up with her, the first thing to resolve right now was her younger sister, the always single, equally beautiful, and even younger than herself Yor. Was she sure she liked her fiancé? What? Are you pretending? Why are you pretending? I think it's enough to have a good chat with my brother-in-law. He used to be so good to you, but it's because our mother suddenly demanded an additional 300,000 yuan in dowry and a large flat. Let's go back and talk to our mother and then apologize to my brother-in-law properly. That should be enough. That's not the problem. But Jiang Jin quickly rejected her sister's idea. What is the problem then? Her sister was surprised. He's just being ungrateful now that he's got what he wants. There are plenty of men out there who want to chase me, and I still think 300,000 yuan more in dowry and a large flat are not enough. He's the one who's changed. Jiang Jin thought hard about a response. Meanwhile, Qin, the man who had been chasing her, sent her a message again. It said, "Girl, are you still angry? If he wants to break up, let's break up. I'll support you in the future." Afterwards, he sent a screenshot of his savings. It was about 2 million. Jiang Jin shook her head, disdainfully picked it up and showed her younger sister the chat history. She immediately remembered that she had just asked her about her fiancé, but how it had come to the excessive bride price. This was not about the bride price at all. It's that he doesn't love me enough. But as soon as Jiang Yu saw the chat history, she immediately said, "No, sister, aren't you getting along well with your brother-in-law? Why are you still chatting so passionately with another man?" She glanced at the two people's chat history. At this level, at least they chat a lot before they say things like this. It's equivalent to the level of a male best friend. As soon as Jiang Jin heard this, she immediately refuted, "What do you know? If a man doesn't hang out, will he always be loyal to you? You try your best to be nice to them, but they don't cherish you. You're stupid, no wonder you've never been in a relationship. You should learn from me in the future. Jiangjin said this, and finally stopped by the window of the hospital room and asked, "Let me ask you, do you like Lin Fan?" Jiang Yu didn't say anything. Jiangjin asked again. Jiang Yu lowered her head and found an excuse and said, "Sister, I'll go buy you some fruit." After saying this, she wanted to leave. "Don't make excuses, that means you admit you like him," Jiangjin said. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. She was about to leave. At this moment, she was a little confused inside. She just wanted to threaten the other party to help solve her own problem of being blocked. Unexpectedly, Jiangjin said, "What kind of person do you think I am? Don't you know that Lin Fan is liked by many people? When he was in college, many girls pursued him, you know that, right? Who doesn't like Lin Fan?" Jiangjin stamped her feet in place. Then she felt that it was better to discover it now than to discover it later when it was too late. So she said, "I can understand you, but Lin Fan can only be mine, you know? We will still be nice to you as before." This was also Jiangjin's final warning to Jiang Yu. She also thought her younger sister would agree. After all, in her eyes, her younger sister was always the child who hadn't grown up. Although she was dressing more and more maturely these days. "But Lin Fan, he no longer likes you." However, just as Jiangjin was about to finish speaking, she planned to let out a sigh of relief and quickly leave the place. She still had things to do at the company. But she heard her younger sister suddenly say this. "Sister, I know it's inappropriate for me to say this, but your husband is really a good man, and you should stop hanging around with those men, okay? You'll ruin yourself if you keep this up for a long time." As it turned out, he is a good man, isn't he? Jiang Yu thought, since her sister had opened the topic, she might as well say everything she was thinking. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Yu, who was already very wary of this, suddenly snapped. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Did you not understand what I just said?" Jiangjin, the Huajiang University beauty queen who loved her younger sister very much, shouted at her for the first time using her original name instead of your. The words started to fly. "I said, I can handle my own affairs, but please remain rational. Lin Fan is mine and only mine, so just butt out, Jiang Yu. Lin Fan is just being stubborn with me. He'll come back to me sooner or later. You have no idea how much he loves me, okay? Besides, what I can give him, you may not be able to." Jiangjin seemed to have Lin Fan by the short and curlies. She has always been very confident. Even in court just now, she was the same. But her younger sister doesn't know this. She is still new to the world, has never been in a relationship, and usually dreams of the plots of idle dramas. How would she know what two people who have lived together for so long have given to each other? When she saw that her sister was still insisting, she immediately said, "What you can give him, others can surely give. What if others can also give it, and even better than you? Okay, sister, I know I shouldn't meddle, but don't be so mean to Lin Fan. Christmas is coming up, and I want to dress up as a sexy little reindeer with you again." Jiang Yu said this lightly. Jiangjin saw that she had been telling her sister earnestly, but she just couldn't get through to her. She even went further. She became irritated and said sharply, "Jiang Yu, did I not express myself clearly? Or is there a problem with your understanding? We are not breaking up. We are not breaking up. Lin Fan, your brother-in-law cannot live without me." After saying this, she didn't bother to explain to her. She got dressed, pulled open the door, wearing a denim skirt, showing off a pair of long legs and white socks, and a pale yellow t-shirt on her upper body, wrapping her curves in a pure and lustful style, and she left. Her younger sister was left standing there, confused. Although she often feels resentful that her sister is often supported by Lin Fan, her sister is not the type to say nonsense like that. How can she be so sure that Lin Fan will never leave her? Chapter 25, Anchorwoman Sunair, Flight Attendant and Personal Secretary Shishir. So, Jiangjin, who was so confident, mentioned why Lin Fan can never leave her. Naturally, there have been real events that have happened. However, at that time, she was not willing to agree to Lin Fan treating her that way. Moreover, at that time, her fiancé Lin Fan said that he liked it when the two of them were together to dress up with a sense of ceremony, be more romantic, and have a better sense of atmosphere. It would be best to wear the dress and makeup of a woman that he really likes. For example, school-style JK, bunny girl, flight attendant, female secretary, etc. Lin Fan said that he really likes pretty girls dressing up like this to please him. Although she also really likes it and is addicted to being close to Lin Fan like this. However, Jiang Jun's way of wooing men has always been to believe that a woman must be reserved and must often refuse in order to get everything she wants and to make the other person fall in love. If she keeps Lin Fan on the hook, Lin Fan will chase after her desperately and satisfy her wants. This has been proven true. Right now, the two sides have encountered a conflict. Jiang Jun believes that as long as she uses this trick again, and even takes the initiative a bit, her fiancé will definitely return and be unable to stop clinging to her. She still doesn't know him? When they were together before, Lin Fan used ice cubes to massage her back in the middle of summer, and the two of them had a lot of fun together. That kind of intoxicating feeling that only he and she could experience. Can anyone else give that? Moreover, Lin Fan also said that she was the most perfect type of woman that he liked and wanted the most. Only she can satisfy him. So she is not afraid at all. On the other side, Lin Fan, who had left the police station, first drove back to the company to deal with the matter of Han Suner, the company's core female anchor, planning to leave. Her problem was very simple. She had just broken the sales record of 1.3 million for a single show not long ago, and she had become a bit arrogant. Her performance was declining, her confidence had been shattered, and she had been unable to adjust her state in time. The director of human resources was originally a flight attendant, and her service was good, but her human resources management ability was average. I had to personally negotiate with the founder myself. Afterwards, when I met Lin Fan, we didn't talk about anything else, just let Han Suner watch a video. The video said, "The fact that you can become a world champion shows that your perception is not bad. Luck and hesitation, wanting to win and being afraid of losing, are the root of failure. If you are hesitating, you are actually doubting yourself. It is better to resolutely do the wrong thing than to hesitantly do the right thing. Lower your position, fight, and battle." Han Suner was a little puzzled at the time. Shouldn't this boss talk to me about specific things? Why show me a video? But after she watched it once, and then again, and then a fourth time, and a fifth time, she suddenly seemed to understand the root of her current state. "Boss, so you think my recent ups and downs are a matter of mentality?" Lin Fan nodded and asked the secretary to make a pot of tea and pour it for himself, and also poured a cup for Han Suner, saying, "Yes, the fact that you can break the company's sales record shows that there is nothing wrong with your ability. The key to influencing your own state of mind is fear of losing, fluke and hesitation. Once these are adjusted, and you remain humble and keep your position low, you will regain your glory and even reach new heights." Thanks boss, I know, so that's how it is." After listening to this, Han Suner got up and was about to leave. Lin Fan actually planned to chat with her for a while longer. However, the other party seemed to feel that she was the boss and did not dare to disturb her, so she left. At that time, the female secretary Shir also smiled at herself after seeing it. The difference was that today, in her professional attire, she had a slender figure and was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She suddenly exudes a feminine charm. Lin Fan teases, "What, are you in Gao Qilan style today?" Shir laughs, saying sweetly, "You've noticed? Actually, I have something personal today, and I want to ask you for a favor. I don't know if you can spare some time to have dinner with me?" As the secretary speaks, she reaches up to tease the hair at her ear. She looks up and takes another look at herself. In fact, since Lin Fan founded the company, Shir has been by his side. At first, the company was struggling, and there were only 5 employees. 3 of them left, leaving Shir and Lin Fan alone. This loyalty is hard to come by. When she has something on, Lin Fan naturally won't just sit there and do nothing. It was better in the past. Back then, you were always shouting, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. What's the matter? Now that the company is big, you're always shouting, you do this, you do that. I told you, your business is my business. Well, actually, I just came to the company early, and everyone calls you President Lin, so if I don't follow suit, people will gossip. That's fine, but not today, I have an appointment I haven't kept yet. How about this, you arrange my schedule and we'll have dinner together when I'm free. That's it, I'm leaving first. Looking at the time, he realized it was already 5:30 or 6 p.m. and was so busy with work that I forgot about it. I also forgot that the beautiful CEO, Sunny, asked me to go have coffee with her. The appointment was at 4 o'clock, right? I'm already more than an hour late. Lin Fan felt like he was in trouble. After he left, the secretary, Sure, was left alone in the office. She bit her lip and muttered to herself, "What, do you have a new target? He's going on a date with some pretty woman, isn't he?" To be honest, the secretary Cece had originally dressed up beautifully today in the hope of getting closer to her boss Lin Fan. Unfortunately, she missed her chance. As soon as Lin Fan left, she let out a heavy sigh. On the other hand, she was about to miss her appointment. Lin Fan quickly called Sunny while going to the basement to start the car. But the phone on the other end kept going unanswered. Was she angry? Lin Fan subconsciously thought so and quickly left a voice message on WeChat, saying, Sorry, I've been really busy today. I just finished the morning's work and now I have to deal with the afternoon's company matters. Miss Sunny, I hope you're not angry." The latest chat record in the previous message was Lin Fan's promise to the other party that he would try to arrive before 4 p.m. When the time came, the other party didn't say anything. The two were now in a state of emptiness. Seeing that the other party still hadn't responded, Lin Fan continued to send voice notes. "Okay, don't be angry, I didn't mean it. Besides, I really had a lot to do today. How about this, I'll give you a present tonight. Or, I'll reserve the whole night for you? Really, everyone." Lin Fan clearly didn't promise to start a relationship with the other person. But why, without knowing it, did he feel like he was interacting with Sunny's beautiful CEO? Chapter 26, Amazing. The car drove, and suddenly it arrived at the home of the female CEO. "Huh? You? What do you want?" At 8 p.m., Lin Fan, who couldn't get in touch with Sunny, was planning to simply go home if she didn't speak. Although he was currently the only one at home in the large flat, he was very free. If that doesn't work, he can always call Lu and Zhang Chen over to play video games. Since he almost beat the game last time, the black mythical character Wukong is itching to play again. For some reason, he ended up driving to the villa of the beautiful CEO outside the Baegu Houding Villa. Coincidentally, he saw the nanny, Auntie Shin, driving a BMW back from the market, and the two of them met at the gate when they stopped the car. "Hey, young master? Why are you here, young master?" "No, what master? I am Lin Zong of Lin Jiliv Broadcasting Company, not a master. Besides, although my family's financial situation is okay, my parents are never at home. My father goes out to do archaeology, and my mother likes to travel. She has left Iceland now and should be going to Norway. Oh, I don't know. I was just about to go home, and for some reason I ended up here." Lin Fan touched his head a little embarrassedly. He really was. "I don't know what's wrong." But the next second, Auntie Shin instantly beamed, looking up and down at Lin Fan like she was looking at a son-in-law to be, and said, "Gee, I think young master is missing my young lady." "Ha, not bad, quite a compatible pair. I must tell young lady about this today. Young lady will definitely be moved for you. How could you just walk along and end up downstairs from a single young lady? Oh my, young people are so romantic." Auntie Shin took a basket of vegetables out of the car. There were all kinds of fruits and vegetables, as well as chicken, duck, fish and lamb. It looked like it would be a delicious dinner. Since her divorce and middle age, she had been living alone. If it wasn't for the young lady, who took her in because she was kind and could cook, she wouldn't know what to do. She really didn't, Auntie Shin. No, Auntie Shin really doesn't have any. I really didn't expect to be here. Obviously, your young lady was still angry with me this afternoon, and now I don't know where she is. She hasn't replied to any of my messages. And, don't call me young master. I'm actually just an ordinary person. Although I've started my own company, I'm still just an ordinary person. If that's really not possible, you can just call me Lin Fan. Shan Rue. Auntie Shin is actually quite nice. Not only has she been tested by the beautiful CEO, Lin Fan also thinks she's a good and kind person. At that moment, she took out an apple, wiped it, and asked Lin Fan if he wanted to eat it. Lin Fan waved his hand and said that dinner was about to be served, so he didn't want to eat now. He was about to leave. But then Auntie Shin suddenly said, coincidentally, Miss is at home right now. Lin Fan. At home? A moment ago, Lin Fan received the news that she was not having coffee outside and would not be back for a while. Auntie Shin nodded. She said, "Yes, I went to buy groceries as Miss Lin instructed. How about it, come to my house and try some of my cooking? I'll tell Miss Lin right away." As soon as she saw that the other party was pulling her towards Sunny's villa, Lin Fan immediately politely declined. But soon after, Auntie Shin's phone suddenly rang. She answered it and immediately said, "Yes, I'm coming." "Miss, guess who I met at the door?" "Who?" On the phone, the clear voice of a woman with a nice voice could be heard. Lin Fan immediately made a shushing gesture. The meaning was, "Auntie Shin, you must not sell me out." As it turned out, the nanny, Auntie Shin, first responded with a full mouth, "It's Mr. Lin, I'm talking to you on the phone now, and he shushed me to not tell you." This nanny's actions really made Lin Fan unable to hold back on the spot. "What the hell, you sold me out as soon as we finished chatting." However, Auntie Shin is the person of the beautiful CEO, so she will tell the other party everything. Then Auntie Shin said on the phone that Mr. Lin just said that he came to the villa without knowing what was going on, and it looked like he missed you, miss. Auntie Shin seemed to be hinting at something. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end of the line said, "Okay, let him in." "Wait a second, Auntie Shin, you can go first." Lin Fan. "What does that mean?" They finally answered, "Right?" Although they didn't say it to Lin Fan directly, he heard it was Sunny's voice. It was just very indifferent. Lin Fan felt that something was wrong and said, "Auntie Shin, if Miss Sunny is in trouble, then I'll go home first, I have some things to do at home." After saying that, he also wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, a sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, "How dare he? If he leaves now, Auntie Shin, you bring him back to me." Immediately, Lin Fan looked at Auntie Shin's virtuous and slender figure, and then listened to the voice on the phone that seemed to be really angry, and stopped in his tracks. "Mr. Lin, hurry, if you anger the young lady, you won't get anywhere." Last time, a man insisted on getting the young lady's WeChat ID, and when she refused, he insisted, and the young lady's bodyguard ended up giving him a good beating. The young lady's bodyguard is really something. I advise you to listen to the young lady and go upstairs. The young lady is just tough on the outside. After the other end of the phone hung up, it seemed worried that Lin Fan wasn't coming up, and immediately hung up. Today's incident was indeed Lin Fan's busyness first. Thinking that the relationship between the two had eased, he decided to go up. Auntie Shin was overjoyed when she saw that the young master was going to follow her upstairs. "That's right, young master, if you don't go up, the young lady will definitely scold me." "Young master, you just stay with the young lady and be good. She's actually a very nice person. And she's also very pretty." Auntie Shin chatted non-stop the whole way. Lin Fan was thinking about the bodyguard, but there was no bodyguard by the beautiful CEO. "I think he must also be a very strong and burly man." I didn't think much about it. But then I followed Auntie Shin into the elevator, and when I came out, a capable black-clad woman came out of Sunny's large villa. The black-clad woman also glanced at Lin Fan. She had a ponytail, a slender and straight figure, and an outstanding temperament. It was obvious that she was from the army. Auntie Shin greeted her as soon as she saw her. Through the content of the conversation, Lin Fan realized that this was actually Ms. Sunny's bodyguard. He also didn't expect that even her bodyguard was so outstanding. Auntie Shin said, "Young master, you must not underestimate Mrs. Bodyguard. She is a post-90s who has just returned from military service. It is said that she is still a special female soldier." Lin Fan was shocked, and he felt a chill down his back. The other party's gaze just now was indeed very meaningful. After the two finally arrived at the private villa of the beautiful CEO, as soon as they opened the door, to their surprise, a beautiful and somewhat familiar melodious piano melody came from upstairs. Yes, is it 1,000 years from now? Chapter 27. A young special bodyguard who looks like IU? What a nostalgic song, and it's played so well. The sound of the piano not only makes people feel happy after listening to it, but also makes people feel that the person playing the piano is delicate, romantic, and carefree. Well, it's the lady playing upstairs. Isn't it beautiful? But the lady doesn't usually play, only when she's not in a good mood will she play a few songs. "Sir, you better watch out." "Master?" He just called himself young master. That was a quick change. Lin Fan laughed and said not to worry. She had a knack for charming women. Otherwise, Jiang Jin, the campus beauty queen of Hujiang University, would not have been with him in the first place. Nanny Shin nodded and said, "Very well, young master. I'll go cook dinner first, and you go upstairs later. I think the reason Miss is angry is because of you, so you still have to be careful. Don't let the young lady torment you." After saying this, she didn't wait for Lin Fan to respond, quickly carrying the groceries into the kitchen. Lin Fan was left standing alone in the first floor hall, looking up at the ceiling of the second floor while listening to the piano. But for some reason, even though he was confident that he could appease her, His heart was now panicking. He had a feeling that he would not be able to escape this disaster today. Maybe we should just go back? Lin Fan felt that the best strategy was to retreat, and it was not impossible to formally escape now. He could come back another day when Miss Sunny had calmed down. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned to the door, the electronic door creaked and the door was pushed open from the outside. The tall female Special Forces soldier who had just left returned. "Where is Mr. Lin going?" The other person had a long ponytail. Her hair is fresh and neat, and when you look at her face now, it suddenly occurs to you that she looks a bit like South Korean top idol Lee Ji-eun. They both have baby faces. Lin Fan, who heard this, subconsciously flinched. "You know me?" After all, it was only today that Lin Fan learned that Miss Sunny had a bodyguard. "Of course, Miss has already shown me your information and photos, including where you currently live, who you usually socialize with. I know it all quite well. I advise Mr. Lin, if you want to escape now, you can try." Saying this, the female bodyguard, who looked like South Korean actress Lee Ji-eun, took 2 steps forward, touched her own elbows with her hands, and flexed her fists, as if she was going to subdue him at any time. Lin Fan quickly changed his strategy. "I didn't want to leave, I just suddenly remembered that I wanted to go to the bathroom. The bathroom is on the 2nd floor." The female bodyguard gestured. Then he sat on the sofa in the lobby on the 1st floor. While turning on the TV and starting to watch the news, he kept an eye on him in the corner of his eye. Lin Fan had no choice but to go up to the 2nd floor. This is like sending yourself into the mouth of a tiger. The sound of wonderful music was still flowing, and after Lin Fan carefully stepped on the spiral staircase and went up to the 2nd floor lobby. As soon as he turned around, he was amazed by what he saw. Long, red hair in big waves, falling behind her. A black, openwork, hip-hugging, strapless short skirt wrapped around her delicate body. The waist was partially visible, clearly showing off her smooth skin. Not to mention the beautiful back and shoulders, snow white and delicate, and the colorful and gorgeous necklace around her high neck, as well as the chic earrings on her earlobes. A pair of elegant and graceful legs. On her feet were black high-heeled sandals with thin heels. The slender beauty lightly bounced her arms while playing the piano, her beautiful and delicate face focused, with a hint of aloofness. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Lin Fan only had to glance at her to know that she was the most beautiful woman on earth. And how fortunate was he to be able to catch a glimpse of such a charming beauty. The piano ended after 1,000 years of playing and singing. Sunny's beautiful back swayed gently. Perhaps it was the light in front of her that illuminated her skin, making it look both holy and beautiful. While Lin Fan was hesitating about whether or not to go over to her, the other party's luscious red lips began to speak. "You've come." Her beautiful eyes did not look at Lin Fan. Instead, she lifted up a glass of red wine by the piano and took a sip. Then she waited for Lin Fan to speak. "HM." Lin Fan let out a sound. He now felt a little word poor. If he was given the chance to get closer to her again, he could describe her as even more of a stunning beauty. Also, she was now wearing a low-cut outfit, and the snow-white ridge of her collarbone and neck formed a beautiful area that seemed to exude fragrance. And Lin Fan seemed to have caught the scent as well. If he could just kiss it. Or even kiss her neck a little more wildly, and hear her delicate voice. And holding her legs with his hands. That would be a beautiful thing in life. "I heard that you just wanted to leave here?" The other party's sister's voice was speaking in a high and cold tone. Lin Fan was not panicked and said, "No. I just came here specifically to find you." I wondered what kind of mischief she was up to now. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the other party said, "That's for the best, but don't worry, if you run away, she will tie you back." At this, the beautiful president in front of him, who was playing the piano, deliberately glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. He retorted, "You're breaking the law. Dare to kidnap me. Kidnap you is more like it." Lin Fan laughed. "You can, if you think it's illegal for me to let someone kidnap you, then you can just call the police and arrest me." The beautiful president with her shoulders exposed tilted her head again and took a sip of red wine. Then she turned her body and crossed her legs. Seeing that Lin Fan was not speaking, she sat in front of him, somewhat cold and angry, and said in a commanding voice, "So, have you thought about how you want to accept the punishment?" Her beautiful eyes even carried contempt. Lin Fan said, "Punishment? What punishment? What happened today was indeed that I was unable to come over because of something. I already said in my WeChat that I would buy you a gift, or I would give you tonight's time, and I even came to your house. Lin Fan felt that this sincerity was enough. But then the other person said, "Forget the gift, but I'll give you tonight." That sounds pretty good. But it's not enough. Lin Fan, so what do you want? Sunny, huh? You'd better be nice. Are you going to resist me again? Lin Fan, don't be like that. Unexpectedly, after he had finished speaking, he crossed his legs once again, as if he were a queen, and hooked his fingers, cooing, "Humph, don't be like what? Don't be like that, holding a glass of wine and looking so pretty at me. You're making it easy for people to make mistakes, you know." Lin Fan's performance was very realistic. This beautiful CEO was outstanding in terms of both her figure and her talent for playing games. Humph. Rogue. Are your eyes on my legs? Don't look again. Realizing that the man in front of her kept staring at her, Lin Fan couldn't help but enjoy it. She thought this in her heart, but teased him with her words. "So what do you think? If I don't look at you when you're dressed so beautifully, wouldn't I be letting you down? I want to admire you up close." Lin Fan was also arrogant and bold, daring to say such things. Unexpectedly, the beautiful CEO snorted, "Fine, if you dare to admire me up close, I will definitely make you suffer." Chapter 28, Top-Level Torture? Sunny said she wanted to torture Lin Fan to death. "Fine, if you don't torture me to death, I'll definitely torture you to death. I can see that the other person wants to play high and low with me." Lin Fan, who was already an expert, laughed at the mere mention of it. Do you know how his ex-girlfriend, ex-fiancée, and former Huazhong University campus queen, who was chased after by so many people, Jiang Jun, fell in love with him? At first, she also looked down on him. As they slowly got to know each other, they became intimate, and when they finally started going out, it was because Lin Fan was so irresistible that she couldn't help but fall for him. You never know what it's like to be a guy in college who was obviously sleeping in the dorm, but is surrounded by onlookers as the innocent school beauty comes to wait for him downstairs. Humph, who's afraid of whom? Come here. Just as they were talking, Sunny gave Lin Fan a meaningful look. Lin Fan said, "What do you want?" The other person said, "What do I want? Didn't you say you wanted to appreciate it up close? Don't be a wimp." Lin Fan. She was deliberately provoking him. Lin Fan, then don't regret it. Sunny was thinking about starting to torture Lin Fan right now. Unexpectedly, the other person came over very fiercely, stepping and coming to stand in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. And pinched the chin of her pretty face with her hand. She said, "Indeed, it is a pity that such a beautiful woman like you would just become a vase that only knows how to play the piano. A delicate flower naturally has to show off her most beautiful side. Right now, Miss Sunny is just a lonely and sad soul. Am I right?" As Lin Fan spoke, he wanted to bow his head and kiss the beautiful CEO's rosy lips. That feeling must be really good. Not to mention the moment of cuddling. But he was in no hurry. He wanted the beautiful CEO in front of him to willingly follow and please him. Later, when Lin Fan teasingly pinched Miss Sunny's delicate chin, the other party was a little panicked at first, but soon sneered. "What, are you just going to surrender now, husband? It's useless for you to pinch me, you have to make me willing. I'll tell you, no one in this world has ever made me do this." Then there was a sudden scream from upstairs. "I dare not. My husband dares not. Xiao Wu, dinner is ready, but are Miss and Master still upstairs? The villa is downstairs." Auntie Shin, who had just finished preparing a sumptuous meal, still had her apron on, and she served all the dishes from tonight's menu on the table. The female bodyguard, who was sitting in the living room watching the launch of the Shenzhou 19-man spacecraft, suddenly turned her head when she smelled the aroma of the food and got up to help. "Well, she hasn't come down since she went up an hour ago." The young-looking bodyguard, who was healthy all over, clearly described the facts. Unexpectedly, when Auntie Shin heard this, she burst out laughing. "Xiao Yu, you don't think that Miss and Mr. are upstairs, do you?" Auntie Shin whispered something into Xiao Yu's ear that she could not say in public. Then, Xiao Yu let out a shocked gasp and said, "Then Miss is in danger. I subconsciously want to rush upstairs and take care of Miss." But Auntie Shin suddenly stopped her, surprised, and said, "Ah, Xiao Yu, have you never been in love?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Not to mention being in love, I rarely get to go home from the army." Auntie Shin, no wonder. "Let me tell you, you mustn't go up there and disturb the young lady and her boyfriend now. If you do, they might be." He. Ha? Xiao Yu is a little confused. She doesn't quite understand why Auntie Shen seems a little unwell, and why she is both curious and trying to persuade herself not to go up and disturb them. You, Xiaoyu, will understand when you have a boyfriend. I really envy you young people. Miss, you've been single for so long, you can't wait to have a man you like by your side. Let's not disturb the two of them. Auntie Shen divorced early and has been single for several years now. Having experienced the ups and downs of relationships, she knows only too well what happiness is. Miss is beautiful and kind-hearted, and she's never been in love before. Now she's met Lin Fan, a handsome young man, and she's about to taste the sweetness and happiness of love. But just as she finishes speaking, suddenly a familiar coughing sound came from upstairs. Auntie Shen, pour me a glass of water, I'm a little thirsty. It was Miss Sunny, the mistress of this villa. Oh, okay, miss, wait a minute, young master, he wants a glass too, right? Auntie Shen could see clearly. It's only natural to be thirsty after coming out of the room, so she suggested it. Well, later you can bring him up a glass. By the way, what were you guys talking about? At this time, Sunny came out of the room with a rosy complexion. She felt much lighter and more relaxed, but she had to hold onto the handrail for a few steps downstairs. It's nothing, I've just met Xiaoyu. I was asking her what she likes to eat and what she's allergic to, so that I can pay more attention in the future. Right, Xiaoyu? Perhaps that's what Miss asked, but Auntie Shen quickly gave Xiaoyu a wink. Xiaoyu smiled. She thought to herself, did Auntie Shen just say what men and women do before getting married? Miss is really something. Maybe this is the happiness of the rich. But she glanced at Auntie Shen and, instead of picking up on her words, asked the beautiful CEO Sunny with concern, Miss, did anything happen just now? If there is a problem, please be sure to notify me in time, and I will do my best to ensure your safety. Well, it's fine, what could possibly happen? Usually I'm the one cleaning up after other people, who would dare bully me. I invited you here because I feel more at ease when you're around. Here's your water, miss, I just tested the temperature and it's just right. Auntie Shen is very considerate. She knows that you don't like water that's too hot or too cold, so she's handed it over. Sunny, a beautiful woman wearing a pink nightdress, gave a little smile and said, bring Mr. Lin a cup too. She tilted her head back and took a careful sip. It seems like she's just exhausted. Auntie Shen nodded and tiptoed her way to the second floor room with the water. She also noticed the small strawberry on the lady's neck just as she was about to walk up the stairs. She even snickered. As she carefully walked up the stairs, she gently called out, Mr. Lin, the lady asked me to bring you some purified water, saying that you are a little thirsty. Is it convenient for me to come in now? Yes, come in. A rough male voice came from inside the room, as if it had no effect. Auntie Shen respectfully walked in. Chapter 29, A Gift from the Beautiful CEO. It's delicious. Dinner, Beigu Haoding Villa, the home of the beautiful CEO. Lin Fan, who had eaten 3 bowls of rice in a row, had sparkling eyes and continued to sit and taste the food made by Auntie Shen. Her cooking was really good. For example, the braised pork she made had a slight char, with just the right amount of sugar, which melted in the mouth, was delicious to chew, and made you linger. Even the quiet and reserved special female soldier bodyguard Xiaoyu ate it with relish. Auntie Shen laughed and got up, saying that if it was delicious, then eat more. The owner she served, although rich, treated herself well, and had a special bodyguard who had retired from the military, so she felt very safe. Lin Fan laughed and said, no, if you keep eating, you won't have any abs left. Auntie Shen subconsciously glanced at Sunny and teased, you can work out with the young lady. Miss Lin practices yoga regularly and has great stamina. When she heard this, the beautiful CEO Sunny first let out a cute sound, then crossed her legs and said in a cold, domineering voice, do you have abs? Let me see. As she looked up and down at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes were full of teasing. Lin Fan thought to himself, what do you mean? You just looked at them a while ago, and now you want to see them again? Are you obsessed with me? Just now, it was only a matter of time before the abs covered her face. So he said, sure, I'll show you sometime, and you can even touch them to feel them. Xiaoyu didn't show much emotion. It was natural for her to be uninterested after leaving the army. Auntie Shen, however, understood this kind of tug-of-war between men and women very well, and looked at her with envy. She remembered that in the past, she and her dead husband had been just like this. Lin Fan was about to see how Sunny would respond, but he didn't expect to subconsciously see a small strawberry on her neck. It was extremely obvious. It was so vividly on the neck of the beautiful CEO. Lin Fan immediately thought that this was his own work. He tried to hint to the other party, but the other party didn't quite understand what he meant. As a result, Lin Fan sent her a WeChat message. Lin Fan, Miss Sunny, you have a little strawberry on your neck. The beautiful CEO, who was drinking her tremella soup, heard her phone ring and picked it up. She was shocked. She quickly got up and went to the mirror in the living room, lifted her neck to look left and right, and then gave a cold snort. Oh, how annoying. This beauty CEO is a germaphobe herself, and now that she found such an obvious strawberry mark, she suddenly felt bad about the whole situation. Although she knew that it was a proof of the other person's love for her, she still felt weird. Oops. Auntie Shin and Xiao Yu, one couldn't help but observe the reactions of the two, while the other bowed her head in ate. Obviously, the two seemed to have discovered it early on as well. The beautiful CEO saw that the two of them were not talking and her face turned slightly red. She had not finished eating the white fungus soup and she ran upstairs with her hands covering her neck. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. Where she was, every step was a minefield. No one knew when they would suddenly put you in an embarrassing situation where you could not extricate yourself. Unexpectedly, as soon as the other party had walked upstairs to the safety of the second floor, she immediately called down the stairs in a sweet voice. Mr. Lin, could you come up here please? Lin Fan, me? Sunny, do I need to say it twice? It's only natural for you to come to my bedroom with me as my boyfriend. Lin Fan. What's going on? And after Lin Fan glanced around the house, neither Xiaoyu nor Auntie Shin paid any attention to him, each minding their own business. Lin Fan followed the beautiful CEO to the second floor. Then, he went up to the third floor and entered the other person's bedroom. That's when he realized how awesome her room was. Not only was the area large, but the space of the floor-to-ceiling windows was also ridiculously large. You could also see the view of the lush green forest outside. This place is really good for living. What did you call me here for? After going up to the third floor room, Lin Fan just entered, and Sunny asked Lin Fan to lock the door. Lin Fan did as he was told. To be honest, although there was someone on the first floor, if this femme fatale wanted to do something to him, it would be better for the two of them to resolve it face to face. But then, the beautiful president first came to the bed and showed Lin Fan her neck in front of him. She asked, Humph, when did you kiss me here, and how come I didn't know about it? It's all red. With the two of them so close together, Lin Fan's breathing quickened a little. You can feel her neck glistening. Lin Fan, it's okay, you made me do it earlier. She's sure you did it on purpose. Next time you dare to do that to me, I'll punish you. Lin Fan laughed, how will you punish me? Sunny, let me kiss you too. Lin Fan laughed and said, no way. Sunny was not afraid at all and slowly got up and leaned towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, stop. But the next second, with a pop, the other person kissed her neck. Don't move, let me kiss you. In between breaths, the beautiful CEO said softly. Why does it feel so much like a dream? At this point, Lin Fan knew that if he didn't make the other person happy, the other person would find a way to torture him. Fine, it's not like I can't take a kiss. In the time that followed, Lin Fan felt like he was holding his breath to let the other person kiss him. After she finished kissing, it seemed like she wanted to check to see if it had any effect, and then suddenly her red lips teased, husband, you like me, right? Lin Fan. He never admitted that he was the other person's husband. He also never agreed to be the other person's boyfriend. But that's the way things are now. Lin Fan didn't bother to respond. It was a bit soon to say that he liked her. They had only just met. After saying that, he turned his head back. After all, he didn't dare move around when the other person was kissing him. It was too sensitive. Sunny said from behind, quite obedient. In fact, I was pleasing you in return. Do you know that, honey? You like it when I do this, don't you? Lin Fan didn't have time to respond. He glanced at the time, and it wasn't early anymore. He thought about leaving later and going home to get a good night's sleep. Unexpectedly, as soon as he suggested it, the other person's beautiful hands suddenly touched Lin Fan's waist. What is she doing? I thought she was going to hug me from behind. Lin Fan secretly sighed, thinking that although he was full of charm, he never expected to make such an impression on a beauty who had slept with him once. He was a bit charmed himself. Then, she was tapping in her high heels, doing something, and then a pair of rosy lips leaned over from behind. At the same time, a sweet fragrance came from her nose, and her delicate hands found his and seemed to be stuffing something into his hands. When she let go of her hand and looked at it, Lin Fan first blushed and then angrily looked at her. Plus, after turning her head, the other person gave her a cold snort. Lin Fan really wanted to fix her up. Really, really? What are you doing? Lin Fan held it in her hand and wanted to throw it away right now. Humph, of course it's my gift to you, Mr. Lin. If you dare to throw it away, be careful, I'll punish you. After saying this, the beautiful CEO with a slender figure stood in front of the mirror and admired herself. How did it feel when I just kissed you, husband? Lin Fan, bitch. Sonny, how dare you scold me? Lin Fan, what's wrong with scolding you? Sonny, I'll step on you. After saying this, she directly brought down her foot. Lin Fan almost didn't directly knock her down. Chapter 30, The Hospital, the Mainstay of the Heart. Mom, what's wrong with you? The other side. Jiangjin, who had just sneaked home from the hospital, was planning to take a shower and then sleep soundly. The events of the past few days had been too risky, and she had to think things through so that she wouldn't lose Lin Fan, her hard-working and dedicated fiancé with good looks and money. He hadn't been with her recently, and she missed him. She missed his hugs and kisses. Alas, the nights were lonely. Jiangjin felt that if she implemented that plan, her fiancé Lin Fan would definitely come back. But while she was thinking about this, she quickly bought a Yaohua cosplay outfit at a high-end store. After paying, she went out to get some fruit from the refrigerator. But then the roof caved in, and just as she came out of the bedroom, she found her mother lying in the living room. Mom! Jiangjin panicked subconsciously. In the past, when she lived with Lin Fan helped her solve all kinds of problems at home, big and small, but now she really didn't know what to do. Fortunately, she had some basic common sense, so while she was calling 120, she pressed her mother's chest to help with first aid. If her guess was right, her mother must have had another attack of syncope. It happened once before. It was said to be a lack of oxygen to the brain, a reflexive, situational syncope. Lin Fan helped her mother receive timely treatment. But now that she is alone at home, and she has fallen out with Lin Fan, she quickly calls her father. But after she calls, the first thing Jiang Shangqian asks is, "Hello? My dear daughter, did Lin Fan promise to change the car for me?" Jiangjin. Hey, can you ask my strange son-in-law to help me change my car? This thing has been catching on lately. Jiangjin was a little taken aback when she heard her father say something like that. Couldn't he tell that she was panicking? And at a time like this, he was still thinking about changing his car? Dad, do you know that Lin Fan is breaking up with me? So she said, Dad, Mom just fainted, and we're on our way to the hospital. Can you come over? But she hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Shangqian said, Oh, just ask Lin Fan. He's a young entrepreneur with a wide network. Just call him. When are you going to get me a new car? When are you going to call me back? I'm hanging up now. What a disobedient daughter. No, what a disobedient daughter. Jiangjin thought to herself, what's wrong with my father? Does he even care about this family? She subconsciously thought to herself that she would call Lin Fan right now, immediately, right away. She didn't believe that he wouldn't come if his mother-in-law fainted. And as soon as the ambulance arrived and carried her mother away, the familiar and warm voice came over the phone. How is it? Are you on your way to the hospital? Lin Fan, who had just returned home from the villa of the beautiful CEO, also received a call from his ex-fiancée. He didn't really want to answer, but the other person kept calling several times in a row. Lin Fan was purely curious. Lin Fan, you need to come to the hospital quickly. Mom seems to be in a really bad way this time. Jiangjin, the campus queen of Hujian University, still had a hint of green tea in her voice. Lin Fan immediately said, Sorry, but we're no longer together. You should deal with your family matters yourself. Lin Fan was not falling for the trap. What a pain in the ass. What did you say? Jiangjin was incredulous. She couldn't understand why he could be so heartless when her mother had fainted. And the attitude over there was also very decisive. She felt so desperate for the first time. Okay, don't look so surprised. Didn't we already have a very clear conversation in my office the other day? We're breaking up, and you'll return the dowry and jewelry to me. By the way, I'm sorry about your mother fainting. You can take your time returning the dowry and jewelry. Just take your mother to the hospital first. Jiang Jun's heart suddenly felt like it was being stabbed with a knife. For some reason, she could no longer believe in her fiancé. Fine, fine. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, you think I can't live without you? In the future, even if you beg me to get back together, I won't. Jiang Jun spoke with absolute determination. After Du hung up the phone, he quickly remembered to call the rich second-generation Wang Yu and Qin Qin, who had previously courted him. The result was that one was at the nightclub. Hearing that it was Jiang Jun's phone, he said faintly, "Mom, your mom is sick? Just go to the hospital. You tell Lin Fan, I won't let him off." Brother Wang. There was a bouncing sound from the other end along with a squeaky voice. Jiang Jun, who was angry, hung up the phone immediately. This Wang Yu deserves to be beaten up by Lin Fan. As for the middle-aged man Qin Qin, he currently has a certain number of fans and social influence on the internet. After he answered the phone, Jiang Jun asked him for help. The other person spoke ambiguously at first and said, "Hey, why did you think of me? Girl, do you agree to be with me?" But after understanding the situation, he was a bit embarrassed. "Girl, I'm sorry, I have an important live broadcast tonight." This really made Jiang Jun mad. What kind of man can't be relied on? Mom. 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 After a while, the ambulance arrived at the hospital. Jiang Jun's mother, Zhang Xiuxiu, was quickly taken to the emergency room for treatment, but what she didn't expect was that she had just been blocked from the door of the emergency room. A familiar handsome figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Lin Fan. You don't need to come." At that time, Jiang Jun still couldn't believe it. Didn't he just say it very decisively on the phone? Why is he here at the hospital now? Oh, she knows. She must be stubborn. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. But she quickly said, "I'm not here to argue with you, Auntie." How is she now? For the last time, definitely the last time. After Lin Fan answered the phone, he felt that he had spoken a little harshly. Although the two are now separated, the patient is in a more important position. Who let Lin Fan know? No matter what others think, as long as you have a clear conscience, that's fine. Besides, Jiang Jun's family is really strange sometimes. I'll help one last time. Jiang Jun didn't say a word, still sulking like a little princess. Lin Fan, who had long since understood her character, saw that she was still like this and didn't bother to appease her. He just said, "I know a few experts at this hospital, so I can give them a call and ask them to come and take a look. It might be effective." Who asked you to care? Jiang Jun snapped. But in fact, at this moment, she was secretly delighted. See? Lin Fan does love me, otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. And he said he wanted to break up with me. Can you leave me? It's strange. Earlier, I was so panicked, but now, as soon as I saw Lin Fan, Jiang Jun felt like she had found her backbone. Her panic and fear suddenly subsided. Chapter 31, Where can you find such a good son-in-law? Fortunately, it was sent in time, and Jiang Jun's mother, Zhang Xiuxiu, was rescued. But this time it was more serious than before, and she needed to be hospitalized for observation and treatment for a period of time. After several hours of treatment, at this time, Zhang Xiuxiu was on an 4 drip, and all indicators were stabilizing. It was just that the surgery cost was relatively high this time, and 30,000 yuan was needed. Jiang Jun in the ward and her mother Zhang Xiuxiu, who had just regained consciousness, looked at Lin Fan at the same time. The intention was too obvious. Lin Fan inwardly smiled bitterly, thinking, "No wonder, this family has long since regarded him as a cash cow. Was I out of my mind before or what, that I chose to be with Jiang Jun, a scheming woman?" In the past, it wasn't that Lin Fan helped the Jiang family with everything, making them feel that asking him for money had become a habit, and they felt uncomfortable not doing so. It was also absolutely hopeless. In comparison, the beautiful CEO named Sunny was really on a different level. No, it was hell. Sorry, but I have already exceeded the rules I set for myself by coming here today, Auntie. It seems that you still don't know what happened between me and Jiang Jun. We have broken up. Jiang Jun. What? Break up? Cough. Cough cough. Zhang Xiuxiu had just woken up, and seeing her son-in-law standing in front of her, she thought he looked handsome and full of inner strength. As soon as she saw that it was Lin Fan, she felt 100 times more relieved, even though she had just come back from the gates of hell. With him, she could not only rest well in the hospital, but she would also receive more than 10,000 yuan in red envelopes for her illness. Where can you find such a good son-in-law? Now that she heard that they were going to break up, her body felt as if it couldn't take it anymore, and she immediately started coughing violently. Jiang Jin saw that things were not good, and immediately started to scold in her wife's tone, "Hubby, it's normal for couples to fight, but can you not talk about our daily lives as a young couple when mom is sick? If you keep this up, and mom gets sick again, I won't live either." After she finished speaking, tears fell, and she cried like a green tea. Lin Fan was suddenly speechless. And when Zhang's mother heard it, she realized it was a quarrel between a young married couple. She immediately felt a little relieved, stopped coughing, and said with deep concern, "That's enough, don't cry. Quarrels at the bedside are reconciled at the foot of the bed. It's all the same, your father and I also quarreled back then. By the way, where is your father?" At this moment, Zhang's mother thought to herself, with regard to the emergency, why haven't the rest of the family come yet? But she heard Jiang Jin say, "My father? He's fine. I called him and told him you'd fainted, and he said he'd let me and you take care of you." I was speechless. Jiang Jin. Zhang Xiuxiu, as if worried that her family's affairs would affect her son-in-law's senses, quickly said, "Your father also has his own affairs, right? And you has things to do too?" Jiang Jin nodded and said, "She said she had to go to Hangzhou for an internet celebrity conference and left this afternoon." Lin Fan watched as they started chatting about their daily lives, and quietly got up and left the hospital room. He also sent a text message to his ex-fiancée Jiang Jin, telling her to remember to pay the bills, and that he had to go as he had some things to do. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he had just left the hospital room and reached the door, he heard the sound of quick footsteps approaching. "Lin Fan, are you sure you want to do this? Mom is in the hospital, can you let her rest in peace? I know I've been a bit bad lately, but don't worry, I'll make it up to you, including all those things you've asked for before, I'll give them to you if you want. But please don't keep causing trouble like this, okay?" The pretty girl who caught up was indeed Jiang Jin. And she subconsciously tugged Lin Fan's hand and said gently, "Fan, I know you still love me, and you were just saying that to get back at me. Stop it. Later, if my mom is fine, shall we go to the hotel next door? You make the reservation. It's a national holiday hotel. The atmosphere must be very good, right?" At that time, Jiang Jin hinted at something ambiguous. She even took the initiative to hold his hand. Lin Fan was a little uncomfortable. In the past, she never did this. If he guessed correctly, her next sentence would definitely be, "But honey, I want to save money for our baby's growth fund in the future. Can you pay for my hospital bill this time? We're all family, what's the difference between you and me?" Ha ha. Lin Fan could imagine it all. But she never imagined that she would go even further. "Fan, after you pay the bill, go wait for me at the hotel across the street. The guy who chased me before also said he wanted to visit mom, and I couldn't stop him. He even helped dad replace the car. Look, if you don't hurry up, I might end up with someone else. Hubby, I'll make you happy tonight." How shameless. How shameless. What kind of linguistic logic is this? Jiang Jin, the school flower of Hujian University? Is she trying to create a sense of crisis in herself? And she still thinks her tricks are useful? Her own elder is in the hospital, and she doesn't want to spend a penny, but she still wants to benefit from the competition between the two of them. She is truly shameless. Opening the door for his mother is shameless to the extreme. Who do you think you are? It's fine to pay for the room for free, but you made it sound like you were uncomfortable in bed and suffered. Lin Fan was very curious. How could she say such things? Lin Fan shook her head. "I really regret coming to see you, you scheming woman. Stop. If you think someone else is willing to pay for your medical expenses, then go find someone else, don't tell me, okay? I came to see you today because of our past relationship. Now I'm telling you, this is the last time. In the future, I hope we don't have to be in contact." After saying this, she shook her head. What a strange woman. She quickened her pace and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, this woman suddenly burst into tears from behind, shouting, "Lin Fan! Lin Fan! Lin Fan, you are not allowed to bully me like this. I have given you so much, why are you so heartless? Why?" Her loud voice suddenly spread throughout the hospital. It made many people around her look in the direction she was crying, which was also the direction Lin Fan had left. Her gaze was burning while her mouth muttered words. It seemed to say, "How could he do that, bully a little girl?" Alas, the world is cold, and there are so many scumbags these days. It so happened that their words reached Lin Fan's ears, and Lin Fan rebuked them. "Can you stop changing with the wind? Do you understand the truth of the matter? What meaning can you possibly derive from a fragmentary account?" Jiangjin was still causing trouble over there, taking advantage of the situation. Lin Fan shook his head, turned back, and retorted, "Stop acting. No one is stupid. Who's like your family's vampires? Who's like you, playing with people's emotions every day? Crocodile, what are you pretending to be aggrieved about? Just her. I've already broken up with her, and she still wants me to pay for their family's medical expenses. If I don't, she'll make all kinds of accusations. What a bad thing." After saying this, Lin Fan turned around and left in a dashing manner. Chapter 32, What a Narrow Escape. Zhang Yu was in a bad mood due to the online public opinion. After telling her sister the situation, she asked her family to tell people that she had gone to the internet celebrity conference, but she actually wanted to find a place to relieve her mood. Or going on vacation abroad would also be fine. She then blocked all mobile phone messages and spent a night alone in a Japanese-style tatami mat guesthouse. The next morning, she woke up and turned on her phone to see what the online buzz was about her. However, she found that there were now endless topics on the internet about hashtag a certain anchor's scale being banned, hashtag a female anchor with the surname Zhang, and hashtag who was the female anchor who was banned, etc., all of which had been trending for 2 consecutive days. What's more, they even dug up photos of her from her live broadcasts. Great, the netizens are very sharp-eyed, they are all Detective Conan, and the small accounts she uses to post daily have also attracted a large number of people. She was so frustrated that she wanted to quit the internet. But the internet was her means of livelihood. In a depressed mood, she didn't want to stay in the tatami room. In the morning, she specially disguised herself, although she was still wearing her favorite college-style JK skirt, which was extremely sweet. But she wore sunglasses and a mask. Basically, no one could recognize her on the street. At most, she was just a mysterious and beautiful girl on the street. Fortunately, the boys passing by kept looking back at her. With such attention, the beautiful girl Jian Yu's mood eased somewhat. And just then, she subconsciously thought of Lin Fan again. He was so amazing and must have a way to save her. What should she do to let him help her? Jian Yu, who was walking aimlessly on the road, suddenly felt a little self-talking in her heart. And at that moment, she looked up on the street, and subconsciously it seemed like she saw a familiar handsome figure. At first, she couldn't believe her eyes. But if it wasn't Lin Fan, then who was it? She was happy and was about to go over and say hello. But then she saw a pink Rolls-Royce suddenly pull up at the entrance to the street where he was waiting. The window opened and a beautiful woman got in. Lin Fan seemed to be very familiar with the beautiful woman. He smiled and got in the car. The beautiful woman even personally turned around and fastened Lin Fan's seatbelt. Yikes, that's hot. Did I misread it? I must have. How could Lin Fan get into another woman's car? But just as she was questioning herself, the Rolls-Royce quickly passed in front of her, and she happened to see Lin Fan's handsome face, which she knew so well. There's no doubt about it, it's him. But who is that beautiful woman? It looks like she's older than Lin Fan, right? A new girlfriend? A younger man? As she was shocked, Lin Fan, who had just finished his errands and got into the beautiful CEO's car, subconsciously saw the girl who was looking at Lin Fan at that moment. Although she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, he would not mistake her temperament and appearance. Moreover, the sunglasses were a gift that Lin Fan bought for her in the UK when he went abroad. What a narrow escape. What are you looking at? You like sweet girls? At that time, inside the pink Rolls-Royce, the beautiful CEO Sunny also noticed this scene. She drove the car, and when she saw her boyfriend and husband Lin Fan's gaze drift over there, she immediately started teasing. Lin Fan, who had come back to his senses, said, "It's okay, it depends on what kind of girl is wearing it." He had a bad feeling, if his ex-sister-in-law saw it later. It also meant that his ex-fiancée should have known as well. He was afraid that something big was about to happen. But he had already made it clear that they had broken up, so he wasn't afraid of anything. I see, my husband likes sweet girls. Well, tonight, I'll dress up a little more sweetly for my husband, okay? I'll also wear a school-style short skirt JK. Cough. Cough. At this time, Lin Fan had just taken a bottle of mineral water and tilted his head to take a drink, but unexpectedly, he was choked by the words of the beautiful president. Dress up a little more sweetly? And wear a school-style short skirt, JK? Give yourself a break. She is already very beautiful, and she really likes to torture herself. If she contrasts her appearance even more, she will completely lose herself. I really didn't expect it to be like this with the other person. Lin Fan, who is physically strong, naturally does not avoid it, but feels that the two of them have just started to have a good impression of each other, so they should take things slowly and not be too explosive. It's good to slowly feel the beauty of life and all the romantic and wonderful things in moderation. But she said with such charm. If you look at how she is dressed today, yesterday she was an intellectual beauty, elegantly playing the piano at home in high heels. Today she is wearing a halter neck dress, with gold jewelry around her neck and earlobes, driving in low heels. Her luscious red lips, exquisite makeup, and beautiful eyes are constantly looking at herself. Oops, honey, you should be more careful when you drink water. Here, let me wipe it off for you. She was the first to notice Lin Fan coughing, and quickly pulled over to the curb. She used a tissue to wipe Lin Fan's mouth while she gently patted his back with her jade hands. With a gentle voice, she asked, "Are you feeling better, honey? Do you want me to help you clear your throat again?" Clear his throat? How? At the mention of the word throat, Lin Fan instead saw the tall, snow-white neck of the beautiful CEO. He really wanted to admire her for a while. But at that moment, the beautiful CEO suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks flushed a little. She blushed and said, "Oh, husband, you're such a rascal. By the way, now that you're feeling better, husband, I was thinking that we should hurry up and find a place to taste some delicious food." Sunny said this while restarting the car. Unexpectedly, she saw in the corner of her eye that the beautiful girl they had just passed in the car behind them was running towards them. She thought to herself, "She's not looking for us, is she?" She suddenly had a bad feeling. But as she turned the car onto the main road, she heard the beautiful girl in sunglasses shouting from behind. "Lin Fan! Lin Fan? Stop the car, stop the car." Oh, she really is looking for them. But can't she see that she's in the car with her husband? The beautiful CEO Sunny glanced at Lin Fan and then at the sweet young girl, unafraid, and backed the car back to the curb again. Chapter 33 Sunny, ex-girlfriend? Who is this? At this moment, she saw the attitude her boyfriend Lin Fan had towards the sweet young girl in school uniform, as if they knew each other. Sunny looked at the other person from the car and asked subconsciously. "A friend." Lin Fan responded. In this situation, if Sunny found out that she was her ex-fiancé's younger sister, that is, her ex-sister-in-law, then it would be terrible. This beautiful CEO would not even hesitate to eat her up in her pink Rolls Royce. Friend? And the beautiful girl Jiangyu, dressed in a school-style JK, just didn't believe it. Especially since the other person was also so beautiful, a temperament beauty sister, she felt even more that Lin Fan was trying to find someone else in advance to separate from his sister. What a coincidence, why are you here? Lin Fan tried his best to keep the situation calm. But Sunny, the beautiful CEO, obviously also saw that the other person was quite good-looking, and her boyfriend kept staring at the other person. Then a beautiful hand quickly slipped into the gap between Lin Fan's fingers. Lin Fan also suddenly felt the beauty and love of their fingers intertwined. He glanced back at Sunny. Sunny's red lips smiled and said, "Kid, do you want us to take you out to play? Lin Fan is now my boyfriend, and since he is my boyfriend's friend, he is naturally my friend too." "Jiangyu, kid. I am indeed younger than this beautiful sister." "Oh, I'd rather not do that. I also happen to meet Lin Fan." "Lin Fan, in that case, I'll go first. I wish you 100 years of happiness together. I may have to go out for a few days." Jiangyu now looked a little pitiful. She had just experienced a cyberstorm and had also broken up with her sister, so she wouldn't do anything stupid, right? The current situation was that both of them knew exactly what was going on, but in front of Sunny, they acted like the friends Lin Fan said they were. However, they naturally couldn't talk about their delicate relationship. Otherwise, Sunny would definitely want to fix them up. "Okay, then you be careful, and if anything happens, you can call me." After a polite conversation, Jiangyu left quickly. But as she walked, she waved her hand while crystal tears fell down her cheeks. She had never felt like this before. And as soon as Lin Fan's car left, she stopped walking. On the autumn street, under the sycamore tree, the beautiful girl looked at the scene in front of her with anger. Ex-girlfriend? On the other side of the car, the beautiful CEO turned her head and asked Lin Fan as soon as she drove away from here. Lin Fan glanced at her and knew she would ask this question, so he quickly asked in return. Are you jealous? Oh, so it really seems to be your ex-girlfriend. However, just as Lin Fan was about to tease her, the car suddenly accelerated the next second, scaring Lin Fan, who quickly grabbed the armrest and shouted, What? Oh dear, if it's not an ex-girlfriend, it's a friend. Usually there's no interaction between the two. This woman is really going to heaven over jealousy. Lin Fan quickly rebuked. Huh, no interaction? You two have lovey-dovey eyes. I can see your eyes are about to fall off from staring at her white skin and legs. Honey, do you still like to admire her? Fuck. Lin Fan let out 2 expletives. What do you mean you still like to smell her? Sonny, you jealous woman, can you stop thinking such nonsense? Oh yeah, I haven't even agreed to be her boyfriend, so why am I starting to care about her now? I'm warning you, don't be unreasonable. Lin Fan was clearly irritated. Thinking that the other person was jealous, his mood was actually quite good. But she can't keep this up. I need to rein her in. Don't think about meaningless things that will only cause internal conflict. How am I being unreasonable? Lin Fan was surprised when she heard her own words echoed back. You two must have a story to tell. What else could you be calling about? Humph, did you two like each other? My intuition can't be wrong. Lin Fan said, You just like to imagine things. Sunny then slammed on the gas and sped down the highway, and Lin Fan yelled at her, You're crazy. He quickly grabbed the handrail to keep his body safe and balanced. He never expected that the other person was an extremely skilled and stable driver, and they didn't say a word. After they parked the car directly behind the underground parking lot of the shopping mall, the beautiful CEO suddenly reached out her beautiful hand and said to Lin Fan, Here, I'll give you a chance. Hold my hand from now on, and I won't let you be with anyone else. Lin Fan shook his head and said, You're just grasping at straws. Once the two of them arrived at a popular restaurant, there were quite a few young ladies dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, playing the part of palace maids, dancing tenderly. Sunny said, Honey, we have to hold hands on the way. Otherwise, people will think we're lovers. After saying this, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan with a smile on her face. Then she said, Oh, that's right, that was a really good story you just told, and I want to hear more, like how did you two meet? Husband, you actually really like her, don't you? It's okay, it's normal for you to like other pretty girls, it's just that you have to tell me all the details about how you met and got along. A trap. This is definitely a trap. Don't be fooled by the gentle and graceful way the beautiful CEO speaks, she is just biding her time, waiting for Lin Fan to give the fatal blow when he tells her everything. Lin Fan is not stupid. But as they walked, it was clear that they had just arrived at the top of the shopping mall, and there were still so many people around. Suddenly, the beautiful CEO cooed, Hubby, hold your hand a little closer to me, I like it when you hold me. The next second, Lin Fan saw it. It turned out that a few tall girls in young and fashionable clothes were walking towards him, looking at him. Their expression was still, Wow, look at the handsome guy. Sunny immediately began to declare her sovereignty. She expressed that she was Lin Fan's only girlfriend. Quite arrogant. And that day, Lin Fan watched every move and expression of the beautiful CEO. From time to time, she would lightly tiptoe, so that she could lean her ear close to him, and suddenly she would give him a kiss on the lips. She reminded him, Husband, yesterday we were in front of the piano on the second floor, and I really liked that romantic feeling of just you and me together. Did you like it, honey? Lin Fan kept looking at her in disbelief. Oof. I want to cuddle with my husband tonight. Don't you dare think about other women, honey. Lin Fan. Chapter 34, The Beauty Trap. Behave yourself. Can you at least act like a gentleman in public? Are you really the CEO of Pili Culture? Lin Fan quickly tried to calm her down when he saw the CEO's temper flaring up again. Although they were very intimate, there was no need to talk about such things in public. Upon hearing this, Sunny, who was usually so composed and calm, looked even more unapproachable. Who would have thought that such a cold and aloof older sister in beauty would actually say such things to Lin Fan in private? Men. Soon, Lin Fan showed a little strength, and the other person immediately began to disdain him. Lin Fan was a little angry, and immediately said, Don't keep saying how men are like this and that. If you're not going to do anything about it, why get so angry? Is she trying to control herself? When Sunny heard this, her pretty chin almost dropped. She bit her red lips, crossed her slim waist, and stood in the hall, saying to Lin Fan, "Fine, you're starting to lecture me now. How dare you hit me? I see that you really don't know your place. Fine, I'm not eating today, just follow me." Follow her? What is she up to now? Lin Fan, being a big boy, was naturally not afraid. He didn't mind if he didn't eat, and he didn't like eating in noisy places anyway. But then Lin Fan regretted it. Because the place where the beautiful CEO told Lin Fan to go next was the last place Lin Fan would have ever imagined. The two of them were in a pink Rolls-Royce speeding along the highway, but the destination was not in the city, but rather around the ring road, directly out of the city and heading straight for a forest island northeast of the city. At that time, Lin Fan still didn't know where she was taking him, so he asked her, "Why, take me so far away, and then we'll be alone?" Yes, Lin Fan is a hot-blooded young man. Sunny is an elegant and sexy lonely beauty. No matter how you look at it, Lin Fan doesn't feel like he's at a disadvantage. While waiting for the traffic light, Sunny looked down at her phone and sent out some unknown message, and Lin Fan didn't take it seriously. At the moment, he just wanted to find a place to take a shower and rest, or even go camping for the night. But he never expected that after driving into the forest, the car would arrive at a secluded suburban villa. Surrounded by forest, not far away was a lake. When walking through it, it felt like a different world, different from the hustle and bustle of the city. Plus, in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. This place was really beautiful. Then the car stopped inside the villa. There were swings in the courtyard, a swimming pool, accommodation, and a barbecue area. Lin Fan couldn't stop praising it. "If there's a place like this, why didn't you just come here in the first place?" Sunny didn't say anything. She just got out of the car, put on her favorite high heels, and walked straight ahead in a red dress that showed off her curvy figure. Lin Fan, "Hey, what do you mean? Is she really angry? Or is this the first time I've seen her like this?" But the scenery here is beautiful, the sun is shining, the air is fresh, and in the distance you can see the mountains. The extremely comfortable environment makes it easy to ignore other emotions. After that, Lin Fan wanted to sit on the swing for a while. Then he saw Sunny, this big-wave beauty, turn back out, with a sweet and obedient face, shouting at him, "Hubby, come in." Come in? What did she want? A beauty trick? Without thinking too much, Lin Fan quickly jumped off the swing and quickly followed her into the room. But alas, Lin Fan should never, ever, believe her words. Perhaps, from the beginning, one should be able to detect the subtle emotions of the other person. As soon as Lin Fan entered, with a pop, the door was closed. After that, there were several women sitting in the room, dressed exquisitely, drinking red wine. Behind him, after he had walked a few steps, the door was closed by a very agile figure. "Is that you? Why are you here?" At that time, Lin Fan was thinking about what surprise was waiting for him after he came in, but he didn't expect to meet the female special bodyguard Xiaoyu, whom he had just met yesterday. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry." What are you sorry about?" At this time, Lin Fan was a little confused. But soon, with a sweeping leg, Lin Fan subconsciously dodged and fell. Almost in the blink of an eye, she made Lin Fan's body lose its balance, put her hands behind her back, screamed, subdued herself, and stripped off her clothes, leaving only her underwear, which she tied to the chair in the hall. "What the hell is going on here? And, little you, could you please go easy on me? You're such a lady, you seem so gentle." But in fact, Lin Fan was tied to the chair in the hall by little you. Where were the other beauties? Seeing that the time was ripe, they quickly surrounded Lin Fan and each found a place to sit down. "Hey, Nini, the boyfriend you found has abs, and he's in good shape." "Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 abs. Wow. He's good looking too." "Bah. You think I don't know how I look? And why are there 4 women here? What did Sunny bring herself here for? Sister Niini, may I touch them? I'm really curious." One of the girls teased, "That girl looks small, but she has a huge rack. She's got a skinny body and a pretty face." Lin Fan looked over and noticed that she had 2 full breasts. "Great, I can touch them if I want." Lin Fan. "Stupid beautiful CEO, what are you doing?" At this moment, Sunny was completely in the mood of a beautiful woman who would make anyone who provoked her suffer. "Stop. Stop. Sunny, what are you doing? There's no need to do this to me." Lin Fan hurriedly asked, looking at the situation and seeming to understand something. But Sunny said in a sweet voice, "What? Didn't you just say you wanted to spank me? That's too much. Sisters, I went to pick him up for dinner today out of kindness, but he actually flirted with a pretty girl in the street, staring at her legs, and then said he'd call if he had something to do. I asked him who it was, and he said it was a friend. Friends don't talk to each other so intimately, so it must have been an ex-girlfriend. And he still wants to teach me a lesson. Does he mean that I shouldn't mention this, is that it? Sisters, he's bullying me. What the hell is going on? These beautiful women, all of them with a decent appearance, are all good friends of the beautiful CEO, Sunny?" As soon as Sunny finished speaking with some grievance, instantly, the gazes of all the women focused hotly on Lin Fan. Chapter 35, Faint. Can you untie me first? At this point, Lin Fan finally understood a series of operations done by Sunny before. First, she was mysterious and asked him to follow her, and took him to a forest villa. Second, she behaved very tenderly and affectionately along the way, as if she didn't mind the things he did to her before. Then, I was attracted by the villa environment here, happily swinging on the swing, and she called me affectionately husband, using the feminine wiles on me. Finally, she had her special female bodyguard, Xiaoyu, ambush me, overpowering me and tying me to a chair. Lin Fan now thinks back to when Sunny was on the bus, looking down and sending a message to someone. It turned out to be her bodyguard, Xiaoyu, who received the message and came here in advance to ambush me. It was impossible to guard against it. I had thought that I was going on holiday with Sunny. The scenery here is unique, the air is fresh, the view is open, and the mind is so free. Ahem. Don't worry, let me introduce you all first, so that in the future, if Nini marries this guy, she won't forget who her girlfriends are. The first to speak was a girl wearing a baseball cap and a cute appearance. She said her name was Huan. She is the talkative type in Sunny's group of girlfriends, and you can tell from the very beginning. Then, in order, there are two girls sitting on the sofa next to her, named Chi-Chi and Jiang Yaru. One is 163 centimeters tall, wearing a little leather skirt, with delicate makeup, a slender figure, long black hair hanging around her waist, and snow-white slender legs. The other one is too open, proud and outstanding, almost rarely covered, with a straight figure and a net celebrity face. Her face has obviously been retouched, but I have to admit that she really looks good. She looks a lot like a sweet dancing and traveling blogger on a certain audio platform. Another one is also very close to Sunny, but she is studying in the UK and is a master's student in directing. She has not returned yet. Lin Fan said, "Nice to meet you all. This is Chi-Chi, this is Jiang Yaru, and you are Huan. We've all met. Can you untie me first?" "No way." Just as he finished speaking, the girl named Huan looked at the beautiful President Sunny and smiled, then refused. "We're here today to do NI justice. Tell us, what's the story with the girl in white silk that NI just mentioned?" "You can't lie." With that, the girl named Huan held up her index finger and shook it. "Yes, you can't lie." Then the two beauties sitting on the sofa, named Chi-Chi and Jiang Yaru, also did the same. Lin Fan hurriedly said, "It's really nothing. I just ran into an old classmate on the way. We knew each other at the time, and you said you recognized each other when you saw each other, so it wouldn't be appropriate not to say hello." He had already explained. But Sunny, the beautiful CEO, didn't believe him at all. "Saying hello is fine, but I heard that before they left, you said you had something to call you about. If you two don't have a story, who would believe it?" After Xian finished speaking, everyone's attention immediately focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew that this was the cause of the trouble, but he wasn't afraid. He said, "You're misunderstanding. I really don't have a story with her. The reason I said that is because I heard that she is now an anchor, and my company also does e-commerce, so it's logical to maintain a good relationship with high-quality anchors, right?" "Oh? Did NI tell you that?" Zwan felt that this was new information. After looking at Sunny with a pair of clever eyes, she immediately asked. As a result, Sunny quickly shook her head. Huan immediately said, "See, your girlfriend said you haven't even told her. It seems that you don't take our Nini seriously at all. What do you think, sisters?" Huan is indeed quite able to incite people's emotions. With just a few words, she made the scene seem like Lin Fan was going to be skinned alive and then squeezed dry. "She's a strong woman." Lin Fan said, "What do you mean I don't take Sunny seriously? If I didn't take her seriously, I would have gone to her house, or I would have walked there unconsciously. Also, I've thought a lot these past few days. Meeting Sunny was indeed an accident, but after spending some time together, I've discovered that I quite like her. Are you satisfied now? Humph. Humph. At that time, Sunny was thinking about how to fix her man. Unexpectedly, the sister's actions really made the guy finally tell the truth. As far as I remember, this is the first time he has confessed to me like this. Oh. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the group of girlfriends suddenly let out a cry of surprise together, as if they were going to make a scene, but the next second the girl in the little leather skirt with long black hair said, "It's just a crush." Lin Fan immediately looked at her in a reflex. But it was already too late. After learning about it, the girl next to her, Wan Wan, immediately said, "It seems that Mr. Lin's love is not very deep." Sisters, what do you think? Chi Chi's little brain suggested, "Then let's go have a barbecue and leave him here alone?" Wan Wan, yes, I agree. I agree too. The girl with the internet celebrity face and proud double peaks also raised her hand. Nini, what about you? Wan Wan asked. Sunny nodded and said in a commanding voice, "Okay, anyway, he only likes me, not loves me." Lin Fan. God damn it. Are they doing this on purpose? Lin Fan shouted, "No, don't do this, I haven't eaten either, and I'm starving." In the end, Lin Fan was tied up in the living room of the forest villa. The female bodyguard stood guard at the door, keeping an eye on him. The other sisters all went out into the courtyard and began to tell the housekeeper here to prepare the barbecue tools and ingredients. Some took pictures, some chatted, and once it got dark, the mood was set with the lights on. Someone else was blowing colorful bubbles and playing romantic and pleasant music. Lin Fan could only be tied up in the living room alone, watching them revel. What a sin! He never imagined that Sunny, the beautiful CEO, would treat him like this. On the other side of the street. In the afternoon, Jiangyu, the beautiful girl, watched Lin Fan get into a pretty girl's car and leave, and suddenly felt that she might get some action. If her sister knew, there would definitely be some good drama. But the two sisters were also at odds with each other, so she didn't know if she would listen. It was already very good that her sister hadn't had a big fight with her or broken off their relationship. However, she had no idea where Lin Fan and the pretty girl in the Rolls-Royce had gone. In the end, if she couldn't go home, she could at least go to a holiday forest villa that she had found online. She thought to herself, "Let's go here." She didn't even want to read the overwhelming comments about her online. But fate is fickle. When the beautiful girl Jiangyu, dressed in white, arrived at the forest villa by car. As soon as she entered, she noticed that there were many pretty young ladies humming and dancing in the courtyard, all dressed exquisitely. As soon as she looked, she realized that she could also blend in. After all, she saw many girls dressed exquisitely. However, just as she was dressed up and blending in, she accidentally discovered the pretty sister in front of her when she ran into Lin Fan, who got into the pink Rolls-Royce. What a coincidence! Chapter 36. Are they kissing now? Are they? Is it that coincidental? My goodness, I just wanted to get some fresh air by making a blind choice. I never thought I would actually run into her. God really does arrange things. At that time, the sweet girl Jiangyu had just arrived at the forest villa she had booked online. After a moment of shock, the person in charge of reception came and warmly welcomed her to check in first. There is free breakfast, and you can pay for lunch and dinner. The food is plentiful and the ingredients are good. The key is that just after Jiangyu had unpacked her luggage, the person in charge of reception immediately walked towards the lobby. The beautiful woman in a red, sexy dress seemed to have said something after seeing the receptionist. The receptionist immediately said respectfully, "Yes, boss, although this place has just opened recently, we will serve every guest with our heart." She was actually the owner of this forest villa. Amazing! Jiangyu hurried back to her room and once again disguised herself. First, her photos were everywhere on the internet, so it was inevitable that she would be recognized. Second, the person she liked who claimed to be his wife was also here. The encounter was really ridiculous. Also, why didn't she see her brother-in-law? Where is he now? Jinjin, I'm sorry, but after this, the company may have to rely on you. My body. On the other side, the fashion company. It was originally a company started by her best friend, but now she is overwhelmed by the workload and wants to step back. Vivian, who has been working for years, wants to step back and hand over all the work on the front line of the company to Jiangjin, the school beauty queen of Hujian University. At that time, Jiangjin was still feeling exhausted because her younger sister had fallen in love with her fiancé had proposed to break up with her, and her mother had fallen ill and was hospitalized. In the past, she had never felt such a heavy burden on her shoulders. She now hated Lin Fan. In the past, he was the one who shouldered the burden. Not only were her parents healthy, but even the Pomeranian she had raised was taken care of so well that it was full of energy and jumping around. Lin Fan's departure was really a bit of a shock. She had originally thought about whether she should leave the company and continue her domestic life. After all, the 2 million she had earned from Lin Fan was enough to support her for a while. But now, her best friend wanted her to take over the company. Jiangjin wanted to decline, but then a thought came to her. What? I'm being supported. Isn't that what you wanted? I told you I didn't want to work. I'm not a flower in this school that I can't afford. In that case, why don't I try taking over this fashion company? Vivian kept persuading herself that you just don't want to work, and it doesn't mean you have bad taste or poor execution. Your job is just to become a sophisticated woman. Jiangjin felt that what Vivian said was very reasonable. Then, after learning about Jiangjin and Lin Fan's current situation, Vivian gave Jiangjin some advice. In addition to the beauty plan, there is also an important ability, which is to make him feel that even if you don't have him, you will still get by just fine. If he finds out next time that you have now become a company executive, won't he regret it? Jiangjin thought that was exactly the case, so she saw that her mother's condition was gradually stabilizing, and simply agreed to the other party's proposal. This will not only impress Lin Fan, but also allow her to continue to rely on Lin Fan as a cash cow in the long run. Besides, Lin Fan's cousin is still a top artist in the entertainment industry, isn't she? His resources are inexhaustible. That's right. Starting today, this office is yours. I will issue a new appointment notice at the company later. Congratulations, Ms. Jiang. This afternoon, however, has given Jiangjin a lot of confidence. In addition, Jiangjin, who has already experienced several days of anger, wants to quickly make up with Lin Fan. So while Vivian left her office and she took over, she quickly locked the door behind her and changed into the bunny girl costume she had just bought. She also put on an eye mask. Let's not say that she was quite amazed when she looked at herself in the office mirror and showed off her figure and beauty. Her fiancé Lin Fan definitely wouldn't be able to handle this. So Jiangjin kept on taking a few more poses, taking selfies and self-videos, just waiting to find her fiancé Lin Fan's WeChat account and send the photos and videos to him. The caption, "Fan, I forgive you, I'll be waiting for you at home tonight." But just as the video was about to be sent after it had finished buffering, the text message immediately bounced back. There was also a red exclamation mark at the end. Pulled, blocked? No, it was just deleted. What's the difference between blocking you and deleting you? Suddenly, Jiangjin, whose career was booming, felt like she had been hit by a thunderbolt. She even found it a little hard to breathe. Lin Fan. Are you so heartless? She subconsciously first called her sister Jiangyu to ask for clarification, but just as she was about to make the call, she suddenly remembered that when she was with Lin Fan earlier, Lin Fan had set up family sharing on their iPhones. As long as they are in the country, they can basically know their location. She first opened it and looked at her fiancé Lin Fan's location, which surprisingly showed that he was on an island northeast of the Magic City. Why was Lin Fan there? Then she took another look at her sister's location. She was shocked to discover that her sister's location was also on an island northeast of the Magic City. She zoomed in and looked at the specific location. Lin Fan, Forest Villa. Jiangyu, Forest Villa. Great, great. She had thought that her fiancé Lin Fan blacklisting her would be enough to make her angry. Now the situation was, what was the situation between the two of them? How was it that her younger sister was in the same location as Lin Fan? However, she didn't dare to think too much about it. It might be a coincidence, or it might be that her younger sister was helping her seek justice. After all, her younger sister was a few years younger than her. She also knew Lin Fan's strength. However, Jiangjin, dressed in a ladylike manner, found the situation and subconsciously her body swayed slightly backwards. She felt that she could not just sit there and wait to die. She had to hurry and find Lin Fan to ask him for clarification. Chapter 37, Dance Floor, Sexy Dance, Villa Party. Miss, there are guests here, I'm worried about the bad influence, so should we move the young master upstairs? On the other side, inside the Forest Villa, Sunny and her girlfriends were happily dancing and singing along to the music. One of the girls, Chi-Chi, was quiet and shy, but when the sexy music started, she couldn't hold back her urge to dance. She took off her heels and removed her braces with her hands, and started to shake her hips to the music. For this reason, Sunny, as the owner of this forest villa, specially arranged a campfire party for her. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene became even more exciting. "Well, it's okay, let's go," said the beautiful president to the butler who had come to report and give advice. "That kid is now rampant and needs to be properly trained. I'll go see him later." But just as the butler was about to leave, Sunny stopped him again, pointed to the second floor of the villa directly in front of her, and said, "Tell him to come to this room, with the curtains open, and we'll play below, so he can really admire us. Oh, and tell him that if he really wants to admit his fault, he can come down and play with us, but if not, he can stay locked up." Sunny is a beauty with a sharp tongue. If you want to be your man, and in the future, your husband, you have to start now. But he has good natural conditions, with abs, and is a very capable boyfriend. After giving her instructions, she continued to have fun with her girlfriends. She even opened some red wine. Everyone had free rein to play together, and the quiet girl who was a little bit of an internet celebrity saw that Sunny was so generous, and proposed that they all get together and have a drink to toast their best friendship into Sunny. The atmosphere reached a new high. "Let's go, up we go. Hall, first floor, sofa area." After exchanging a glance with the butler, Xiaoyu, the female bodyguard who had just received the message from Miss, got up and told Lin Fan to follow her. Lin Fan, who was tied to a chair, said instantly, "No, Xiaoyu, how can I go up when I'm tied up? I can't just jump up there. Besides, I'm tired. I'm thirsty and hungry. And you, the butler here, right? Please bring me all the delicious food and drinks. You can't give in. Even if you're tied up, you have to stand up for yourself." Besides, Lin Fan also felt that he hadn't done anything wrong. Now he couldn't even look at another girl, so what would happen in the future? Lin Fan felt that Sunny, the beautiful CEO, was using the privileges in her hands to force him to obey her, but he just wouldn't do it. "She obeys me. Sorry, Mr. Lin, that's not going to happen. Miss just told us that unless you apologize to her, she won't let you go. Xiaoyu, if that doesn't work, why don't the two of us carry Mr. Lin to the second floor together?" Miss also said that she wants Mr. Lin to watch them have fun upstairs. The female bodyguard at that time glanced out the window, and then gave the butler a sharp look, and said icily, "Good idea, but I should be able to do it alone." After saying that, she walked quickly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan was taken aback and said, "What? What do you want?" The next second, she already helped Lin Fan stand up. His feet were not tied, so he could walk. Lin Fan refused. The female bodyguard suddenly smiled and said lightly, "It seems that Mr. Lin wants to taste the taste of my boxing." Lin Fan subconsciously walked quickly forward and went up to the second floor. Then, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, he saw a group of young, beautiful, sexy women downstairs, having a lively party. They sure know how to have fun. Several girls were showing off their slender figures while shaking their hips to the music. The scene was extremely ambiguous. Where was Sunny? At the moment, she was in the middle of the dance floor, wearing high heels, swaying her sexy figure with her sisters, and casually brushing her beautiful hand through her big waves, as if it were premeditated. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes looked up at Lin Fan, who was on the second floor at the moment. One beautiful hand also stroked her neck, her body trembling as she squatted down, and then she twisted her perky buttocks. She was really excited. She was deliberately trying to seduce Lin Fan. Her little girlfriends were also infected by her, screaming on the spot, filming videos, dancing, and having a great time. Lin Fan, who was now watching them having so much fun in the courtyard of the villa, wanted to crush the heart of this smelly beauty, Sunny, right now. "You want to provoke me, don't you?" However, Lin Fan on the second floor, while watching, was determined to get even with the girls downstairs. Just as he was thinking of a plan, he suddenly saw the familiar figure of a girl appear downstairs. She was wearing a mask and a cap. But he recognized her figure. What's more, she was wearing those shiny piggyback leather shoes. If it wasn't that beautiful girl Jiangyu, then who was it? But why was she here? In the afternoon, didn't the two of them part ways? Could it be that she followed him all the way here? He was a little puzzled, but soon, the beautiful girl looked up and met Lin Fan's gaze. She was also a little surprised. But then she quickly entered the hall of the villa. "Huh, she's disguised like this, it seems that she's afraid of being recognized by Sunny. She came to find me, could it be that she's here to confess her love?" Lin Fan admitted that Jiang Yu was young and pretty, and she had tens of thousands of fans on the internet. She was the type of beautiful anchor everyone liked. She followed a pure erotic style, which always gave people a sense of being aroused. Her sister was the school beauty in her early years and belonged to the pure lady type. Both sisters really could make a living just by relying on their appearance. Just pretend you didn't see it, Lin Fan muttered to himself. But soon, the door on the second floor suddenly knocked from the outside. It was the voice of the housekeeper here, saying, "Xiaoyu, come down to eat, the young lady wants you to come over and play too." Xiaoyu nodded, glanced back at Lin Fan, and didn't say anything. Once the door behind him closed, he went downstairs too. A good time to escape? Lin Fan subconsciously jumped to the door, but found that it had long been locked from the outside. Damn it! Could it be that I, Lin Fan, with my illustrious reputation, am now going to be stuck in prison forever? It's a shame that I'm still an expert with ropes. Usually, if someone ties me up with a rope, I would have already saved myself. But this was done by the female bodyguard, and she must have practiced in the army. The rope she used to tie me up got tighter and tighter the more I struggled. I'm impressed. Looking at the situation at hand, Lin Fan felt that he could either escape by feigning ignorance or take the strategic route and first pretend to agree with the beautiful CEO that he was in the wrong, and then take the opportunity to escape. But to escape by feigning ignorance, he would need someone to cooperate, and he was all alone here. Then he could only go with the second plan. The next chapter will be posted before 2000 hours, or possibly earlier. It will be published today, so please support it. Chapter 38 Miss, there's a problem. The young master has run away. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, after the female bodyguard left, Lin Fan, who was about to change his strategy and plan to settle the score later, returned to the front and back of the French windows. Thinking about it this way, he might as well take a good rest and analyze the beauties here. They all seem to be worth a lot, and all their girlfriends are wearing designer clothes. They must have millions or even tens of millions of dollars? Sunny alone must have a few hundred million, right? Yesterday, I checked the stock of Pili Culture Company, and it has gone up a lot. He even bought 1 million. Who? Lin Fan, who heard the knock on the door, subconsciously braced himself. It can't be that the female bodyguard just left and forgot to take the key. But since there was no sound from there, Lin Fan didn't take it seriously. However, after a while, there was a sound of someone taking the key and opening the door. Then there was a creaking sound, and the door was opened, and a girl wearing a mask and a cap entered. Lin Fan. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Fan immediately understood that it was Jiang Yu. Hey, but then he slapped himself on the head, hadn't he just seen this beautiful girl downstairs? Jiang Yu? Lin Fan expressed his surprise. It wasn't easy to get in just now, as the door was locked. Jiang Yu was quick, however, and kept telling herself as she walked forward, I just saw them all go to eat, and when I went up to the second floor and knocked on the door, I realized it was locked. I stole their keys and came in. You closed the door first. Lin Fan was shocked at that moment. It's okay, I actually have help. Oh, Lin Fan, look at my head, I forgot to close the door, but they're just going to dinner now, they won't be back for a while, will they? This beautiful girl and Lin Fan were now in the full throes of a secret affair. They spoke in a low voice. That's for sure, but I have to find a way to get out of here. Jiang Yu, why are you here? Quickly untie me. Where is the original Jiang Yu? She had been sad all day after seeing Lin Fan get into the car of another beautiful woman, but now she realized that he hadn't actually volunteered to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be tied up right now. She quickly untied Lin Fan, looking at the marks on his wrists with a heartbroken heart. A pair of beautiful hands gently cupped Lin Fan's wrist, saying, That's too much. How could they do that to you? They're joking, right? Lin Fan gave a bitter smile. He felt that the heavens were still on his side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent this beautiful girl Jiang Yu to rescue him. Joking? Lin Fan, they tied you up and you still think they're joking? You're not a little masochistic, are you? What the hell? Masochist? You're the masochist. Lin Fan almost smacked her when he saw the beautiful girl in front of him asking like that. That beautiful president, he definitely has to spank her Snow White but hard, it's too cruel. The beautiful girl in front of him can't be spared either. This little bitch. What masochist tendencies. They saw you and me greet each other on the street today and suspected that the two of us had a story, interrogating us. But we are the story. Jiang Yu asked in such a rhetorical way that Lin Fan was at a loss for words. What story? What story do you have with you? There is no story with you. Lin Fan didn't bother to respond to her. He glanced at the layout of the room and found a set of women's clothes in one of the wardrobes. A bit oversized. I don't know whose. The housekeeper's sister doesn't have such an exaggerated figure. Since I'm not going to do anything, I might as well change. After Lin Fan had dressed up in disguise, put on a fisherman's hat and a trench coat, and looked at himself in the mirror, he laughed to himself. Okay, who can recognize us now? Then, he quickly packed his things and pulled Jiang Yu out of the room together, going to the first floor from another place. At that time, Sunny, the beautiful president, and her little sisters were still singing, drinking red wine and chatting happily. Two people dressed in somewhat strange clothes quickly walked past them and left. During this time, some drunk Chi-Chi, with long hair down to her waist, blushed and pointed at the two people from the past, saying, look at those two, so funny, huh? Come drink. They got even more excited about drinking. As for the female bodyguard Xiao Yu and the butler, they had also been dragged to the center of the dance floor by Sunila. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, also said to Xiao Yu, remember, if you follow me, I will make you happy and you will earn money. Just tell the company's finance department tomorrow how much money you need for your mother. Your only task is to keep my man, my husband, Lin Fan, under control and not let him flirt with other women, got it? He is mine. Sunny has also had quite a few drinks. It has been a hard year at work, she has earned a lot of money, and now she has a boyfriend, so why can't she enjoy herself? The music video for a sexy Korean dance is played again. She is in the middle of the dance floor with the ladies, dancing even more happily. Until the end of the party, Sunny shouts in a sweet voice, honey. She has been single for 28 years, and has finally found someone she likes, so she really misses him now. Oh dear, Sunny, can you please stop showing off your affection in front of us? Mr. Lin is so handsome, be careful, he might run away with us. We will charm Mr. Lin to bits. I won't let her get away with that so easily. Ha. The girl with the slender figure, long hair down to her waist, and fair skin, Chi-Chi, was talking nonsense. The quiet and refined internet celebrity John Yara suddenly persuaded her, Chi-Chi, come on, stop talking nonsense. On the contrary, Huan, the most talkative girl, said arrogantly, yes, I want to steal your husband, Sunny, and come to my bed tonight. Touch his abs. Ha. Ha? Abs? They're mine, Mr. Lin is mine. Chi-Chi had known that Lin Fan had abs when she interrogated him earlier today. Now, she was drunk and her inner desires had been revealed. She danced very well, and Mr. Lin would definitely like it. Meanwhile, Sunny had also drunk quite a bit, but when she heard that her sisters were so eager to get their hands on her man, she was overjoyed. Her man was so popular, but he could only be hers. It was useless for you to miss him. If you're so capable, go find someone exactly like him. After the group finished chatting, they staggered back to their respective rooms. Unexpectedly, at this time, Xiao Yu hurriedly ran from the hall, looking panicked, but unable to speak. Sunny laughed and said, Xiao Yu, what are you panicking about? Aren't you of excellent psychological quality? The mission failed? It's okay, this is my home, it's okay, help me go to the second floor, I want to find my husband. But Xiao Yu suddenly said, Miss. It's bad. Mr. Lin has disappeared. Sunny. Chapter 39, A Man and a Woman Alone Together. A Quiet Forest. Lin Fan, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. I'm running out of energy. Lin Fan, will you carry me on your back? The forest, an unknown path. On both sides are tall thickets, the air is moist, and the weather is getting dark. Lin Fan and Jiang Yu, who had escaped, ran all the way, as if they were afraid of being caught again by the beautiful CEO. She is beautiful, but she is not hesitant when it comes to disciplining people. Hurry up. It's only a few steps. Lin Fan walked quickly in front of them. Compared to ordinary people, his pace was indeed fast, not to mention that he was followed by a beautiful girl and a female news anchor. Lin Fan, the girl must not have as much stamina as you, and who is like you, the captain of the basketball team in college, who must have good stamina, and at that time, many people threw themselves at you. Jiang Yu's tone of voice slightly blamed Lin Fan for being too eye-catching. She remembered that once an outside woman, dressed very flirtatiously, came to the school specifically to find him, and even offered to give him a car so that he could follow the woman. But Lin Fan did not agree, and rejected the other person on the spot. From that time on, Jiang Zhen's heart began to stir. If it weren't for her sister who had beaten her to the punch, she would be the one who was now with Lin Fan, the school flower of Hujiang University. A hero doesn't talk about his past exploits. Why are you here? If she hadn't been so quick-witted today, she might not have been able to escape the torture. Lin Fan is grateful to her for this. It's still nice to hear Lin Fan call me by my childhood name. Although this place is quiet, it would be nice to stay here with you forever. It's been 2 days, 2 whole days, and only now is Jiang Yu feeling a little relieved. She has really suffered a lot these past 2 days. You still haven't answered me. Standing in the middle of the long path, she looked up and saw that the sky was already darkening. At this time, Lin Fan once again looked behind and ahead on tiptoe, and after making sure that no one was chasing, she let out a small sigh of relief. From the current situation, Sunny, the beautiful CEO, and her little demon sisters, they are all high and have been drinking, so it is unlikely that they will be found tonight. Furthermore, they specifically chose the small path. No one would ever think of it. However, although the path is good, it is also dangerous and lonely. For example, there is no one in front of you, no one behind you, and the lush surroundings are eerily quiet. Occasionally, a cool breeze blows, and it's chilly. What a coincidence! I'm suffocating. It was at this moment that Jiang Yu remembered to take off her mask and cap, revealing a fair and delicate face in the evening light. She kept running her fingers through her airbangs. She also took out a makeup mirror from her bag and touched up her makeup. The shadows of the night set off her slender figure, and her obedient and quiet appearance made her even more charming. The beauty of a young girl is naturally online. An encounter? I don't believe it, how could it be? Lin Fan, you can't possibly think that I, with my small frame, would follow you here all the way, can you? I was just feeling sad, so I randomly found a place to hang out, and I didn't expect to come here and see the woman you were with this afternoon. What is your relationship with her? She is very elegant and beautiful. While talking, Jiang Yu had already come to Lin Fan's side. Although it is quiet and uninhabited here, but with Lin Fan here, my heart is warm. It's not a big deal, she probably wants me. Lin Fan sighed. I knew it, Lin Fan, you can do it. Jiang Yu looked at herself with a very arrogant expression and began to call herself by her first name. Lin Fan. What the hell, what does she want? Oh yeah, I don't know if she's still on the hot search list. Lin Fan, who had hurriedly glanced at Jiang Yu, picked up his phone and tried to check his Weibo. But strangely, there was no signal here. He raised it high and shook it, but it still didn't work. Where could they have gone? This shouldn't be happening. So let me ask you, Lin Fan, what do you like about her? Suppose there was someone who knew how to be content, who could occasionally take up some of your time, and who was also very well behaved and understanding, would you like that? And she doesn't cause trouble. She makes money and wants to spend it on you. Lin Fan, just tell me if you like a girl like that. Lin Fan felt that Jiang Yu must have been doing a lot of live streaming and had become a bit scatterbrained. How could there be such a good thing? Fine, Lin Fan, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a default. You would definitely like to meet a girl like this. Besides, although this girl doesn't have many followers, there are still a few hundred people who watch her livestream every day. With that, she came over to Lin Fan. A pair of pretty faces, with dark eyes looking up curiously at Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately knew that she was actually talking about herself, and instantly said, "Stop it. Work hard, and you will naturally meet people who resonate with you and share the same frequency. There are still a lot of handsome guys in the world." Jiang Zhen, Lin Fan, it's useless for you to say that to me. A woman may only love one person in her life. Lin Fan, you're silly. Jiang Yu, no, I'm not. I also admire you very much. That day you told me you wanted to separate from your sister. How much courage did that take? Lin Fan looked at her and said, when a relationship is draining you indefinitely, and you keep trying to change it but it's hopeless, then stop while you still can. That makes sense. She agreed. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let's hurry up and get out of here first. There's no signal here, and it looks like it's going to rain again. Looking up, the sky began to darken with clouds, and the temperature began to drop, and Lin Fan was vaguely worried. Cut it out, don't you want to consider the girl I just mentioned? She sometimes dances in the live broadcast room, and her fans say she looks good. When I have time, I'll ask her to dance for you too. Lin Fan. I'm convinced. She's a demon girl. Who is she talking about? Lin Fan looked at her with some surprise. Why is she so eager to find a partner for herself? The beautiful girl in front of him said this while dancing a little in place with her waist, and the sweetness of the beautiful girl instantly hit him. Even though she was now wearing women's black skinny pants. Lin Fan subconsciously glanced at her, and she did have a talent for those sexy dances. But just then, this beautiful girl suddenly took out her phone and showed him a video of a beautiful woman pulling her pants down with a small beautiful hand. She said in a sweet voice, "Lin Fan, look, isn't it good?" Lin Fan. Ha, you're blushing, you're blushing. Ah ha 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 ha. At that time, Jiang Yu was laughing on the spot and fell over. It's not a big deal, young girls are pretty normal these days. The other day when I was browsing Longpu, someone said they regretted not being born a few years later, because universities are now full of girls like this who know how to please people. Okay, you can wear it like this in the future. Girls, you have to use your advantages. Lin Fan smiled. He looked around and decided to continue walking forward. When he reached an open area, the signal should be stronger. But suddenly, the beautiful girl became playful and shouted at Lin Fan, "Humph, Lin Fan, do you also like the type of girl I just showed you? Sweet, lively, and enthusiastic. Very man-killing, right? Lin Fan." Chapter 40 Lin Fan, do you like sweet, hanging girls? Lively, enthusiastic, sweet girls are really good. This was Lin Fan's own inner answer. Under certain circumstances, the visual experience that such a beautiful girl brings to people is also awesome. For example, wearing a vintage coat. Or a sexy cosplay. But after the other person finished speaking, Lin Fan ignored her and just muttered to himself. If he responded to her now, he would definitely have to be a little ambiguous with her. Between a lonely man and woman, it's easy to feel this way when they lock eyes. He didn't expect things to develop to this point either. Obviously, that smelly beauty president already gave him a headache, and now there's another one. Of course, it's also possible that the beautiful girl just wanted to tease him, so Lin Fan pretended not to hear and took a few steps forward, continuing to search for a signal with his phone. It's strange, isn't it? How come there's no signal in the forest? At the very least, there should be a weak signal. Lin Fan, you're not saying anything, so I guess I got you right, didn't I? Let me tell you, no guy can resist a woman like me. Especially a girl with a great body and fair skin. As she spoke, she also showed off herself. At this time, the beautiful girl Jiang Yu was a little pleased with herself. If Lin Fan had just responded to her, it would have meant that he didn't care that much, but if he doesn't respond now, it means that he really likes her. Thinking about this, she suddenly became very happy. She ran and jumped on the path, while heckling, "You like girls like this." Not speaking is an admission. Lin Fan was unable to hold back anymore. Lin Fan didn't want to pay any attention to her, but she said again, "Why are you blushing?" He. After saying that, she didn't wait for Lin Fan to respond, and ran to the front of Lin Fan, and playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Fan. She said, "Lin Fan, you can take a good look at me." Lin Fan was so shocked that he stood there, waving his hands. This beautiful girl really said whatever she said would become the other person's handle, and no matter what she said, it would be understood by the other person as an approval of what she said. Seeing that it was getting late, he should hurry up and go out first. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? On the other side, the beautiful President Sunny in front of him had also drunk quite a bit. Today was a happy day, and she was drunk with her friends. But then Xiaoyu came to report to her, and at first Sunny thought she had heard it wrong. Mr. Lin had run away. Mr. Lin, her husband, was tied up by her and guarded by the bodyguard she had just hired, so how could he run away? Later, she saw the housekeeper of this forest villa, Sister Ya, come to her with a grave face. She rubbed her forehead and quickly calmed down a bit. Then Sunny realized that her husband really should have run away. Old husband. The beautiful older sister Sunny screamed in alarm. The housekeeper Sister Ya hurriedly apologized. The female bodyguard Xiaoyu felt that she had failed in her duty, and this was the first task the young lady had given her. She immediately examined the scene for clues, then asked everyone at the scene again, but found nothing suspicious. Furthermore, the door was locked from the outside and the rope was tied very securely. Under these circumstances, it was simply impossible to escape. What the hell? But then the girl with long hair down to her waist named Chi-Chi said, "Oh, were those the two people who left while we were dancing?" At the time, I was a little surprised that one of them was so tall. "Sonny, when was this? You met my husband, didn't you?" Chi-Chi, yes, but I saw two women at the time. Now that I think about it, it must have been Mr. Lin disguised as a woman and escaping. It must have been. Ha, Mr. Lin is so versatile. There was a lot of laughter, and with the help of alcohol, the girl's words became more and more daring. Zhang Yaro, one of the internet celebrities, looked extremely quiet, but now she was dancing a sexy dance next to Chi-Chi's slender figure. The scene was unbelievable for a while. That must be it. But who is the other one? Chi-Chi, didn't you say there were two? Sunny asked. Chi-Chi shook her head and said, "I've never seen her before, I don't know her." On the other hand, the housekeeper suddenly saw that among today's guests, one room was open. She subconsciously walked over, but then realized that the person had already left. Wan suddenly exclaimed, "Nini. Could it be that you and Mr. Lin were followed here today? It seems that you said that Mr. Lin is being stared at by several girls right now, right?" "That's right. When you're drunk, you don't realize what's going on." Sunny suddenly realized that it might be the sweet schoolgirl who had been making eyes at her husband today. In a panic, she hurriedly looked for her car keys to go out and look for him, but Xiaoyu immediately stopped her and said, "Miss, this is my negligence at work. I'll go find him right now and I'll definitely bring him back to you." "Miss, don't worry. I'll go too." Yeah, the housekeeper at the Forest Villa also volunteered. But she had also drunk a lot with her boss tonight, and as soon as she finished speaking, she swayed a little. Sunny, wearing a red, sexy long dress, insisted on going, but was stopped by a group of girlfriends, who said, "Don't worry, isn't Xiaowu going to find him? Xiaowu is good at martial arts, she can definitely handle it." "Sunny, you'd better go to bed early." Sunny refused. But in the end, she was helped by a few girlfriends and returned to her room to keep her company. That left Xiaoyu to go out and look for him alone. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's ex-fiancé, who had hurried here according to the phone's location navigation, had just arrived by car and passed Xiaoyu by. Zhang Jin didn't care much about that. Instead, she was now furious and wanted to find her fiancé and her sister. The phone's location of the two of them was correct here. As soon as she entered the lobby, she found the housekeeper, Sister Ya, who was in the lobby calculating today's bills. After she explained the situation, Sister Ya was momentarily stunned. Another person looking for the young master? The young master is really lucky in love. Sister Ya asked her what the matter was. It was bad enough that she didn't want to hear it, but as soon as she did, even Sister Ya, who had been through a lot, looked shocked. Cheating? And it's the young master. The young lady's husband? Ha! Although shocked, Sister Ya quickly sorted out the ins and outs of the situation. She was a little unclear about it before, but now she immediately understood that she had suspected her younger sister of having an affair with her fiancé. The two of them came here together to have an affair. Well, that's the script. But then she suddenly became confused. No, what does this have to do with the young master? But everything the pretty girl in front of her, who looked like a lady, described was an allusion to the young master, Mr. Lin Fan. It was a big weekend, and things really exploded. But when she looked at Mr. Lin himself, he didn't seem like that kind of person. Chapter 41, Caught in the Act. Yeah, the housekeeper at the Forest Villa quickly responded that the person was not here after learning the reason for the visit. However, the visitor also seemed quite elegant and good-looking, and when she saw that the other person did not believe her, she immediately took out her phone and said, "I have the location of the two of them here. They are right here with you. Do you want me to call the police?" Location? Call the police? At first, Sister Ya was incredulous, but after taking it and checking, she saw that the location of two iPhones was indeed here. This made her a bit difficult. The problems she was facing were: 1. The young master had just run away with a girl, and it was estimated that it was the two of them. The young lady was angry at the moment. If she told the young lady now, the young lady would definitely be furious. The young lady had been very good to her, and she could not let the young lady overwork herself. 2. Is the young master engaged to the woman in front of him? This is something she can't decide. This is quite a bombshell. It's not an idle drama. But she's not someone who avoids things. After understanding the cause and effect, she quickly and politely said, "Madam, the person you are looking for is indeed not here." However, the two of them went out at night. I don't know if they are the people you are looking for. Or, let's see where the location is now. Xiao Yu has already gone out to find them. The young lady was in her own room in the villa discussing the situation with her girlfriends, but they couldn't come up with anything, as they were all drunk. They were now lying down. Looking at it, the location is here. It hasn't moved. The pretty girl, dressed ladylike and with her hair tied in a ponytail with a handkerchief, was once again determined. She was Lin Fan's fiancée, Jiang Jun, and they had just held an engagement banquet a few days ago. Eh? That's impossible, they clearly left. Yale also felt a little strange, wondering if they had left their phones behind or if there was no signal. She then took her to the room of the woman who had run away with her fiancé earlier, and sure enough, it was empty. The situation was that the person who had come was convinced that her fiancé and her younger sister were here, but just said that they had indeed left. The two sides were at an impasse, and in the end, they were about to call the police. She had no choice but to call a maid. However, when she went up to the third floor to find the maid had already fallen asleep. Later, Sister Ya apologized to the visitor and said that it was already late, so why not rest here for the night and see what to do tomorrow when the person in charge woke up. Jiang Jun felt that since they had already arrived at the location where the two people were, she didn't believe they would fly away. I'll catch them. However, at this time, Jiang Jun was also feeling anxious inside. What if she really caught Jiang Jun and Lin Fan together? How would she be able to deal with herself in the future? That night, she tossed and turned. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Lin Fan and Jiang Yu walked one after the other, and the dark clouds gathered. Soon after, there was a loud rumble of thunder, and the wet rain started to fall. The two of them quickly ran ahead, but they couldn't outrun the rain. They didn't get far before they were completely soaked. Here, put this on. You'll catch a cold. Raindrops were already running down Lin Fan's forehead. The rain was really heavy and fast. It was already late autumn, so it shouldn't be raining so heavily. What a coincidence. No, Lin Fan, you wear it. You were already wearing 2 layers of clothes. The one on the inside is already wet, so give me the one on the outside. Won't you catch a cold? Lin Fan was soaked through, and Jiang Yu wasn't much better off. In fact, she was even wetter than Lin Fan. When Lin Fan looked at her, she was covering herself with her hands, and her clothes were already clinging to her body. She couldn't hold back a sneeze. Lin Fan insisted on taking off his clothes and then covering the other person with them. In this way, while hugging her to keep her dry, the two of them ran towards the front. As for the beautiful girl Jiang Yu, at this time, although she was soaked to the skin, she felt Lin Fan's care and the Max boyfriend aura on her body. Instead of feeling that encountering such bad weather was a bad thing, it was instead a good thing that had come her way. Hey, Lin Fan, you're so good. You're so blessed, sister. She was giggling. She was looking up at Lin Fan's Adam's apple and handsome wet face. And the rain was so loud that Lin Fan could only hear her whispering. So he asked her, "What are you talking about? Why are you smiling? This damn weather." He looked down, and the beautiful girl he was holding was hugging him with her clothes, a pretty face, grinning at him. You are really optimistic, the rain is so heavy, and you are still so happy. My shoes are soaked and full of water. It's foggy out in front, so we can only walk slowly. If we accidentally run into the forest on the sides, our feet will slip in the mud. The funny thing is that the two of them obviously escaped, but they didn't expect to get trapped in the end. I heard that the forest here seems to be very large. The point is that there is nowhere to shelter from the rain. I really hope that the rain doesn't stop tonight. I'm so happy. This beautiful girl is just waiting to rush into the rain to feel the soaking and the ferocity of the rain. The point is, at this moment, she and I are already soaking wet. It's cold. Be good, stop messing around, let's hurry up and get out of this hellhole. Seeing as how we can't go on like this, there's no cell phone signal, the map doesn't work, and we're relying on this small tarred road in front of us as our guide. Even if we meet a forest ranger along the way, that'll be fine. No, I've fallen to this state anyway, so it's just a good release. Lin Fan, what if we both can't get out? Lin Fan looked at her and said immediately, "Don't be silly, how could we not get out? Even if we can't, I'll take care of you. And don't mention Jiang Jun, I don't want to think about her. I still need to educate her." Unexpectedly, Lin Fan's words were better than no words, because he almost let her trick him. Don't want to mention Jiang Jun? Let me ask you, what is your relationship with my sister now? Nothing. Lin Fan had previously broken up with Jiangjun. It's just that she never agreed. Then congratulations, you are now free to fall in love with whoever you want. Her logic seems to be correct. But Lin Fan still sighed, love is completely dependent on fate. Even if two people like each other, it may only be temporary, and there is a question mark over whether the two of them can persevere no matter what happens in the future. After Lin Fan and Jiangjun broke up, he was also very lonely inside. He never thought that this would be the future for the two of them. But Jiang Yu said, I've long since figured it out. You must be optimistic, there is still beautiful love out there. Just try it and you'll see. Lin Fan gave a burst of verbal output. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful girl laughed out loud. She said, just try it. Lin Fan, are you looking for a sweet girl for your next girlfriend? I'll help you find one. Lin Fan. I don't need any help. Chapter 42, A Perfect Man. What, Lin Fan, are you tempted? This kind of girl is innocent and sweet, with long, slender limbs and an impressive temperament. You guys will definitely like her. Seeing that Lin Fan was silent for a while, the beautiful girl Jiang Yu stepped up her output. I really don't know what she's up to. Judging from her appearance, it seems that she is very confident. It seems that she can easily get any man in this city if she wants to. Stop. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Lin Fan decided to set the record straight. Well, Lin Fan didn't realize that you also have a certain charm when you're being aggressive. Oh my god. My brother hasn't even spoken yet, can you please stop? But seeing that the other person still wanted to speak, Lin Fan quickly pinched her mouth and said, I just hugged you because it was raining. I couldn't let you get wet. If you weren't by my side, it would be fine, but if you get wet when you're with me, it's got nothing to do with you. It's mainly my fault. So you understand, right? Then when the two of you talk, you have to give me some breathing room. If you keep saying this, you're going to suffocate me. After saying that, he let go. Humph, so you like to control people. Okay, let's do it again. I'm convinced. Lin Fan spoke the truth, but he never expected the beautiful girl in front of him to become so eloquent. Not only did her mind work incredibly fast, her words were also terrifying. While arguing, the rain got heavier and heavier. The beautiful girl Jiang Yu is thin in herself, and in order to broadcast live, she has to maintain her figure. She is a little sexy, and she is also trying hard to make money. Okay, save some strength to walk. Here are your clothes. Lin Fan took off both of his clothes, bare-chested, leaving the care to others and the excitement and stormed to himself. He is such a peerless good man. No. Lin Fan. If you keep doing this, I'll feel bad. Don't do that. Sigh. Looking down, he could see the outline of his 8-pack abs clearly. Sometimes Lin Fan even felt like he could fall in love with himself. What a handsome guy. He noticed that Jiang Yu had been looking at him too. Forget it, let her look. A beautiful woman likes to look at a man's abs, just as a man likes to look at a beautiful woman's waist. Damn it, when the creator designed the beginning of mankind, he intended to firmly nestle men and women together, didn't he? Stop talking nonsense. Keep walking, or I'll have to drag you along. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind hit, and not only Lin Fan's abs, but even his chest started to get goosebumps, and it was so cold that it felt like the cold wind was penetrating his bones. I don't want to run, I'm already running out of strength. The beautiful girl's voice gradually weakened. She was clearly catching a cold and weak, but she was still holding on. Then I'll carry you on my back. Lin Fan was just kidding. But the other person immediately spread her flirtatious eyes and said, okay. Squat down. This is the first time I've done this with you. You're such a brat. Can you stop flirting with me? Do all girls who hang out with guys like this like to exaggerate? As the rain pelted down on his body, Lin Fan felt that he could no longer continue to argue with the other person like this. He conserved some of his energy and continued walking. And when he bent over, the beautiful girl rolled up her sleeves with a splash, fell backwards, and cried out in a cute voice, I'm coming. She took a few splashing steps forward and made a direct, vigorous leap. Pop. Plop. I don't know how such a watery sound came out. The beautiful girl came to Lin Fan's back. Her little legs were about to slip, so Lin Fan quickly hugged her. Tilting his head, he said, "Hold on tight, I won't care if you fall." Jiang Yu said, "No way, if you fall, I'll hit you." After saying that, she pinched Lin Fan's hand. "Stop. From now on, I won't talk to you and you don't talk to me, okay? Shut up, I'll shut up now." However, Jiang Yu was laughing on Lin Fan's back, and it was really hard to tell if she was weak or just pretending to be. But suddenly, Lin Fan felt his shoulders sink. The beautiful girl's chin suddenly rested on Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan was about to scold her. But he heard the other person's voice, which was incredibly weak, say, "Lin Fan, you must be happy after you separate from her. Oh, I will introduce you to the girl I just mentioned." Pat. Jiang Yu's arm suddenly dropped. This scared Lin Fan a lot. When he put the other person down and tried to wake her up, he discovered that she had fainted. Her body temperature was also beginning to drop. Fuck. Lin Fan cursed. Why is today so unlucky? He took out his phone again, but there was still no signal. Just as Lin Fan instantly picked Jiang Yu up and was about to take big steps back in the direction he came from, he suddenly subconsciously saw a light in the rain. Lin Fan, who wiped the rain from his face, once again stared wide-eyed in that direction and saw that it really was a light. Except that the light was inside a tent. Came here to camp? The tent looks of good quality, and not far away there is the outline of what looks like a locomotive. Never mind, call for help. Lin Fan ran over to the other side with Jiang Yu on his back. Sa. On the other side of the forest, Xiao Yu, the young female bodyguard who had discovered the young master's escape, was in front of her. After obtaining the young lady's permission, she quickly searched for possible routes. This area surrounds the forest villa, and she has already searched 3 places in a very short time. After finding no clues, she finally chose the depths of the forest. At first, she thought that although she had only met Mr. Lin a few times, such an expensive upstart would not choose the most difficult forest. Besides, although this forest was said to be developed a long time ago, it has not been fully developed yet. It is very large, and no one knows what is specifically inside. All I've heard is that occasionally people who like to explore come here. However, it's now nightfall and it's raining. Although this is nothing to her, the training in the army was much more difficult than this. But now she has washed away a lot of traces due to the rain, which has made her search much more difficult. Should she go back and inform Miss? There is not much signal on the phone. It seems that she can only use the satellite phone. But who would have thought that she would need to use these? No, if she just went back, the young lady would definitely be angry again. This was the second task she had followed the young lady on. She couldn't afford to let her down again. With a stiff upper lip, she headed deeper into the forest. But the rain was getting heavier and heavier. It was as if it wanted to engulf the entire forest. Chapter 43, Encountering a Camping Couple Kissing. I really didn't mean to see that. Hello? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm really sorry, we just got lost in the forest, and our phones have no signal. My companion has fainted from the cold because of the rain. I was wondering if I could use your place to take cover from the rain? I know it's really a bother. As the rain poured down, Lin Fan's face kept running with rainwater, and his body temperature dropped rapidly. He was now completely soaked through. And the autumn rain showed no sign of stopping. Carrying the beautiful girl on his back, Lin Fan quickly arrived at the tent and asked politely and loudly. But it was actually better that he didn't come over. As soon as he arrived, he noticed that the window in the tent was open, and a man and a woman were embracing and kissing inside. The key point was that when he looked inside, the woman subconsciously saw him too. It wasn't intentional. And from the looks of it, the two of them were in the middle of something and were stopped by Lin Fan's shout. One can imagine how they felt when they saw Lin Fan. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. A jolt of energy made them instantly grab the blankets and cover themselves. The man inside was about to say something, but Lin Fan preempted him. Lin Fan added, I'm really sorry, but if my companion doesn't get help soon, I'm afraid something bad will happen. Can you help us? He immediately took the cold and unconscious Jiang Yu off his back and showed them. There was no other way. Human life is at stake. Who would have thought this would happen today? Fortunately, the two people in the tent at this time knew the importance of the situation and were a little moved when they saw the person in front of them, who was soaked to the skin and anxious. They quickly said, in fact, we still have one tent. Otherwise, would you like to use that one? It wasn't until they got closer that they realized that the parked motorcycle was not a motorcycle, but a professional racing bike. The two people looked like they were cycling friends. They brought 2 more tents. Maybe the two of them had the sudden idea to sleep together. However, this speculation only lasted a few seconds in Lin Fan's mind, and then the man said, "Forget it, it looks pretty serious. Let's pack up and you come to our tent first. The other tent is set up, you can go over there later. Save people first." Lin Fan's heart warmed. There are still a lot of good people in this world. The two of them quickly got dressed inside, while Lin Fan was outside hugging Jiang Yu and shouting her name, only to discover that, for some reason, her forehead was burning hot and she had developed a high fever. "Buddy, do you have any medicine?" "Yes, I have some fever-reducing medicine and some cold tablets." Upon hearing this, the girl quickly rummaged through her backpack and handed Lin Fan a bottle of mineral water and a few pills. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Just as the two of them went out wearing raincoats, Lin Fan hugged Zhang Yugang and went inside, where he started to wipe her down with towels and tissues, calling her name while feeding her water and medicine. But she couldn't eat right now. Bang! The girl outside was setting up the new tent and heard the sound here, so she hurriedly said, "I think she's completely wet now, so let's change her clothes first." "I have some here too. And there are disposable towels." Oh, they really have prepared thoroughly for the camping trip. Lin Fan took them one by one, but when wiping the rainwater off Jiang Yu's body, he immediately asked for help when he was about to start. "Sorry, madam, can you help me? This is my friend. Help her change clothes. I will thank you properly later." After all, men and women should not touch each other. "But I saw the two people outside teasing." No, you young lovers should change your clothes by yourselves. We'll pretend we didn't see or hear anything. Hee, they're both shy. Are they newly in love? The two of them seemed to have deliberately moved a little further away. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. The situation at hand was that the girl was completely soaked, and her clothes were full of rainwater. If they weren't taken off and dried now, it would definitely affect her health. Moreover, there is no phone signal here, so there is no way to call for help. Never mind, help is what matters. He is not someone without integrity, so just pretend you didn't see anything. Inside the tent, Lin Fan closed the tent window and dimmed the light a little, quickly helping her get organized. Lin Fan looked blindly, pretending he couldn't see. But in fact, that feeling was amazing. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I didn't see it. Lin Fan closed her eyes while saying, "There's still wet water on it." But the other person's body was obviously feverish, and the fever was getting worse. And, don't wake up yet. Lin Fan figured. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to put the other person's clothes on her, cough. The beautiful girl coughed. Then she opened her eyes slightly. "Lin Fan. Lin Fan, where is this? Why does my head hurt so much?" At that time, Jiang Yu had just woken up. Suddenly, she felt a hint of warmth in her body. Although her whole body was still cold, it was much warmer than before. Her body had also become drier. She opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was a tent-like ceiling rag. Then, her gaze moved downwards, and she saw a handsome and familiar face. It was Lin Fan. Jiang Yu subconsciously tightened herself, but the tears in the corner of her eyes almost fell. She was thinking, fortunately someone is taking care of me, otherwise today would definitely be over. Then she looked at him in front of her, as if he was doing something to her. The moment she subconsciously looked down, she let out a cry of surprise. Her body trembled instantly, and she screamed and hugged herself violently. "My clothes! Where are my clothes? Lin Fan!" At that time, Jiang Yu subconsciously reached out her arm to block herself. However, because she exerted too much force, she had not yet recovered from the situation just now, and her arm was sore and weak, and the pain was severe. Then she felt a cold breeze on her leg, and when she looked down, she discovered that a black slim dress was also being held by the other person and was being put on her leg. Her gaze once again looked at Lin Fan in front of her. A sense of shame instantly surrounded her. She was both ashamed and irritated. She immediately curled up, but then noticed a sharp pain in her head, as if she had a fever. She had no strength. At this moment, Lin Fan was afraid of what was coming. Obviously, as long as she didn't wake up completely and was not discovered, it would be over. But the other party happened to wake up. Not only did she wake up, she also saw what she had done to her. Damn it! Chapter 44, It's So Cold. Lin Fan, can you lend me a shirt? At that time, the man and woman outside the tent, who were setting up a new tent, heard the girl inside wake up and call the handsome guy what she wanted. The two of them immediately looked at each other. Their expressions were very subtle. At first, they didn't feel anything, but with hindsight, they felt more and more explosive. But the man immediately covered his mouth and made a shushing gesture after hearing this. It was as if he wanted to continue listening to see what else would come out. Unexpectedly, there was a scream from inside. The two hurriedly went over to the tent. Brother, is there anything else I can help you with? The two stood at the door. Their eyes quietly watched the inside of the tent. The lights were much dimmer than before, and one person was sitting with her back half arched, in a position that was almost like lovers arguing and begging for forgiveness. They really were in a situation. No, thank you. Sir and madam, your clothes. My friend has woken up. Thank you so much. Jiang Yu was screaming in the front, but fortunately Lin Fan gave her a stop sign in time. It's fine, the new tent is set up, do you want to come over? Or do you want to rest in this tent? The woman asked carefully. In the tent, Lin Fan glanced at Jiang Yu and saw that she shook her head. Lin Fan immediately understood and said, sorry, if it's convenient, let's come here. My friend is soaking wet, and the sheets are also wet. I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow, depending on how much it is. Thank you so much. Yes, if it weren't for the two of them, Lin Fan wouldn't know what to do right now. In the current situation, Jiang Yu's body was wiped clean and she also took the fever-reducing medicine. Although her consciousness was still a bit fuzzy, she had finally improved significantly. On the contrary, Lin Fan had only been concerned about taking care of his ex-fiancée's sister and had forgotten about himself. You're welcome. Everyone has difficult times. You don't have to pay. You guys rest well. After giving the couple their instructions, they heard footsteps and left. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly felt a cold shiver down his back and legs. He realized that he was also soaked through. So he said to Jiang Yu, hey, turn your head away first, I need to change my clothes too. The camping buddy seemed to be a considerate person, handing over brand new clothes. Not many men are prepared like this. He's a warm guy. Lin Fan planned to quickly wipe himself down as well. Although I am strong and sturdy, it is always wise to be careful. No, Lin Fan, just let me see what's going on. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Lin Fan, you really have some impressive abs. Despite her trembling body, the beautiful girl Jiang Yu hugged herself close and curled up, still teasing Lin Fan. What a horny guy. After learning from the previous incident, the two of them would keep pulling at each other, and Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with her. Fine, watch, you're not going to get any advantage anyway. Just don't get carried away and get on top. However, in front of a beautiful girl, it was really a bit embarrassing later. Lin Fan felt that this was an unnecessary psychological burden, and after adjusting his state of mind, he quickly removed the wet clothes. He just had to quickly wipe himself dry, quickly change into the new casual clothes handed over by the camping buddy, throw all the wet disposable towels into the outside trash bag, go back inside the tent, tidy up a bit, select one of the sleeping bags and get in. He gulped down a bottle of water. Lying in the sleeping bag, he shouted, it's comfortable. It's just too cold. Jiang Yu, go to bed early. After saying that, Lin Fan turned off the light inside. At the same time, he shouted to the tent not far away next door, handsome guy and beautiful girl, we just finished packing up. Thanks for tonight, we're going to sleep too. But what came back from there was the sound of some love words. Hey, really? Is camping for couples so exciting? It seems that he can get to the other person's point. In the darkness of the night, the rain in the forest seemed to have stopped a little. Feeling sleepy, Lin Fan rolled over and planned to get a good night's sleep. But he didn't know how long it had been. Lin Fan remembered falling asleep. Then he suddenly heard the sound of a girl's body trembling and shaking. It's cold, it's cold. Lin Fan, I'm so cold. When Lin Fan found her, Jiang Yu was crouching on the sleeping bag and pillow hugging herself and trembling. Her disoriented and lonely appearance was moving. She couldn't help but shake her body and said intermittently, my head also hurts really bad. And I'm a little dizzy. This was Jiang Yu's personal experience. She didn't say much after seeing Lin Fan fall asleep. Lin Fan had been taking care of himself, and he must be tired. He had been holding back. Instead, after hearing the other person's shivering movements, Lin Fan said, "Don't just sit there, get into the sleeping bag quickly, or do you want to freeze to death?" After entering the sleeping bag, Lin Fan was indeed very cold at first, but after a while it became warm inside. To be honest, occasionally camping out in the mountains or the woods for a night feels pretty good too. But then he heard the other person's weak and delicate voice intermittently say, "It's so cold, Lin Fan, can you?" When Lin Fan heard this, he thought the other person was being silly again. "What do you mean can't? Just give you a hug." The clothes they were wearing were so thin, and hugging would definitely lead to trouble. So he didn't pay much attention to her. Unexpectedly, the other person said, "It's fine again. Lin Fan, don't you feel cold?" Under the circumstances, the best option is for a man and a woman to hug each other, right? The beautiful girl was obviously shivering. With her slender figure and fair skin, she was not resistant to the cold, and she was indeed freezing. As for Lin Fan, although his good health had not been greatly affected by the rain, it would be false not to say that he was cold. He was not cold at all. His legs were ice cold. But Lin Fan couldn't find his ex-fiancee's younger sister to cuddle up to keep warm. Besides, at this time, he really missed the time when he and Jiang Jin climbed Mount Huashan together to watch the sunrise. The two of them climbed at night and ended up climbing to the East Peak at 4 a.m., but they were so cold and tired that they became stupid. They hid under the blankets, embraced, and kissed. It was really wonderful. Now, how could he cuddle up with her to keep warm? No, absolutely not. Even if she came over on her own initiative, it was still not allowed. Lin Fan resisted. Chapter 45 The loneliness and cold of a rainy night and opening up one's heart. Lin Fan. You can't let me freeze to death here, can you? It's so cold alone. I'm a neat freak, I don't want to sleep in someone else's sleeping bag. The truth is, she didn't want to sleep in the sleeping bag, and that was the reason. Lin Fan had originally wanted her to make do with it, but now that they had such conditions, they were already very good. No matter how difficult it is, they just need to get through the night. However, Jiang Yu suddenly shook her head and fell to the ground. Lin Fan quickly got out of the sleeping bag and helped her up. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Ha? Oh no, she's still so hot. Didn't she just take some fever-reducing medicine that takes a while to work? If only there was some ginger here. When Lin Fan had a high fever before, his mother would make him ginger soup, and every time he drank a big bowl of it, he would sleep for a while, and after waking up, he would sweat and the toxins would be excreted. Another thing is that she didn't listen and got cold, which caused it. It's really the time of year, but she's still being a neat freak. Keeping warm is the priority. Lin Fan, I'm really cold. I didn't mean to do this, but I'm really not used to entering someone else's sleeping bag. Lin Fan was worried. He noticed that Jiang Yufei not only corrected herself and called herself by her name, but also kept carrying it. This girl really is dying to save face and suffering. There was nothing he could do, so Lin Fan got an idea and got up to take off his jacket and put it on her. Then he turned the sleeping bag inside out for her. That's good, it's a bit cleaner outside. No. What if I wear it? You're cold too. The beautiful girl's body trembled with a shiver, and then she insisted on returning the jacket to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at her and said, "You have a fever." "I'm fine. I've been exercising at the university before, I'm fine." "You wear it." Lin Fan snapped. Lin Fan, you're so mean. Can't you be gentle with me? What I actually wanted to say was that it's so cold, even if you give me your clothes, I still feel cold. Then, how about lending me your body to keep me warm? That's definitely not going to work. Although she was currently angry with the beautiful CEO, for Lin Fan, after deciding to separate from Jiang Jin. If she wanted to say goodbye to being single in the future, as long as she didn't go too far, it would be fine for the two of them to be together. It's just a bit too fast. Maybe it's just fate. Okay, the sleeping bag is turned over, you go in, it will be better. By the way, the sleeping bag belongs to the girl in the couple next door, and she is quite clean. Lin Fan gently calmed her emotions. No, I'm just not used to it. Lin Fan, what if my head hurts? Okay, don't be silly, if you don't want to get in the sleeping bag, I'll just put it on you. Well, just be patient, it's absolutely fine. Look, I even wiped it down with wet wipes for you. It's okay now. Lin Fan continued to be warm and gentle, and even smiled at her handsome. At this time, Jiang Yu, for some reason, sought his gentle appearance, and even though she was still murmuring and her body was burning with heat, tears had already quietly slipped down her face. Why is he so good? Why is he so popular? And I can only bear it? Obviously he has already separated from her. She was prepared for it, but he was still polite to her. If it were any other guy, they would have jumped into bed with each other in this situation, right? He is really a very nice person. Whoever can be with him is really lucky. In fact, at this time, Jiang Jin deliberately disobeyed, actually thinking that Lin Fan could look at her a little longer. If he feels that he is still okay, then the two of them can take a step closer. However, every time she wanted to get a little closer to him, he subconsciously avoided it. This made Jiang Yu clearly understand that he was doing it on purpose, despite her attempts to test him. Did he really not feel anything for her? She couldn't believe it, and asked weakly and tremblingly, "Can we?" "No." She hadn't even finished speaking when the other person, as if knowing what she was going to say, immediately refused. At that moment, her heart really felt like it had broken. As she watched, the temperature became colder and colder. Lin Fan got into her sleeping bag and turned her back to her. She was indeed about to freeze, especially as the cold air around her was whistling in. She finally chose to get into the sleeping bag, wrap herself tightly in it, curl up, and feel the warmth it brought her. "Lin Fan, let me ask you, do you think you and your sister will make up?" It was late at night and quiet. Sure enough, after entering the sleeping bag, with the warmth of the sleeping bag, I felt much warmer all of a sudden. She couldn't sleep because her mind was buzzing, so she asked. "Lin Fan, why do you ask? Is my attitude not firm?" "Of course we won't make up." Thinking about that woman made Lin Fan angry. He didn't even want to hear any information about that woman. "I was actually thinking about you and her. After all, you were in love and had feelings for each other. What if she changed?" "Changed? Don't even think about it. I've warned her before, but she just kept asking for more and more. It's better for both of them to separate." As he spoke, Lin Fan stretched a bit and glanced at the beautiful girl behind him. He thought to himself, didn't you want to take advantage of your own property all the time before? What, were you hit by the blow after being banned once? From the time she was exposed on Weibo's trending search to the short video account being banned, to not answering her phone calls, and finally when he saw her. Her lonely expression made it clear that she had been dealt a heavy blow. She probably had some realizations too. Lin Fan thought. If someone doesn't hit a wall, they definitely won't turn back. Well, I can understand you. It's just that when the beautiful girl Jiang Yu said this, she obviously paused. At that time, Lin Fan was closing his eyes and trying to go to sleep early. In such a cold weather, he just wanted to sleep and wake up. But he was curious about what she was going to say. So he asked, "What is it?" The beautiful girl didn't answer directly at first. After Lin Fan waited for a while, she said softly, as if she was a little worried. "It's just that, what do you think of me? I'm not bad, I know I'm wrong and I can change, I'm also young, can we be together?" This was the second time Lin Fan had heard the other person say such things. The last time was when she had threatened to jump off a building, saying that she had been secretly in love with Lin Fan for a long time and could not live without him. But Lin Fan just wondered if it had been her own delusions from beginning to end. He had never known himself, and even if he had, it would have been a bit late, and there was no way he could be with her. If he had to compare her to Sunny, the beautiful CEO, Lin Fan would naturally choose Sunny. Sunny is the kind of woman who makes Lin Fan's heart pound at first sight. And she really likes herself. Chapter 46 Something terrible has happened. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Are you okay? Are you okay? The next morning. Lin Fan was still in a deep sleep. He was exhausted from last night, and it was cold. The cold from the icy rain seemed to have sucked the heat out of his body, and he had never felt so sleepy. But it seemed like he was dreaming. He was even talking in his sleep. "No. Don't come over here. I've made it clear to you, don't flatter yourself. Jiang Yu. Don't be ridiculous, do you hear me?" Lin Fan probably never imagined that he would be dreaming and end up reciting the name of the beautiful girl who had slept in the same tent as him last night. What happened later last night? I just felt really sleepy, and the beautiful girl kept chatting with me behind my back, confiding in me. I don't remember what was said later, and I can't remember how cold it was all night. It seemed like the two of us were shivering the whole time. Lin Fan? Who is Jiang Yu? I'm trying to comfort you, but if Sunny finds out that you were shouting someone else's name in your sleep, she'll be very angry. Is she Lin Fan's ex-girlfriend? Hey! Suddenly, Lin Fan felt someone hugging him from behind in his sleep, saying that she loved him. Lin Fan was startled, but he found that he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he was fixed in place, unable to move at all. A bed-bound ghost? Lin Fan knew that someone was talking to him, and it sounded like the person from the pretty president side. After he yelled angrily a few times to get up. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a lush, endless blue sky, and the air was cool all around him. The person talking to himself at this moment was a young woman dressed in a smart manner, with a long ponytail and a fresh face. She was looking at him. And she kept shouting at him. It's you? Lin Fan's head was a little sweaty at that moment. He subconsciously wanted to find someone, but he found that the person shouting at him in front of him was none other than the new female bodyguard hired by the beautiful president, Xiao Yu. But he quickly woke up with a start, because at some point the tent that had originally been over him had disappeared. Not only the tent, but also the couple who had been standing next to it last night were gone. This also included the beautiful girl. That is, his ex-fiancée's younger sister, Jiang Yu. At this moment, she was still suffering from online violence. Isn't she still running a fever? But where did she go? In a hurry, Lin Fan subconsciously looked for his phone, and thankfully finally got a signal. So that means that last night's lack of signal also had a lot to do with the rain. The signal was never good in the depths of the forest. Why are you here? After looking around and quickly understanding the situation, Lin Fan subconsciously looked around while adjusting his mindset and sat upright to ask the person who came. Unexpectedly, the capable young-looking woman in front of him said, "We've been looking for you all night. You're really good at running, we almost couldn't find you." Lin Fan remembered that it was after he had escaped last night that he had encountered heavy rain and taken refuge here. He also recalled what their group of girlfriends had done to him yesterday, and in an instant, he snapped, "Forget it, your lady friend really messed up. Let her try to tie me up again." Lin Fan had never been treated like this before. So what if you're rich? The lady must really like you. Xiao Yu gave the same indifferent expression as usual. You couldn't even tell from her expression that she was tired. She really kept me up all night? You can't do this even if you like me. For women tied me up and interrogated me about something that didn't happen. How can this be? Lin Fan continued to protest. At the same time, he subconsciously found his phone and noticed that there were WeChat message pop-ups flashing on it. From Jiang Yu? Have they left already? Why didn't they wake me up? Lin Fan was a little confused at this moment. But he saw Xiao Yu already talking to him. "Mr. Lin, the lady has her reasons for doing this, and I'm just following orders. Please come back with me." Saying this, she got up neatly from her squatting position. Looking at Lin Fan, she meant for him to get up and go with her. Lin Fan asked, "Let me ask you, were there any other people when you first found me?" Xiao Yu nodded and said, "When I first arrived, there was a couple who were packing up their tent, saying that they had to leave and that they had borrowed your tent. Later, I saw that Mr. Lin was sleeping very soundly, so I gave them the money and just took away the tent, leaving me to guard you until you woke up." Did you see anyone else? Lin Fan asked. Anyone else? Xiao Yu glanced at Lin Fan. She is currently messing around with her phone, probably reporting to that beautiful CEO. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Of course not. I was worried about this remote area. What if someone passing by stole my things?" Then he laughed at this reason he had given. Jiang Yu, where did she go? Social people inevitably test each other. But at this time, Lin Fan had no idea at all that an unusual atmosphere of anger was rising sharply at the forest villa. It was like there was going to be a major incident. Chapter 47, my husband's fiancé? What did you say? My husband's fiancé? On the other side, at the forest villa. The morning sun shone on the earth, and the nearby mountains and forests were lush and green. After the rainstorm of the night, the air was exceptionally fresh. Standing by the window on the third floor of the villa, looking into the distance, the view was simply picturesque. Sunny, the female CEO of the listed company Culture, has hundreds of millions of assets and is also the shareholder and boss of this forest villa. At this moment, she is drinking Americano with 2 sugars in the morning. But she heard the housekeeper, who came to report, talk about last night's incident. She was stunned. Fiancé? Where did this fiancé come from? Could it be that she is after my handsome husband, who is a rising star and runs a good e-commerce company? This is not uncommon these days. Recently, I have been thinking about how I can help my husband take his company public so that he can experience what it is like to be on the Forbes wealth list. The beautiful CEO Sunny was inwardly cursing while changing her clothes. She was dressed in a white wool coat, with a camisole dress and nude-colored high heels. Under her raspberry-colored long hair, she has a beautiful white face with sparkling eyes. The reason is none other than because when she picked up her husband yesterday, she saw him looking at the beautiful girl on the street a few times. She thought, but it's just a sweet school uniform, and when she puts it on, it will surely charm her husband. That's what she thought. When she heard the housekeeper suddenly say, "Is she my husband's fiancé?" She thought, what's so strange about that? Then she remembered that last night, she had been drinking and dancing with her friends at a happy hour party, and her husband had run away. She suddenly became furious. Where is Xiaoyu? I already went out looking for her last night, I'll contact her right away. When you saw that the young lady had lost her temper, she immediately respectfully stepped aside and grabbed her phone. What kind of person is she? Why didn't she keep in touch last night? I did, but after Xiaoyu went out to look for her, she was able to communicate with me at first, but then I couldn't get through to her, and the signal was lost. If she hadn't been so skilled at martial arts after retiring from the army, I would have definitely had to call the police. Sister Ye explained. Okay, no wonder you didn't know. For some reason, the signal tower there recently arrived and is being repaired, so it's normal that there is no signal. Sunny responded without panicking. Sister Ye searched for nearby news and, as Miss said, Sister Ye suddenly realized. She thought to herself, Miss is amazing. She is truly the youngest female CEO of a listed company. I'm so lucky to have such a great boss. Not only do I get to live in a villa, but I get to live in such a relaxing place. Then she saw the beautiful CEO already taking action. Now, immediately, right away. Please mobilize all resources to find my husband. If you can't find him today, don't bother coming back to work. After saying that, Sunny walked downstairs on her own. Her little sisters were still going to be at the villa for another day, and she wanted to go check on them. Miss, what about the person who came last night and said she was the young master's fiancé? Tell her to go. Don't let me see her. She's just a gold digger. With that, the young lady left, leaving Sister Ye alone. She quickly tried to contact Xiaoyu while simultaneously working in the villa's work area, announcing the boss's most urgent search for someone today. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was supposed to be a time for Qingya to relax, but the whole villa was in a flurry, everyone busy with their work. Hello, where is the person in charge? I'm here to find someone, please hand over my fiancé. On the other side, downstairs. Jiangjin, the campus queen of Hujiang University, dressed in a sweet and cool style, had been to the front desk since she woke up in the morning, urging them to hand over the person. But the front desk kept apologizing, saying that the person in charge was away on business. It was almost noon, and she didn't care anymore, so she came again to ask for someone. She happened to be seen by Sister Ye, who had just been assigned the task downstairs. She said, "Sorry, we have checked, and there is indeed no one here that you were looking for. If you want to stay, you are welcome, but if not, please leave." Security guard. Unlike last night's attitude, Sister Ye, who came downstairs today, looked serious. Jiangjin screamed, "Do you want me to call the police, right? My fiancé and my sister are indeed here, just look." She felt that she had evidence in her hands and was about to show it, but when she opened her phone to look up the location of the two, she discovered that they had already parted ways. Parted? It showed that her sister had returned to the city. And her fiancé's location was on the other side of the city. Huh? Did they part after cheating on her? She was still persevering and was on the verge of making a scene. Seeing her so persistent, Sister Ye also gave the order to evict her, saying, "Security, what are you standing there for?" The security guard was about to get his hands dirty. But he was instantly pointed at by Jiangjin. "Don't touch me. You're being unreasonable, do you know that?" "Fine, I'll call the police now." But Sister Ye felt nothing strange about it. In the past, there were also a few rich second-generation men who came here to woo the young lady, but they were eventually taken away by the police for picking quarrels and provoking trouble. Besides, the lady has a lot of resources in the city, not to mention her father is also a well-known local figure, a mysterious big shot. There is nothing to be afraid of. He loves and dotes on his beloved daughter the most. Just waiting for the girl dressed in a sweet and cool style, with black jeans on top, a white short skirt on bottom, and a pair of pink sports shoes on her feet, after walking out the door while talking on the phone. Sister Ya just told the security guard not to let her cause any more trouble, and went about his business. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, in the forest, a man and a woman were walking one in front of the other. The man was Lin Fan, and the woman was the special bodyguard Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was quick on her feet and walked quickly. She was also looking for a signal, but just now she thought she could send a message to report to the lady, but unfortunately the message still didn't get sent. This caused her to be somewhat displeased. As for Lin Fan, he didn't want to come back at first, but then thought about the fact that it was a busy time. He hadn't figured out what happened last night, and when he woke up in the morning, Jiang Yu and the couple had already left without telling him. He expressed his demands to Xiao Yu, which were, he would go back himself, but he asked her not to treat him like that again. Otherwise, he would rather not see that smelly beauty president again in the future. Xiao Yu said that Lin Fan needed to talk to Miss about this matter. She is only responsible for finding someone and bringing them back. Lin Fan said, "What if I refuse to go back?" Xiao Yu sneered, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "Then Mr. Lin, you can't blame me." After saying that, she directly predicted the direction Lin Fan would dodge, overpowered him with one move, and captured him. Lin Fan. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. You're kidding, sister, but she's from the female special forces. It hurts. It hurts. Go easy on me. Lin Fan screamed in pain. What was strange was that he didn't see how the other person had made the move, and how Lin Fan had been subdued in one fell swoop. If he learned this move, wouldn't he have a sure win against that female devilish CEO in the future? Lin Fan was calculating in his heart. I told you, don't run. If you do, the pain you may experience will be several times worse than what you are feeling now. Several times worse. This female bodyguard is really like a ruthless machine. Just now, she twisted and pressed her arm, and it already hurt a lot. It is hard to imagine the degree of several times worse, so her arm will be broken. But a hero doesn't take losses easily, Lin Fan told her. I'm not running, and what's there to run from? Avoiding it is not a solution at all, I will face it when I have to. Very well, Mr. Lin, you'd better behave. Seeing that the guy in front of her didn't seem to be lying, the female bodyguard quickly released the arm that was holding Lin Fan down. As soon as the pressure was released, Lin Fan, who immediately felt free and relaxed, stretched his muscles and continued to ask. By the way, can you teach me the technique you just used to restrain me? To be honest, I didn't even see how you did it. Lin Fan tried his best to remain humble. But the other person didn't say a word. Her expression seemed to say, are you kidding? I'm a retired female special forces soldier. I don't know if it's her personality or the fact that she spent so many years in the army. When the other person looks at you, let them walk in front of you, and they follow behind you, hinting that you should walk faster. Lin Fan said, actually, it would be good for everyone if I learned. For example, I will often be with your boss in the future. If you are not around for some reason, and I have learned takedowns, I can help in dangerous situations, right? The female bodyguard still ignored him. Lin Fan hurriedly ran over and subconsciously touched her waist. As a result, the other party immediately reacted like a conditionally launched missile, shrieking, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" while covering her ears. Although it was just a subconscious reaction, Lin Fan still noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with her. Afterwards, when the other party had vented her anger, she suddenly looked at him with cold eyes again. Okay, I won't touch you, there's plenty of time for that. Xiao Yu, you should consider teaching me some grappling techniques. After saying this, the other person still ignored him. Lin Fan smiled. Just wait, in the future, when I become your boss's husband, will she still dare to disobey me? At that time, the sun was already shining golden on the ground. After leaving the forest, it was suddenly sunny and the air was comfortable. At the edge of the forest, there was a motorcycle parked, and Xiao Yu went over to ride it. At this time, Lin Fan realized that Xiao Yu seemed to have been looking for him all night. It must have been caused by the furious CEO. Lin Fan, I woke up in the morning and went to the bathroom, and suddenly I saw a cool woman looking for you. I was afraid you would get into trouble, so I left here with my camping partner first. I'm sorry. I should thank you very much. Remember to send me a message to let me know your situation. Let's meet again when you have time. Buzz, 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 buzz. Buzz, 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 buzz. But now there is a tricky problem. If others find out about last night, they will definitely misunderstand. It's best not to mention it. It's too playful. Okay, it's fine, I'll go back to work first. In short, let's test the attitude of the other person first. If there are problems, we can solve them. I'm not afraid of problems. Anyway, she had a fever last night. Ha, Lin Fan, you're just getting out. I've already gone home. By the way, it seems like she went to look for you. Lin Fan said, don't mention it. There were several missed calls from strangers on the delayed notifications on my phone. At first I thought it was an advertisement, but now I think it could have been my ex-fiancée, Jiangjun, calling me on another phone. If she wants to find me, let her. Seeing that her mood seemed to be quite good, Lin Fan felt slightly relieved and got on the motorcycle with the sidecar. He put his arms around her from behind and placed them on the gas tank in front of the motorcycle. He put on his helmet and heard only one voice, Mr. Lin, hold on tight. A humming sound. The motorcycle sped away, and it even did a cool drift. If Lin Fan hadn't held on tight, he would have flown out. Jin. Where are you? There is an urgent shareholders meeting that needs your participation. Aren't you at the office? On the other side. Seeing that the security guard had already blown her out of the office with nothing to find, Jiangjun was about to call the police. But just as she pressed the number, an urgent call came through. It was the company partner Vivian. She is currently sick, and they just agreed yesterday that she would manage the company for her. Who would have thought that she would discover her sister's affair with her fiancé? Something urgent has come up, but I will be right back. I am sorry, Vivian. Cough. There was a cough on the other end of the line. And they said, it's not your fault. You're used to being at home, and suddenly you're given such an important position. I'm afraid the pressure is also very great, right? Jiangjun looked at her best friend and saw that she was about to lose confidence in herself. She quickly said, no, I'm just dealing with some personal matters. Don't worry, I can handle it, just wait for me. After saying this, she reluctantly bit her red lips while driving away in the 300,000 BMW that her fiancé Lin Fan had bought for her. What's more, she had just driven to the side of the road and sped off. She didn't even turn her head once. The next second, as soon as she had left, a handsome young man wearing a helmet and a woman riding a motorcycle with a cool and commanding air sped back here from outside. The door opened and the motorcycle sped away. Yeah, the housekeeper, who was waiting anxiously in the living room of the villa, was startled when she heard the sound of the motorcycle. She quickly came out of the living room, shouting, young master is back, young master is back? As soon as she came out, she saw two men and women in helmets in the middle of the courtyard taking off their helmets. The first one, after taking off his helmet, let his long hair loose and revealed a capable young face with a plain complexion. It was the bodyguard Xiao Yu. After the second one took off his helmet, he revealed the face of a handsome and imposing young man. That wasn't young Master Lin Fan, the young lady's beloved, Mr. Lin, the handsome young man Lin, but who was he? Chapter 49 SSVIP Maid Service. Young Master, you're back. Oh, you don't know how worried Miss was last night. She sent many people to look for you, but they couldn't find you. I haven't slept a wink either. The housekeeper, Sister Ya, is not particularly emotionally intelligent, but she is eloquent and knows how to speak her mind. When she saw Lin Fan get off the motorcycle, his clothes were soaked and his hair was a mess. She immediately thought that the young master must have suffered a lot last night. In a panic, she said, young master, go to our SSVLP private room first. The water is hot, and bath towels, face towels, toiletries, etc. are all ready. Come with me first. Xiaoyu has also worked hard. The young lady is still waiting for you upstairs." After saying this, Sister Ye gave Xiaoyu a wink. As usual, Xiaoyu didn't show any expression. It was as if she knew no happiness. Seeing her quickly leave the room, Lin Fan said, "Sister Ye, you should let Xiaoyu wash up too. If it wasn't for her, I might have flown off the back of the motorcycle." Upon hearing this, Sister Ye immediately laughed heartily. She said, "Mr. Lin, that's just Xiaoyu's personality. She's got great reflexes, and it's because of that that we feel safe. Hurry up, I'll get you another bottle of perfume, too. Miss is a bit of a neat freak." Lin Fan, who had followed Sister Ye to the SSVLP private room, looked up the stairs along the way and noticed that there weren't many people. What, the smelly beauty president, upon learning that he had returned, didn't come out to welcome him? She didn't take the initiative, and I'm really a bit uncomfortable. But as Lin Fan yawned, he complained to the young woman in business attire who was leading the way, Sister Ye, who was about 32 years old, "I'm sleepy, Sister Ye, you don't know how I got here last night. There was no signal in the mountains." He deliberately exaggerated his tone, subconsciously letting the beautiful CEO know that he was back. Ye Jia, on the other hand, walked gracefully forward, gently responding, "The signal tower here is broken, and we don't know what's going on. It was Miss Morning who told us. Miss is actually very worried about Mr. Lin. And, last night, what Miss did to you, you mustn't blame her. She just really likes you, and is afraid of losing you. You don't know that when she was little, her parents were never home, and she was." Ye Jie began to speak well of Sunny as she spoke. Lin Fan just listened for the fun of it. After entering the SSVLP private room, he first retorted, "What does she mean by tying me up? It's fine for her to tie me up alone, but she also dragged her sisters over to humiliate me. No, oh dear, young master, you really have the wrong idea about Miss. Miss is just playing with you. This is their way of greeting each other. Young master, you don't know. One of the young lady's best friends had a boyfriend before, and that person had an even worse experience. When they met, a bucket of water was poured over him." Wow. Lin Fan smiled incredulously as he listened. This was the welcome gift for the girlfriend's boyfriends? Was this treating men like playthings or a so-called welcome ceremony? Sister Ye said, "We've already said hello, so it's probably just a prank." Young master, you may not have expected it, but after that person accepted the punishment, instead of getting angry, they told everyone that they like to hang out with everyone. That was the end of the story. Professionally dressed, and with a plump figure, Sister Ye already used her card to bring Lin Fan to the SSVLP private room. The interior decoration and design were indeed very unique, and once you enter, you don't want to come out. The view from the floor to ceiling windows is also very good, and you can see the forest and the lake. What's the last thing? As soon as Lin Fan entered the room, he started taking off his shoes and changing into slippers. Sister Ye said, "Young master, let me do it." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "I can do my own things." But Sister Ye insisted, "Young master, please don't be formal. These are all things I should do." The young lady commanded that you feel at home here. Besides, you will also be the owner of this place in the future. In the future, I hope you can take care of more things. Lin Fan felt that although what you said was very appropriate, she also had a high emotional quotient and was generous. However, her role, apart from management, was like that of a personal maid serving the master. I don't know if Lin Fan was right. Anyway, if there is a chance to enjoy it, why not enjoy it? So after Lin Fan entered the private room, the maid, Sister Ye, first helped him take off his clothes, then his socks, and handed him a set of brand name clothes that had been prepared in advance. She said gently, "Young master, you take a shower here first, and I'll take your clothes to the dry cleaners and bring them back to you after they're dry. Someone will knock on the door later to bring you your meal. If you need anything, just press this panic button." After saying this, Sister Ye handed Lin Fan a silver alert button from her pocket, saying that it was based on the same principle as an alarm. This really opened Lin Fan's eyes. It turns out that this is how the world of the rich plays. All that was missing was someone to serve you in the shower. The door creaked and shut with a high-tech sound. Lin Fan, who had already changed into a bathrobe, quickly went to the bathroom and turned on the tap to take a shower. The temperature in the room was just right. Hot water cascaded over Lin Fan, who waited until he was comfortably bathed, then dried his hair and stepped out of the bathroom. He blew his hair upwards in the mirror, then looked at his handsome face in the mirror and sighed, "I never thought I was handsome before, but then I grew up and became this handsome guy. I even have a bit of a charm." Hey, I'm destined to have good luck with women. How is he doing now? On the other side, in the room of her best friend, Sunny, who didn't sleep well last night, had just arrived in her best friend's room. First, she received a message from Xiaoyu saying that her husband Lin Fan had been found, but he looked very tired. There was a lot of dirt on him. It looked like he had suffered a lot last night. But she was still angry with Lin Fan for running away last night. So she arranged for Sister Ye to go and help. Now that Ye has come up to report to her, Sunny, the beautiful CEO, wearing a white wool coat with a white lace bra and white silk underwear, immediately asks, taking a shower. It seems that young master was also exhausted last night. Ye said respectfully, have you prepared breakfast for him? Yes. It's being delivered to young master. Ye responded. Well, I'm sorry to trouble you, but do you think it's a good idea for me to go find him now? A few little sisters are putting on makeup. Sunny suddenly asked. But they didn't say anything either. After a while, one of Sunny's girlfriends, Shichi, spoke up. Don't go yet. He was able to run away last night under those circumstances, so let him explain about his fiancée first. I'll go. One of the beautiful president's girlfriends, the sweet girl with long hair hanging down to her waist, volunteered. Chapter 50 The Best Friends Test. Ha! What a coincidence! After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan didn't like the idea of having dirty dishes in his place, so he placed the used plates on the dining cart and opened the door to push it to the door of the hallway service room. However, he didn't expect to meet a slender girl coming towards him. Lin Fan knew that girl, or rather, he remembered her all too well. Yesterday, when he was tied to the chair, she was the one who suggested that everyone admire Lin Fan's abs. Her words carried a playful tone. Lin Fan felt that the world was really small. Well, what a coincidence. The girl brushed her hair aside, glanced at Lin Fan, and then looked away. But Lin Fan wasn't buying it. Yesterday, she mocked him with her words and incited everyone to mock him, and he hasn't even found her to settle the score, and she just came to him. It's a coincidence. What? She came up to apologize to me today. Lin Fan took the lead and gave her a warning, asking her to recall what she did yesterday afternoon. Ha? An apology? What did I do to you? The girl in front of her looked a little cute, and she was one of the members of the group of beautiful president's best friends, Chi-Chi. Lin Fan's impression of her was that she looked cute, had a slender figure, delicate and fair skin, and long, black hair that reached her waist, which made people feel surprised that she could let it grow so long. She likes to wear tight skirts and matching thigh-high socks. It was the same yesterday and it's the same today. It seems that your friends have short memories. Yesterday afternoon, you were the one who suggested that everyone treat me that way. Lin Fan didn't waste any time arguing with her. Who knows what she's doing here now? So he pointed to his abs while she tried to remember. She is also smart, and immediately realized that the other person should be offended by her teasing him about his abs yesterday. So she said sweetly, oh, that. We girls just like guys with abs. And since you and Sunny are such good friends, and I've heard that you're always fooling around, I'm just speaking up for my sister. Flirting with flowers and seducing grass, liking abs. Lin Fan silently repeated these two phrases and said to her, what flirting with flowers and seducing grass? You're quite capable of catching wind and catching shadows. As a friend of Ms. Sunny, you should at least have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, right? She's messing around, and you're following suit? Let me say it again. When Miss Sunny picked me up yesterday, she saw that girl. She's a classmate from college, and we hadn't seen each other in a while, so we just had a few words. Isn't this a very normal thing? Lin Fan tried his best to point out their logical flaws. After all, they had no substantive evidence, and they were just trying to extract a confession from Lin Fan through suspicion and charm. Lin Fan felt that this kind of atmosphere must not be allowed to grow. But as soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the other party smiled at the corner of her mouth, and said sweetly, then how come I heard that it was your sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? How did she know? When the other party said this, Lin Fan immediately realized that the beautiful president must have known as well. Secretly investigating his personal relationships and information? These people. But after the other party finished speaking, he quickly explained to Lin Fan, that look on your face means that I was right, she is indeed your sister-in-law. So you're still claiming innocence. The other party seemed to have caught Lin Fan in a compromising position, and kept putting labels on him. Lin Fan said sternly, please, if you don't know the truth, don't make up stories. She did go to our university, but as for your sister-in-law, you're just imagining things. I have nothing to do with them. If this were to spread, Miss Chi-Chi would probably know everything, and if it got into the ears of the beautiful CEO, who knows what kind of changes it would cause. If it's not a problem, then it is a problem. Don't worry, I came to you because I want to find out what happened through you. So that Nini won't be angry. These words sounded like he was trying to incriminate himself, and Lin Fan laughed. If you look at me through tinted glasses, then no matter what I say, it's useless. Please don't chat with me anymore. If you want to chat, then let Sunny come, and I'll wait for her here. After saying this, Lin Fan made a gesture to send his guests away. Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I just want to understand the situation. I still have to see what Nini thinks. In that case, I've really bothered you." After saying this, she got up and was about to leave. Lin Fan stopped her and said, "It's good to help friends, but you can't be indiscriminate and intrusive." Then, she twisted open the door and went out. But before she closed the door, her footsteps stopped again, and Jianshan said to Lin Fan, "I'm not as indiscriminate as you think. I just want you to understand that you are very lucky to have a girlfriend like Sunny by your side." Lin Fan immediately retorted, "You are the one who was lucky to know me. You really have gone too far in helping your best friend. You dare to say anything." She, dressed in a lady's leather jacket and looking hot, added, "Do you want me to talk to her for you? Although, I did come over to test your intentions, you don't seem to have any bad intentions, and you give off a very clean feeling. It doesn't matter what I ask you, what's important is whether Nini trusts you. I'm leaving. We'll be hanging out here for a while today. The weather is nice in the afternoon, and we've prepared a pool party, so you're welcome to come in the afternoon." A pool party? Didn't they just have a karaoke party yesterday? It seems that they will be lively again in the afternoon. As soon as Chi-Chi left, Lin Fan immediately took out his phone and sent a message to the beautiful CEO. And about why she didn't ask herself in person. Is it also because she is afraid that if it is true, she will not be able to face it? It is understandable. But from this, it can be seen that she doesn't trust herself much at the moment. "Lin Fan, I'm back. Lin Fan, I just heard the news. I need to ask you where you heard that the girl is my sister-in-law." Lin Fan, funny. Lin Fan, you wouldn't think so either, would you? Lin Fan took the initiative to message the beautiful CEO Sunny. Although he didn't know that his ex-fiancée had already been here and caused a fuss. He didn't want the beautiful CEO Sunny to misunderstand. So he wanted to quickly clarify the matter. Unexpectedly, after the message was sent, after 3 or 4 minutes, the other person didn't even reply. These days, everyone carries their phone with them at all times, except for certain professions. Sunny definitely belongs to the group of people who carry their phone with them at all times. But Lin Fan just didn't receive a reply from the other person. Oh no, did she believe that the other person was his sister-in-law? Chapter 51 Sunny, the beautiful CEO, dressed up in high heels and made herself up. Lin Fan now didn't quite understand what the beautiful CEO meant. He knew she was back, but she didn't come to see him herself, and instead sent her best friend to do the advance work. It was obvious that she was in the wrong yesterday, but now she still felt aggrieved. Seeing that it had been more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan wasn't going to indulge her. He had a lot on his plate. The company had daily sales of about 1 million yuan, and people were waiting for him to get back behind the wheel. His secretary, Shir, had sent him several messages in a row, and he hadn't replied yet. So he gave her an ultimatum. "Miss Sunny, I don't know what you want to do. I think it's necessary to talk to you about what happened yesterday. Since you're not replying, I'm leaving. Yes, there are many things in life. But don't let yourself get too caught up in it. There are many things to regret, and many things to cherish. Just do what your heart tells you is right." After saying this, he didn't wait for a reply. Lin Fan yawned, thinking about getting a taxi later, catching up on some sleep, and going back to the office to get on with his work. In order to calm the emotions of the beautiful president, he hadn't even looked at the rise and fall of the stocks he bought yesterday. In short, Lin Fan just wanted to cut the Gordian knot. But just as he was packing up to leave, his phone buzzed. "How dare you?" "Oh, it's her. It's Sunny, the beautiful CEO." Lin Fan had no intention of recognizing her. She hadn't even apologized to him for yesterday's incident. If she wanted to hang out, fine, but why tie herself up like that? And in the future, she wanted to be above him in the family hierarchy? Lin Fan, what's there to be afraid of? You still owe me an explanation for yesterday's incident. Lin Fan, I'm also chatting with you because we're on good terms, but if you keep this up, we're done. Lin Fan was indeed in a bad mood at this point. Nothing is going on in the world, and the mediocre people are disturbing themselves. Lin Fan had seen through it long ago. Sunny, you. Sunny, how dare you say goodbye to me? You think you can just leave without my say-so? Sunny, just try it. Upstairs, in the room of the best friend. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, who was waiting for news, was about to wait for her to synchronize the information with herself after Chi-Chi returned from her test. Unexpectedly, just as the other party was about to speak, a WeChat message from her husband was sent to her phone. It was better not to read it, but as soon as she looked at the content of the message, she immediately sat up from the bed with her legs crossed and quickly replied to the message. Then she hurriedly said to Ya, who was standing at the door, "Hurry. Lin Fan said he wants to leave and wants us to apologize to him." How arrogant. Let Nini apologize? My God. How dare that brat? At that time, the 4 members of Sunny's girl group had already finished applying their makeup, either looking ethereal or dressed up in a delicate and lovely manner. In short, they all had high appearance values, either cute, beautiful, or charming. The second member of Sunny's girl group, Huan, agreed. She had wanted to be the first to test the boy, but she hadn't expected Chi-Chi to get there first. Now it seemed that Chi-Chi's test had been in vain. But Chi-Chi said, "Nini, Lin Fan doesn't seem to have anything to do with that girl. He said they were just college classmates, so let's not jump to conclusions. In addition, he was very angry with us for what we did to him yesterday, and he did say that we should apologize." Zwan's opinion was that the guy just needed to be taught a lesson. If we tied him up again, he would behave. Chi-Chi advocated against this, saying that it was fine if it was just for fun, but she was afraid that both sides would get serious. Then she looked at Sunny, the prettiest woman in their group of best friends, both in terms of strength and beauty. Jian Yaro, another internet celebrity, who was retouching a selfie of herself, said, "Nini, you should tell him in person, so there won't be any misunderstandings. She is not tall, but her photo editing skills are superb. She is only 1.55 meters tall, but the effect of the pictures makes people think she is 1.7 meters tall. And she has the face of a tall person. In addition, she has the breasts of an E-cup. She is the type of person who makes you subconsciously look at her low-cut shirt every time you see her. Okay, I'll go meet him first. You guys get ready. We'll go to the pool first, have lunch later, and then we can start the party by the pool. Hey, you think we're missing a guy?" Sunny counted the 4 women here. Among them, except for Sunny, who now has the best chance of breaking up and becoming a couple, the other 3 high-value-looking girls are all alone. One of them is particularly misogynistic. I don't know what to do. At this moment, I suddenly heard Ji shouting from downstairs. Without a second thought, Sunny quickly ran up the stairs and came to the first-floor lobby. As soon as she arrived, she saw her husband Lin Fan, who was already carrying his backpack and about to leave. It had been a long night, and seeing him for the first time today really made her feel quite emotional. For some reason, she felt that Lin Fan was already hers, and that she needed him to be by her side to feel at ease. Is this really goodbye? Sunny walked quickly forward, stopped at a position that was neither too far nor too close, adjusted her breathing, and kept her face expressionless. When Lin Fan saw this beautiful CEO, he subconsciously thought he was mistaken. Sunny, is this still the same beautiful CEO? All I can see is that she is wearing a white woolen coat today, a delicate and pretty face, and under her tall, snow-white neck, it seems that the coat is matched with a white suspender and a short skirt. She has a charming figure. She is wearing a pair of nude high heels. One look at her and indeed she is still that exceptionally beautiful woman. If I don't go, what am I doing here? Lin Fan admired her for a moment. And continued with his decision. At this moment, the bodyguard Xiaoyu, who had previously disappeared, also arrived from outside not far from Lin Fan. He subconsciously wanted to hide a little. This guy, is he going to do something to me again? Xiaoyu, you go back and rest first, I'll take care of things here. Yeah, you go take care of the other guests too, and prepare the things for Chi-Chi and the others for the pool party. You, and you, all go do your own things. Sunny is the investor and owner of this place, so naturally her words carry a lot of weight. She spoke to the security guards and gardeners here. These people nodded respectfully and quickly left the place. Only Lin Fan, who was using his phone to call a taxi, and the beautiful President Sunny, who was stepping in nude-colored high heels, were left there. What the two of them didn't know was that at the same time, on the second floor, where the floor-to-ceiling windows were facing Lin Fan and Sunny, several girls suddenly came rushing in. They were looking down with great interest at the commotion here. They didn't know what would happen next, and these beautiful president's girlfriends wanted to eat melons as soon as they saw it. Chapter 52 The group of girlfriends want to eat melons. I want to be here. I want to be here. No, Chi, you've already tested Lin Fan, so this time it's my turn. No, it's precisely because I've tested that kid that I want to observe them from the best position to see what happens next. Humph, Chi, are you interested in him? You little flirt. Xian, don't talk nonsense. That's the man Nini wants to get her hands on. So in that case, you're interested in Lin Fan? Oh dear. Don't talk nonsense, you Xian. You're the little flirt, Xian. The little flirt with the fake butt. At this time, in the forest villa, in front of the French windows on the second floor of the main building, Chi, Wan, and Zhang Yaru, Sunny's best friends, did not go to the pool to sunbathe as Sunny had suggested. A pool party can start at any time, and bikinis can be worn at any time. What could be more delicious than a scene of sadomasochism? Chi and Wan were on the sofa, trying to get the best vantage point for observing the scene. Internet celebrity Zhang Yaru kept laughing as she watched. She thought to herself, these two have been single for a long time, I'm afraid they're desperate. Lin Fan is indeed quite good, with a great figure and a successful career, but if they want to compete with Sunny, they're in for a tough time. As for the two of them, they've moved the sofa next to them over, and both of them are kneeling in front of the French windows in high heels and tight skirts. Hey, they're quite good looking and charming. They are both the type of women that men chase after. Strange, why can't I hail a cab here? Can I get in and out? Lin Fan, who was standing face to face with the beautiful CEO Sunny in the courtyard, took out his phone to check the taxi situation, but found that the platform had not dispatched a car, and the nearest car was still far away. Huh, are you in such a hurry to get out of here? Lin Fan's actions were naturally in Sunny's eyes. She tentatively asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan also planned to ignore her and said, well, I still have things to do at the company. What he meant was, if you want to say something, hurry up, otherwise I'm leaving here and going to hail a cab. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful president in the white wool coat elegantly stepped in front of Lin Fan, pinching her beautiful hands and stepping in nude-colored high heels. Lang Mei said coldly, don't you want to explain to me what happened before? Finally, the beautiful president spoke. But Lin Fan preempted her and retorted, then first explain why you tricked me in yesterday and tied me up. It's like torture to extract a confession. Lin Fan looked at her. I tied you up because I love you and I don't want you to run off with other women. Besides, I have several close girlfriends, so I had to bring them here to meet you. Sunny seemed very confident in her line of reasoning. But Lin Fan didn't buy it, and asked in return, what logic is that? You tied me up because you love me, so in the future, if I tie you up, it means I love you too, right? Nonsense. Lin Fan responded to her without any courtesy. Listening to what you say, husband, there is some truth in it, but I have a sense of proportion, I won't overdo it. Moreover, this is a gift from our group of girlfriends for meeting the man. Chi should have told you that Wan had a boyfriend before, and we made him suffer even more, right? Lin Fan was absolutely thrilled to hear this. A man's welcome gift? He didn't really like the idea, so he said forcefully, that was someone else. I don't like it. If it's just the two of us, that's fine, but there are so many people here. Do I have no face? Ha, so you mean if we're together, the two of us can play together? Bah! This beautiful CEO was afraid that he has some kind of preference. He wants to play with me. When the time is right, I'll tie you up for the purpose of arousing my interest. Don't talk about this, Ms. Sunny, just tell me if you're wrong. Lin Fan was in the villa courtyard in the style of Instagram, passionately arguing with the beautiful CEO. The group of girlfriends who were eating melons above suddenly almost exploded when they heard the message from below. Not bad. Nini's boyfriend is quite open-minded and even plays more intimate games with her. Lin Fan is indeed different from the average man. You remember what your ex-boyfriend was like, right? He was a dog licker. He listened to whatever we said and did whatever we told him to do. That was the most boring. Zhang Yaru spoke up as well. She seemed to be very interested in the passion between men and women. Because she is, in fact, an internet celebrity with millions of followers. She usually broadcasts live or posts dancing videos, and easily gets tens of thousands of likes. There are also quite a few older men who send her gifts to ask for a meeting. But she's a bit tired of it. She thinks that all men are the same, but now she has heard Lin Fan's performance with her own ears, and she is suddenly a bit surprised and curious. Oh, forget it, I just wanted to have some fun with him. Anyway, he didn't get anything in the end, so he might as well be an electronic pet. An electronic pet? You're something, Zwan, introduce me to one next time. The excitement upstairs was palpable. Compared to the initial curiosity, everyone was even more eager to know what the couple downstairs would do next. Ha, I was not wrong, it was you who had the wrong idea. You secretly looked at the beautiful girl's legs, and then said you would get in touch when you had time. Don't you care about how I feel? It was only now that the beautiful CEO finally revealed the reason why she had tied up Lin Fan. Lin Fan once again told her she was just a college classmate. Sunny snorted, nonsense, how come I heard that she is your sister-in-law? Well, now the topic has opened up. Some things cannot be avoided. Lin Fan's heart is clear and aboveboard, and there is nothing he cannot say. So he told Sunny about himself and Jiangjun, the fact that she wanted to cancel the wedding if he did not give her an additional 300,000 yuan in bride price. And her sister threatened to tell him that she had been secretly in love with him for a long time, and that if it wasn't for her sister, she would definitely be with him. And the fact that their parents were parasites who kept taking his money. In short, the past was a bit melodramatic, but Lin Fan was relatively glad that he had decided to separate from them that day. And after Sunny heard it, her expression, which had originally been cold and scornful, suddenly became full of admiration. The older sister said, "Oh, my husband is so popular. 2 sisters, one is in love with you, and the other one has always had a secret crush on you. You're a catch. What are their identities?" Suddenly, Sunny, the beautiful CEO, changed the subject, stepping forward in nude-colored high heels, and taking a few steps. The toes of her high heels just touched Lin Fan's toes by 1 centimeter. Her high heels were a peep-toe style. Lin Fan subconsciously looked down first of all, he didn't do it on purpose, he just looked subconsciously. She suddenly walked over, so naturally she must have been on guard, right? As a result, the bare-nailed high-heeled feet lifted up at once, and the toes instantly stepped on Lin Fan's toes. Lin Fan. Chapter 53 This bitch. Is this how you play? A scream. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan shouted out at the same time as his right toe sent a sharp pain. What are you doing, bitch? Lin Fan cursed. You did it on purpose. That's too much, you dare to curse me again? Bitch? He really dared to curse. In that moment, the beautiful CEO Sunny wanted her man Lin Fan in front of her to get close to her and feel how it was. No, don't you die of envy. Bitch. Lin Fan was not afraid of her. He continued to diss her directly. And he arrogantly said, "You told me to scold you, so of course I'll listen." Bitch. Bitch. Now it's fine. Obviously, she wanted to make the guy shut up, but now she's provoked 4 times the attack from the other party. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, stepped on Lin Fan's right toe with her 37-size nude-colored high heels, stepping harder. Lin Fan was about to dodge, but at this moment, Sunny, the beautiful CEO, suddenly looked up and saw in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 2nd floor, the curious and gossipy heads of a few familiar little sisters were crowding together. She suddenly shouted, "You guys?" At this moment, Chi-Chi, Huan, and Zhang Yaru were eating melons and enjoying themselves. They didn't expect that they were discovered by Nini despite being so well hidden. The French windows were of good quality and could be opened. When the people inside were discovered, they didn't panic. One of the girlfriends, named Chi-Chi, opened the window and said sweetly to the people below, don't stop, we're enjoying the show." Sunny. Are you leaving or not? Inside the villa courtyard with an Instagram vibe, Sunny was a little angry. But she saw Chanshan tug on Chi-Chi's arm inside, and she also shouted down, "Ni, we didn't mean to do it on purpose. You guys hurry up and chat, and we'll go wait for you by the pool first." After saying that, she quickly closed the window. The figures of the several people quickly disappeared. It was only then that Sunny, the beautiful CEO, felt slightly better and continued to argue with Lin Fan. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Lin Fan here refers to her girlfriends. But Sunny didn't think so, and her voice carried a hint of sarcasm as she said, "So what if I did it on purpose?" You really made me angry today. She instantly stepped on Lin Fan even harder. Lin Fan said in a huff, "Fine, I'm really lucky to be stepped on by such a beauty as Miss Sunny. I wonder if I could take off my high heels, I'd be very grateful." Bah! If she dares, Lin Fan will definitely make her pay. She still wants to step on me. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Sunny first gave Lin Fan a thoughtful glance with her beautiful eyes, and then opened her red lips with a sweet voice and said, "Not bad, as long as you like it." Lin Fan. Like hell you like it. Do you think we're playing some role-playing game? Are you kidding? Okay, since you're enjoying it so much, I know, in the future, when I'm with you, I'll step on you more. My husband likes it. Lin Fan. The hell you do? Is she really taking this seriously? Okay, so now you have to apologize to me. I can see that the two of you are getting more and more outrageous. Lin Fan promptly brought the two back to the topic at hand. No apology, and if you have to apologize, it's you who should apologize. Sunny let go of his foot. She wrapped her arms around him, biting her red lips. Then she seemed to think of something and continued, "Tell me, what are the identities of the two women who like you? A woman who can get along with you must not be bad-looking, right?" Jiangjin, Lin Fan's ex-fiancé, came here last night and before today. Sister Ya also reported to me. That person said they came to see my fiancé and sister. She didn't really believe it at the time. But now, it seems that what the person said was true. However, she was later driven away. She doesn't have much status, and she was the school flower of Hujian University in the past. Her sister is not much different in appearance, but their personalities are different. Her younger sister is more agile and doesn't like to be bound by tradition, while her older sister is just a vase who likes to be taken care of. That sums it up in one sentence. Lin Fan just said that, and Sunny immediately said, "Ha, you really said that, didn't you? School flower? Sister Ya. Sister Ya. Hey, young lady, I'm here." The beautiful CEO was a little disconcerted when she heard that the other person was the school flower. "Hurry up and call the housekeeper Sister Ya while she's still not here, and then tell her, 'Computer, search for the past school flowers of Hujian University for me. I want to see how pretty she is to dare steal my man.'" No, what's wrong with the beautiful CEO? She's already gone with the so-called school flower of Hujian University. What does she want to look up about the other person? Of course, it is also possible that the jealousy and competitive relationship between women will far exceed Lin Fan's imagination. Just as Sister Ya said, "Okay, young lady, I'll look it up for you." I thought that the young lady President Sunny was about to leave, but unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, she grabbed Lin Fan's hand and told him, "Not bad. You even found a school beauty to be your girlfriend. You're engaged?" Ha, they're engaged. Did I show up at the wrong time? Lin Fan. What is she doing? She's so confident. They're engaged, and I showed up at the wrong time. What a fantasy. As I watched Sunny, the beautiful CEO, puffing out her waist in proud figure, it looked like she was out of breath. Lin Fan had seen this scene last night. Jiang Yu, that beautiful girl, seemed to have behaved in a similar way. Lin Fan was a little confused. How did they both seem to be out of breath? Jiang Yu said that she had liked her own sister at first sight, ever since she had first seen her holding her hand. She had had to suppress her feelings and hide them deep down, and she could understand why she was out of breath when she saw her. But what about the beautiful CEO Sunny in front of her? Was it damn possessiveness and jealousy? In terms of appearance, her ex-fiancé was indeed beautiful, otherwise she would not have been with him, and there would not have been so many people coveting her. As for Sunny, the beautiful CEO, in Lin Fan's heart, she would only be better than her, even more beautiful than Jiangjin, with a more feminine charm. It was exactly what Lin Fan liked. Seeing her like this, and indeed suddenly looking a bit out of breath, Lin Fan immediately said, okay. Don't prolong it, it's all in the past. I already broke up with her. Aren't I with you now? The more you think about something, the more it will interfere. After saying this, Lin Fan was about to go over and comfort the other person. However, Sunny bit her red lips even more and said in a more feminine tone, "Don't think about it? How can I not think about it? Today, don't go away, and tell me about your relationship." Lin Fan. Chapter 54. Lin Fan is blown away when Sunny asks him about his relationship with his ex-girlfriend. Sometimes, the past is the past and there's no need to mention it. But now Sunny, the beautiful CEO, has asked Lin Fan to tell her about his relationship with his ex-fiancée Jiangjun, the school beauty queen of Hujian University. What's there to tell? Isn't it just a wonderful story about standing out from the crowd of suitors and making the other person choose you? Lin Fan thought about it for a few seconds and decided that he couldn't tell her about this kind of thing. Asking about the love lives of your current and former lovers is like stabbing yourself in the heart with a knife. So he told her, I don't have a former lover. I've never been in love. As soon as he said this, a girl in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor let out a loud, uncontrollable laugh. You've never been in love? You've never been in love. Sunny also realized after hearing the voices of her girlfriends on the second floor that she had just rebuked them. They hadn't left at all, but were just watching the show. Sunny, stop lying. I want to ask you clearly in front of my sisters today. I want to see how outstanding my husband's ex-girlfriend really is. After saying this, she didn't turn around. Wearing a white wool coat and nude-colored high heels, she walked towards the pool. It was autumn, and the weather was a little chilly. Lin Fan was a little cold even in long pants, let alone her. So I said to her, hey, aren't you cold wearing so little? Do you want to be sexy but not warm? Sunny, we're not involved, so it's none of your business. She didn't even turn her head. It happened to be a warm autumn day, and the sun shone down warmly on the pool in the courtyard of the villa, and also on her. She raised one of her beautiful hands to shade herself from the sun, and after noticing that Lin Fan had not followed, she stopped in place and glanced back at him. At that moment, Lin Fan was looking at the taxi hailing app on his phone. No car had picked up the order yet. Lin Fan, are you really not coming? Sunny was like a young and beautiful princess in the sunlight. The scenery was absolutely beautiful, and Lin Fan raised his hand to take a beautiful photo of the other person. But he said, what are you doing here? I have to go back to the company for something. Sunny. I don't know if he's really stupid or just pretending to be, but is it really so hard to just come over and comfort me? She huffed in anger a few times in place, and then seemed to think of something else. She said disdainfully, fine, if you're so capable, you go back now. At this moment, the pool had already been arranged by Sister Yu with fruit, freshly roasted lamb, and alcoholic beverages. Upon walking over, it looked as if this was a popular spot for internet celebrities to check in. There were beautiful people, alcohol, and scenery. Lin Fan thought to himself, okay, now I can finally go back. And then his phone vibrated with a ding, and finally a driver accepted the order. He was about to be happy, but the excitement only lasted 3 seconds before the driver cancelled. He was wondering, when suddenly a familiar sharp and capable figure appeared in front of Lin Fan again. Little you? Lin Fan had a bad feeling. But seeing that the special female bodyguard had already come to him with a mysterious smile, she said coldly, Mr. Lin, I heard that you want to leave here without your lady, is that right? Okay, in that case, Mr. Lin, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Lin Fan hurriedly took a few steps back. He wondered what this cold-hearted girl wanted. Then she rolled up her sleeves and looked ready to give Lin Fan a shoulder throw. Lin Fan hurriedly said, no, I'm not trying to leave, I'm just going over there. Xiaoyu, you said that maybe in the future I could be your master too, so why can't you be a little nicer to me? Xiaoyu, is Mr. Lin calling me a dog? Lin Fan. Oh dear. This little you is a straight girl. Lin Fan sighed and said, don't overinterpret. What I mean is that in the future, I may become the actual owner of this villa. If we partner up now, you will definitely benefit in the future. Little you, miss. Miss. Mr. Lin just said that in the future, she wants to control this villa and also partner with me to bully you. No, I'm convinced. Xiaoyu, aren't you a very indifferent girl who isn't very good at talking? Why did you complain to Sunny, the beautiful CEO? Lin Fan immediately ran over to the beautiful CEO and said that wasn't true. Unexpectedly, she seemed to have heard it, not particularly surprised, but instead said, that's fine. If Mr. Lin marries me in the future and stays with me, the forest villa here will belong to Mr. Lin alone. Not only that, but he can also directly own many of my things. That's right, it seems that he doesn't like us very much, and wants to leave here to go to his company to meet the young ladies in his company. Poof. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan in front was a little flattered, but the tables were turned in the back. She was subtly hinting at herself. Okay, I didn't mean anything else, I just feel that our relationship is a little awkward right now, and I just happen to have some company business, so I want to go back first. For the first time, Lin Fan discovered that Sunny, the beautiful and aloof CEO, also had such a cute side. Somehow, her originally dull mood suddenly became pleasant and comfortable. So, you can just leave your wife and go off by yourself? After stepping in her high heels to the edge of the blue swimming pool, Sunny sat down on a white lacquered internet celebrity chair, crossing her legs. Her face was like a swimming dragon, stunning like a rainbow. She sat there with her bright eyes looking a little unhappy. Not at all. Lin Fan said calmly. How could I leave you behind? I'm worried about you. I'm in a bad mood. No, I'm in a great mood. I'm looking forward to hearing your love story with your ex-girlfriend. Lin Fan laughed. No, I was single before I met you. Sunny, you're lying. Lin Fan, really? Sunny, if you keep this up, I'll tell Xiaoyu to lock you up again. Mr. Lin, can't you be honest? Lin Fan, if we haven't dated, then we haven't dated. Sunny, fine, if you're going to be like this, then I won't talk to you either. You can go back if you want. I'll be here with my sisters. After saying this, she crossed her legs. She looked down and took out her phone. Lin Fan knew that she was just saying this to tease him. But in a relationship, there is nothing to say after something like this. It's better not to mention it. Why make things difficult for yourself? At this moment, Sunny's sisters, who had been eating melons in front of the French windows on the second floor, walked out of the main entrance of the hall next to them. They seamlessly followed up on Sunny's words. Lin Fan, what Nini means is that since she let you speak, she is naturally mentally prepared. Moreover, she just wants to understand you better. Believe me, Nini is very good. After listening to her, she will only make you feel that being with her in the future is the rightest decision you have ever made in your life. The one speaking was the low-cut girl with the internet celebrity face, Zhang Yaru. Lin Fan subconsciously glanced at the other party. The next chapter will be issued soon. Chapter 55 One Man and Four Women, a love story? After thinking about it, Lin Fan also didn't expect Zhang Yaru, the internet celebrity, to speak up for Sunny. He always felt that it should be the more lively Wan Wan, or the contrasting Chi Chi with long hair hanging around her waist. Fine, if you want to hear it, then listen. Lin Fan thought about it. At the moment, if he didn't tell the story of his relationship with his former fiancée Zhang Jin, they would never let him go. Moreover, he had nothing to fear at the moment. He hoped that after the beautiful CEO had heard it, she would really love him more, just as Zhang Yaru had said. Afterwards, the four beautiful girls sat on the internet celebrity chairs by the pool, some taking selfies, some bringing fruit over to eat. Lin Fan looked at Sunny and said, let's make a deal, you're the one who wants to listen. If you get angry, I'll give you a heads up in advance. Sunny snorted. Don't underestimate me. The real-life experiences I've seen should blow you away. Wow, she really doesn't fear anything. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan spent nearly 10 minutes describing how he met Zhang Jin, the school beauty of Hujian University. He liked her at first sight, but she had many suitors around her, including wealthy men, handsome men, and muscular men. However, with his outstanding execution, he wrote love songs, accompanied her to give emotional value, created romance, went camping together, etc., and their relationship grew warmer. Later, she became more and more dependent on him. His career was booming, and she became worse and worse, to the point where she became someone he didn't even recognize. She copied on him every day, and together with her family, they began to pull him out of his emotions. Eventually, the whole story of the breakup came out. He was, after all, guilt-free, having helped their family many times. They had a cousin who was uneducated and had no job in Shanghai. He let himself be introduced, and he even helped his cousin find a job. The things he did cannot be said to be 100% satisfactory, but they were thorough and extremely attentive to practical results. And after he finished talking, he also let out a deep sigh of relief. The experience of being with Zhang Jin, the school beauty, had simply overturned his three views. He really couldn't imagine why an originally kind, pure, and very understanding and obedient girl had become like this. So what do you think is the fundamental reason for your breakup? Lin Fan had just finished speaking, and the emotions that had been building up inside him felt like they had been released. It was always good to be able to express yourself. But just as he had finished, Sunny bit her red lips and began to ask her question. She's changed. She's not motivated, she's lazy, and she's lost her dreams. Lin Fan spoke bluntly. At first, the two of them were able to get along because they were on the same wavelength, but then they became more and more outrageous, and they deviated from the track, and it wasn't what I imagined. he added again. So Lin Fan, do you think there is a problem with you? The one speaking was the internet celebrity called Jiang Yaru. She had an impressive figure, and although she was wearing a thin knitted jacket, her charm was evident just by looking at her. However, she seemed to have become unperturbed, very calm. Yes, it's strange that I've always pampered them. Thinking that it wasn't easy to meet, I've been tolerant and we've come to the stage of engagement. But they started to ask for a lot again, and I couldn't take it anymore. Lin Fan also spoke the truth from the heart. Knock. So that's what it is. Then I think it's too late to break up with her. You should have broken up when you realized she had changed. Yes, it's outrageous. And she's still asking for an additional 300,000 yuan in bride price? If it were me, if I met someone I liked, I wouldn't even need a bride price, and my parents would agree. It's about the two of you living together, depending on the actual situation, so why are you being pushed into this situation? Although they look beautiful, noble, and a bit unapproachable, when it comes to the actual breakup with Lin Fan, they are quite taking advantage of Lin Fan. Xian Xian and Chi Chi agreed with him, taking Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan said, when you were together before, there was always affection. I once tried to change, but you can never change someone. After saying that, mentioning his own sad story, Lin Fan wanted to find some cocktails to drink. Chi Chi and the others were quite sympathetic and knew that Lin Fan was having a hard time, so they offered to help him open the bottle and handed it to him to drink. Lin Fan tilted his head and took a sip, while feeling deeply. It's rare for two people to meet, especially when they both have feelings for each other. But love is beautiful at the beginning, and whether it can last depends on whether the two people together can make 1 + 1 greater than 2. Wasn't trial marriage quite popular a while ago? There is some truth in it. Love is actually a bit like opening a blind box, but it is most important to stop in time. After saying this, he took another sip of his cocktail. Afterwards, he smelled the aroma of someone grilling a whole lamb in the courtyard and suddenly his stomach started rumbling. The little beauty with long black hair hanging down to her waist, Chi-Chi, said, "That's right, my future other half must have the same values as me, otherwise I don't want to give myself to him." Zwan said, "I definitely want to find a man who can give me emotional value. I really want this." Jiang Yaru, an internet celebrity with about 1 million followers on her account, said, "I'm different from you guys, because every day too many men send me private messages and send me messages. I feel that they are all the same, and suddenly I don't like men a bit." Ha, Lin Fan, you've come at the right time. I've talked to Nini about this before, saying that if we can't find someone we really like in the future, we should get together. But I didn't expect you to beat me to it. Lin Fan was taken aback when he heard this. No, this Jiang Yaru is joking, right? Aversion to men? Judging from her appearance, she is indeed the type that many men like. Otherwise, she wouldn't have millions of followers paying attention to her. Lin Fan responded, "My meeting Sunny was also purely coincidental. That night, I was venting, wanting to sing and release with my friends, but you know what, it's like if you want to vent with a purpose, but you can't vent and you just come out. After that, I met Sunny. Anyway, she was crouching on the ground at the time, very lonely and sad." Lin Fan said this, and suddenly he remembered, why was the beautiful President Sunny dressed so nicely in black stockings and high heels, standing outside the shopping mall? And what was she sad and lonely about? Lin Fan really didn't know much about this. As they chatted, Lin Fan's gaze turned to the other side, where the beauty was sitting elegantly and sexy, with her legs crossed, wearing white stockings, sipping coffee. Her emotions seemed very calm throughout. She didn't even seem sad because Lin Fan had said those hurtful things. She must have had her own experiences, right? Lin Fan knew that it was now her turn to tell her story. Chapter 56 The explosive story of the beautiful CEO Sunny One. If a person has not experienced great storms or has a wealth of experience, then even the expression of emotions over novel little things may cause their emotions to fluctuate. But a beautiful CEO like Sunny is so calm, and she even remains calm when her man encounters such things. Either she has been the company's president for a long time and has seen all kinds of things in people, and she feels that this is just a piece of cake. Or maybe she feels that her own affairs have nothing to do with her, and her ability to control her emotions is stronger than ordinary people. For Lin Fan, looking back, she really doesn't know enough about Sunny, this beautiful sister. She is very mysterious. Hey, Miss Sunny, it's your turn. I'm done. To be fair, you should tell your story too. Also, everyone here should share their own emotional stories, and I'll see which one is the most explosive. But Miss Sunny, when I first met you, you were sitting outside the mall alone, looking like you were in a bad mood, right? In a situation where there is one man and four women, everyone has to express their innermost feelings in order to make the group situation meaningful. Besides, although I have to go to work tomorrow, it's still early. It's nothing, I was just in a bad mood that day. Well, the beautiful president has started to speak. Although she somewhat restrained herself by saying that she was just in a bad mood, Lin Fan continued to ask. There must be a reason, what caused it? It was also a coincidence that day. If I had gone one step later, I'm afraid you would have been dragged away by those two men with ill intentions. Hey! Dragged away? What do you mean? Lin Fan described the situation of their first encounter normally, but her girlfriend seemed to have no idea. After a few seconds, Lin Fan looked at the way they nervously looked at the beautiful president, and instantly understood that she had not told her girlfriends at all. It's nothing. If you don't tell, I'll forget. Sunny, the beautiful president, smiled indifferently. She didn't know why she did that either, tilting her head and stroking her hair with a beautiful hand. Then she said in a soft voice, that day, I was really a little headstrong, and I didn't realize that I almost had an accident. Last night, when Xian, one of Sunny's best friend group, heard about it, she immediately asked about the ins and outs of the matter. Sunny didn't really want to talk about it. She asked Lin Fan again. Lin Fan was incredulous at the reaction of this beautiful CEO. Shouldn't a normal person be very angry, or even want to get rid of her? Her reaction was instead indifferent. Lin Fan watched Sunny, with her long legs crossed, answering Xian and the other girlfriend's questions with her side face exposed. After listening to the whole story, they suddenly felt a little guilty. Xian said, "Oh my god, Nini, do you still consider us your sisters? Those two animals sounded like professional pickup artists, and you were drunk as well. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's appearance, you would have been in trouble. Nini, I know that sometimes you have things on your mind and want to vent alone, but we are all your best friends. When you go out drinking, you should at least bring us along. Girl, especially a woman as beautiful and sexy as you appearing in a place like that, you're lucky to be back in one piece." The one speaking was the internet celebrity Jiang Yaro, who was taking up cudgels for Sunny, while Jiang Yaro quickly came over to Sunny's side, took her hand, and anxiously instructed her. Chi, whose hair hung down to her waist, also couldn't sit still and came over to Sunny on her own initiative. However, the beauty president hadn't spoken yet. Lin Fan immediately said, "Your Nini may have her own thoughts. What kind of difficulty have you encountered? I would also like to hear about it, Miss Sunny." At this moment, Lin Fan actually didn't want to put too much pressure on the beauty president. After all, why she was there that night and why she was drunk and alone was still a mystery. Moreover, she hadn't shared her emotional experiences yet. Thinking about this, Lin Fan suddenly felt her heart pounding. She was so mysterious and abnormal. "Ha, don't be like that, I'm fine. I just went there because I wanted to be alone. Sometimes I have worries and I don't really want to burden you guys, so." Sunny looked at her sisters. What she meant was that she just wanted to get things sorted out and then be happy when she was with everyone. Lin Fan felt that with her personality, it was not surprising that she had such thoughts. She just suppressed herself too much. She went out drinking by herself, and she didn't even want to bring us along. "Nini, we are sisters. We have all been through things, and sometimes it's hard to deal with them alone. We may not be as successful as you in our careers, but we can always help you out emotionally." Lin Fan nodded and agreed. "You're right, you all seem to have a very good relationship. You can be friends for life, and friends are of course there to help you deal with your troubles. Sisters, you should also persuade her. You have no idea what kind of weird perfume those two bastards were wearing. The kind that can cause dizziness." In this way, Lin Fan told the whole story. Everyone felt more distressed and relieved for Sunny that night. Lin Fan's thoughts were also simple, that is, Sunny, you must protect yourself and never do such stupid things again. Chi, Wan, and Zhang Yaru were furious when they heard that there was such a thing, and asked how things had progressed since then. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that after he reported the case last time, the police officer surnamed Zhao had asked him to let Sunny come with him to make a statement. She hasn't gone yet. It's been a few days. Call the police. We have to call the police. Sunny, if you're not comfortable, we can go with you. Agree. Lin Fan echoed. He had originally thought the same thing. If you don't deal with those two bastards, they might do it to other girls next time. Yes. In the end, Sunny was persuaded. Eugene said, okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. I was also confused at the time and can't remember them clearly, otherwise I would have gone to the police too. Lin Fan said, I remember. I still have an impression of what they looked like. Do you want me to draw you a sketch? At this, everyone looked at Lin Fan at once. Draw it? It's been so long, are you kidding? Lin Fan saw that everyone's expressions were the same, and laughed, don't look at me like that. Of course I'm not joking. When I was young, I learned right brain memory from someone, and I can remember certain things for a long time. You'll see later. Do you have a piece of paper and a pencil? As he said this, Lin Fan was about to show off his skills. As soon as Ye Jia heard this, she immediately said, of course, I'll go get it for young master. I didn't realize that young master was also so versatile. Now everyone was looking forward to Lin Fan's drawing. The next chapter will be updated soon. Chapter 57 The explosive story of the beautiful CEO Sunny 2. Lin Fan had followed someone when he went to college before. The most amazing thing about that person was that he could, in front of a crowd, tell a random student at the bottom to write a series of numbers on the blackboard. He only needed to look at it for a few minutes to memorize it all and recite it silently on the spot. The amazing thing about this method is that it relies on your brain's image memory, with a few key nodes that can outline a general picture. No sooner had Sister Ye, dressed in professional attire, arrived from the workbench than she quickly fetched paper and pencil and asked if Lin Fan wanted to use an easel to sketch. Lin Fan shook his head. He spent about 10 minutes holding a pen in his left hand, sketching on the paper with great ease and freedom. At first there was no clue, but the more you looked, the more you discovered that the outlines of two men had been sketched on the paper. One of the men has a mole on the left side of his nose, which is easy to recognize. He is slightly plump, and the other man has a shifty look about him, so it is clear at first glance that he is not a good person. It is really very lifelike. When Lin Fan was finished, not to mention whether the drawing was correct or not, but the facial features depicted in the outline all gave the impression that it was done by a professional. Wow, I didn't realize that our Lin Fan was so versatile. He really got it right. Nini, take a look, does it look familiar? Wan Wan spoke up first. She thought to herself, I didn't think this guy was really talented. But of course, how could a woman of Nini's caliber find a weakling? He really is talented and good looking, and he's so charming. He's very popular with women. Yes, Nini, you should take a look. Chi, wearing gray silk, stepped aside. Ye then put the sketch Lin Fan had just drawn in front of the beautiful CEO Sunny. At first, the beautiful president, Sunny, didn't quite believe it. Thinking that since he was so confident in the man she had her eye on, he wouldn't be lying, she thought. Unexpectedly, he actually had such skills. And when she saw the painting up close, she subconsciously gasped. Ha! I have an impression of this man. It seems that he really was the one who came over to chat with me that night. Although I had drunk a little too much, I remember him. What about this person? The beautiful CEO felt a bit of a sudden realization. After Lin Fan was confirmed by the other party, he got up again and pointed to another one. The beautiful CEO stared at the painting and said in a deep voice, I don't really remember this one, but the outline you drew is accurate. These should be the two people. Subsequently, Chi, Wan Wan, and Zhang Yaru, the three good sisters of Sunny, all looked at Lin Fan with disbelief. So awesome. Chi said first. Yes, if you're that good, then you can remember what everyone looks like, right? Quan, who was wearing a cap, teased. Lin Fan laughed, that's easy to say, I was just thinking that if I drew you all, you wouldn't all worship me. Now it seems to have come true. Lin Chi and Li Luoluo both shot Lin Fan a glance with their beautiful eyes. They said, Lin Fan, after you get together with Nini, don't bully her. If we find out that you bully her, we won't let you off. Well, this is the kind of support and teaming up that best friends offer. Lin Fan smiled and said, don't worry, I have nothing to do with your Nini now. You kidnapped me yesterday. Oomph, I told you, we kidnapped you because we like you. Most people don't even get that chance. Li Wan said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately refuted, come on, don't CPU me, so if someone likes you and kidnaps you to his house, it means he really likes you, and you're happy to accept it? What I mean is that Nini really likes you, so don't let her down. You're such a person. Wan was teasing Lin Fan. The internet celebrity called Jiang Yaro, who was wearing a lace innerwear and looked indifferent, came over to the beautiful President Sunny and said solemnly, as if she was making a promise to the beautiful president, "Nini, you have to promise us that no matter what happens in the future, we will be together. If you don't promise, then we can forget about being friends." It seemed like she was saying this on purpose. Upon hearing this, Sunny's expression slightly surprised, and she said in a sweet voice, "Yaro, what are you talking about?" "Okay, I will tell you guys everything in the future, okay? Besides, I actually told you about the incident that happened to me that day, and you couldn't do anything about it, you were all so sad. Come on, Miss Sunny, please tell us about the sad thing that happened to you." Lin Fan hurriedly guided her when he saw that the time was right. But it wasn't until the beautiful CEO had finished telling him about what had happened to her that day that Lin Fan realized that the reason she had had sex with him that night was not only because the strange perfume had made her hot and she desperately needed Lin Fan, but there was actually another reason. "It's my father." Sunny seemed to have been holding back something for a long time, and was finally willing to reveal it. "He has been abroad for a long time, and then separated from my mother early on, and found a new woman. But for some reason, he suddenly contacted me, saying that the son of his colleague at an investment bank in New York was very outstanding, and wanted me to meet him, and if possible, get engaged. I refused, but he called me every day. After I made the situation clear to him, he stopped calling for a few days. But I never thought he would show up at my doorstep with someone else's son. Isn't that infuriating?" Sunny said, as if she was still feeling angry about what happened at the time. "A man who had long since separated from my mother, abandoned me as a child, married another wife, and didn't contact you for years, but as soon as he does, he arranges a blind date for you, as if he wants to tie me down." I was at my wit's end. Sunny let out a bitter laugh. She was very graceful and also found this matter very funny. Lin Fan then said, "Is that why you went over there to drink?" It turned out to be this reason. It really wasn't obvious. This beautiful CEO hid it very well. However, he immediately added, "You drank and dressed up so nicely, I don't know if you're afraid of women touching your hair or wearing stockings? Do you know how dangerous it is for a girl to dress up so nicely and be alone in that kind of environment?" Lin Fan's words actually revealed some anger. No, there were other things that came together. There were a lot of bars over there, so I just wanted to try them out. I've never been to a bar before. When the beautiful CEO said this, Lin Fan understood. A woman who has never been to a bar goes because she is being pressured at home to get married and has other things that she needs to vent about, so she goes to a bar. As a result, she has never been to a bar before, and when she goes for the first time, she gets targeted by a bad guy. What luck! Don't look at me like that. Sometimes I just want to be left alone. At that moment, the beautiful president named Sunny bit her red lips and then said, "I know, I won't do it again. It just so happened that I ran into Lin Fan at that time, and he saved me. And then we slept that night." Lin Fan? Chapter 58. This woman really dares to say that. The air seemed to have frozen for a few seconds. Then the girls on the scene started to laugh. "You slept? Nini, you slept with this guy?" The most excited person was Chi-Chi. She was wearing a super short white dress today, and she almost fell over. She looked at what Nini had said in disbelief. Although not as exaggerated as Chi-Chi, Wan Yaro and Zhang Yaro also covered their mouths in surprise. Their unanimous opinion was that Nini was such a person who guarded her body like a jade. She was actually the first to taste the sweetness. Originally, they didn't get together that night, and it should have been some quiet words between the two parties. Or they were teasing each other when they were alone, and Lin Fan did admit that he was with her that night. The whole night was unforgettable. It's just that the cause and effect of the incident was a bit melodramatic. Yes, if you sleep together, there's no need to hide it. The beautiful CEO was very generous, and when she said this, a blush rose to her face, and she looked a little shy. She also played with her hair, and her legs were tightly together, as if she were remembering something. After hearing about the slender beauty, Chi-Chi quietly asked Sunny for details of that night. Sunny also whispered in her ear, which made the two sisters next to them unhappy, and they scrambled to get Sunny to share. Sunny blushed and said in a cute voice, "Oh, you'll know after you talk about it. It's just that kind of thing." "What kind of thing?" "Oh," almost in unison. It was as if they were just waiting for Sunny to make a fool of herself. But Sunny herself had an energy field, otherwise she would not have managed so many employees or become the president of a listed cultural company. She snorted, and the few people dared not continue to ask. Instead, they couldn't get an answer from her, and their bright eyes turned to Lin Fan. Don't ask me, I don't know. Lin Fan thought that this kind of thing was better avoided quickly, lest the nosy girls ask non-stop and make him explain the process in detail, which he could not bear. If they are capable, they can go find their boyfriends. But the girls were not willing to let Lin Fan off the hook. As soon as they saw Lin Fan trying to hide, Chi-Chi, a pretty girl with long hair hanging down to her waist and bright eyes, first got up to admire her figure, looking at Sunny while also looking at Lin Fan, and said, "Nini, if you don't say anything, I won't be polite. I heard that boys like a girl's graceful figure. I wonder if a guy like Lin Fan likes me?" After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for a response from the beautiful CEO Sunny. Chi-Chi then acted like a dancing anchor woman in front of Lin Fan, showing off her figure. She came up close to Lin Fan and even put her arm around his shoulder. Amazing! Do all the pretty girls in this city play like this? And looking at Miss Sunny, she doesn't seem to be angry. Lin Fan quickly blocked, you guys don't play with me. Guys love to look at beautiful women's graceful bodies, but not everyone likes it. Oh, so what Lin Fan means is that you don't like it? How come I heard that? Not afraid of women playing with their hair, but afraid of women wearing socks. Do you think I'm beautiful? Come on, give it back. This girl's sudden actions caught Lin Fan off guard. She was about to sit on him. Chi-Chi, don't do this. Sunny finally spoke up. But she thought her little sister was just joking with Lin Fan and didn't take it seriously. So what if I want to? You two started it. Do you know how rude it is to start a conversation and not finish it? To cut off someone's food is like cutting off someone's life. I don't care, I want to hear the story you two had that night. Chi-Chi was a very persistent girl. At this moment, Lin Fan was thinking of a way to fend off the other party. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to speak, Wan, Sunny's second best friend, also came over and stirred up trouble, laughing and saying, "Yes, I'm on Chi-Chi's side in this. You two have gone too far, you obviously slept together and still lied to us." Only the internet celebrity Jiang Yaru persuaded, "Okay, after all, it's Nini's personal business, let's just forget about asking." But she was resolutely opposed by the other two girlfriends. Finding a gap, Lin Fan and Sunny, the proud beauty, locked eyes. He thought that the other party might help him think of a way to get out of it, but unexpectedly, not only did she not help him, she also made a rather wry expression. Does this mean that normally Sunny can't do anything about them? Oh my god. You really think that I can't do anything about them? As he watched Chi-Chi and Huan, both of them with an overbearing air, as if they were going to charm Lin Fan subconsciously said, "Are you sure you want to do this? If I hurt you guys later, I won't care. I used to practice boxing, so I'll give you a heads up." Lin Fan was using diplomacy before military force. After all, if he were to be with Sunny in the future, he would have to get along with these girlfriends. Sometimes if he handled things well with her girlfriends, it would be twice as effective. Lin Fan, don't scare us, we also practice yoga and internal strength. If you're so capable, come at us. Chi-Chi seemed to have picked the right moment to provoke Lin Fan, knowing that he would not dare to touch them. Lin Fan was also ruthless. Seeing that they were so aggressive, he grabbed Chi-Chi first, gathered his strength, and instantly held her petite and delicate body in a high-held position. Chi-Chi seemed to have not yet figured out what was going on, and the whole person appeared in the air, screaming in fear. Lin Fan, weren't you just being arrogant? Continue. No matter what, Lin Fan has been exercising for a long time and has extremely well-developed biceps, which makes her a little grateful for the fierce supervision of her female coach, Teacher Wang, at the beginning. Without her, she could not have built up this body of hers. No, Lin Fan, you bastard, put me down. The ground was close at hand, but his body was already out of control. Chi-Chi was screaming. Her terrified hands immediately touched Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan didn't take her seriously. She was slender, light and agile, and weighed about 80 to 90 pounds, which was about the same as lifting a barbell. It was a bit difficult to punish her while forcing her to beg for mercy, but he could still do it. His actions caused the people present to scream in shock, and soon he screamed even louder, "What a boyfriend! I want a boyfriend like Lin Fan in the future too. By the way, Lin Fan, didn't you just deny that you were with NINI? If so, why don't you see what I'm like? Handsome guy. I'm convinced. Are these little girls, Sunny and the others, really that bold when joking around? Is it a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Or perhaps it's just being open-minded. Today, Lin Fan has really learned a lot. Chapter 59. She just needs a man to sort her out. No. Deny sleeping with Sunny? Did I deny it before? Where did this girl, Huan, come up with such a conclusion? Lin Fan glared at Huan the moment he punished Chi-Chi. He realized belatedly that she had come to stir up trouble. He immediately took a look at her. Alright, stop it, Mr. Lin, just let Chi-Chi go, I guarantee she won't do it again. Let her go. In the midst of this chaotic situation, it wasn't until Sunny, the beautiful CEO, spoke that. Before stabilizing the situation. However, before Lin Fan let the other person down, he teasingly asked Chi-Chi, do you dare not? Oh, this girl named Chi-Chi, when Lin Fan hugged her, she seemed to be extremely scared, her body shaking slightly. I dare not. Chi-Chi looked as if she had already been honest and was begging for mercy. She just needs a man to properly discipline her. Okay, I'll let you off this time because you're being sincere. If you dare to do it again next time, I definitely won't let you off. Okay, I won't dare to do it again. Lin Fan let the other person down after he had achieved his goal. You. Lin Fan, you're really capable. I really can't tell that you're not only sharing a bed with our Nini, but also have so much strength. Nini, your husband is a real dominant. After being set down, Chi-Chi was quickly helped up by Xian. Her flushed face calmed down for a moment, and she was panting a little, angry with Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at her and teased, it seems I didn't hold you up long enough just now. You. Nini. Ni was afraid of Lin Fan and quickly went behind Sunny to seek protection. Sunny looked at her with beautiful eyes and said, forget about you, I can't do anything with him either. Here, only Xiaoyu can subdue him, right, Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu is the new female bodyguard recruited by the beautiful president, who previously returned from the special forces. She was specially recruited to protect and work for him for a high salary. Lin Fan naturally knew the strength of Xiaoyu. This capable girl with a baby face that looked like South Korean actress Han Ji-eun was always around, observing something. It seemed like she was on constant alert. The two had clashed before, and Lin Fan was no match for her. He didn't say anything. He just felt that in an environment full of beautiful women, apart from her, he could also fit in and find an opportunity to counter them. Xiaoyu respectfully said, no problem, Mississippi. Although Mr. Lin is sometimes cunning, it is still no problem to subdue him. As she spoke, she moved her wrists and fists a little. Lin Fan hurriedly glanced at her coolly. She really has skills. The sun set in the west, and it was clear that the afternoon was about to pass. Lin Fan finally guided the conversation back to the topic and asked about their respective love histories. After all, Lin Fan had already told her about his own past, so it would be rude not to hear about theirs. Fortunately, Sunny, the beautiful CEO, didn't seem to mind Lin Fan's previous romantic experiences, and instead frankly said that it was a bit of a pity that Lin Fan had broken up with the school beauty. Lin Fan almost glared at her. What did she mean by a bit of a pity? Is her heart that big? But she hadn't revealed her own yet, and instead, Wan took the lead and talked about her own love history. She said that there was a boy who had been persistently pursuing her, but she didn't feel anything for him. Then, one day, this boy came over and blocked the door. She was very angry. Then she did something that was particularly exaggerated. That was to dress up very nicely and go to the nightclub, standing alone in the middle of the nightclub, meaning that she was mentally prepared, and she could be asked to go out tonight. Lin Fan gave a little snort and asked her, so what happened? Were you asked out that night? Although she could stir up trouble, Wan had a good appearance and figure. Wan smiled awkwardly and said, I wanted to, but I couldn't stand the pressure for long after I just stood in the middle of the stage, so I left. Ha. Boring. Lin Fan said this a little deliberately. I thought you'd found a guy and popped the question. Xian suddenly let out a cry. Is it better to be single? It's not that easy to find someone. So you haven't been in a relationship since? Lin Fan asked directly. Xian shook her head embarrassedly. I haven't met the right person. What do you mean you haven't met the right person? This girl obviously likes to keep people hanging. Lin Fan doesn't like this kind of girl. In the past, she would have won him over in no time. This is the love history of Wan. Later, the boy who kept harassing her was told by Wan in no uncertain terms that he was not her type. As for Chi-Chi, she kept her mouth shut and said she wanted to hear from Nini first. Lin Fan knew there was a story behind Chi-Chi's reaction. But she was adamant that she wanted to hear from Nini first. Lin Fan gave her a glance, leaving her to figure it out for herself. Sunny stepped in to smooth things over, worried that the two would start arguing again. She said that Chi-Chi's romantic experiences were a bit unusual, and that Mr. Lin should ask her about them later. Sure, I'll ask her properly when I have time. This slender and graceful beauty now had to walk around Lin Fan when they met. It was halftime, and Sister Ya, dressed in professional attire, was preparing the food. Everyone enjoyed the wine and the lamb that had finally been cooked. Dipping the lamb in the sauce, they savored the food while watching the sunset and the beautiful view of the forest villa. It was only after Sunny, the beautiful CEO, had talked about her past romantic experiences that Lin Fan realized that the person she had talked about who had had an ambiguous relationship with someone on the internet looked so much like himself. This beautiful CEO, Sunny, said at the beginning, "Actually, I don't know if I should call this experience a relationship, but we used to communicate a lot by voice. There was a bit of a flirtation between us, and I was really sad and worried about him at the time. It was the first time in my life." Lin Fan was stunned when he heard this. "I was studying abroad at the time, and I met him by accident in a writing group in China. He expressed good opinions and had great insights. We added each other as friends, and as our conversations became more in-depth, they just kept going and going. We had no intention of stopping, and we had originally planned to just be friends. But I was a stranger in a foreign land with no friends, so I sought him out during my free time at night, and he happened to be there. We kept in touch for a long time like that, until one time he suddenly sent me a voice message yelling, 'I love you.' And on my birthday, he wrote, composed and sang a song for me as a birthday present. I was very moved and listened to the song he wrote all night. After that, you know the kind of lingering and poignant situation, we often communicated by voice. Until..." Mentioning the young days, the only emotional experience of that time. Sunny still feels quite touched when she thinks back. But this time, after she said it carefully, the first person she looked at was the man she was currently seeing, Lin Fan. Will he be angry? After all, if someone cares about you, especially if you are a couple, they will be upset. But Sunny noticed that the more she talked, the more surprised the guy looked at her. What was his expression? Why was he glaring at her? Or was he just not interested? This brat. I'll fix him when we're alone. Originally, when Sunny, a beautiful woman dressed in a white wool coat, dressed up exquisitely, and paired with nude-colored high heels, said this, she planned to stop immediately if the other person was not right. But he kept listening with disbelief and relish, and showed no signs of interrupting himself. I really don't know what he was thinking. Chi-Chi, who had just recovered, happened to ask in the side, until what? So what happened to you later? Are you still in touch? Sunny shook her head and said in a commanding voice, no. At that time, I had a lot of schoolwork, and he had to get up early too. After the summer vacation was over, we both got busy with our own things. At first it was fine, but gradually we stopped contacting each other. He said I didn't love him. In fact, I just kind of. When it came to words, Sunny the beautiful CEO seemed to be thinking about what words to use. Lin Fan, however, pressed on, just kind of what? You're just a little attached to him, aren't you? You're not sure if you love each other. After all, you've never met, and you can't talk about love. You just keep each other company and treat each other like electronic pets. No, that's not it either. To say that I don't have feelings for him is definitely a lie. After all, we've been in contact for so long, and we've become close friends who can talk about anything. But our kind of cross-cultural relationship, which is also online, doesn't seem to have a future. Sunny was talking about her own views when she was young. She didn't know why she was arguing with her man Lin Fan. So when the other person confesses to you, you don't respond, cold violence, is that right? You don't love him, you're just playing with him. At this moment, Lin Fan was full of surging blood, and the more he listened, the more outrageous it became, and the more it evoked memories of his own years ago. Back then, when he had just been admitted to university, didn't he meet a lonely girl studying abroad during the summer vacation? At that time, he talked to the other person every day on the phone, talking about everything, and it later developed to every day talking on the phone, kissing and hugging. The two of them couldn't stand the ambiguity. Later, because he confessed to her, she hesitated to give him an answer, and he bluntly told her that we don't need to contact each other anymore. He blocked her. Looking back now, he is very angry. But the person Lin Fan blocked was actually the young Sunny? No, there is absolutely no such coincidence in the world. Chapter 60 I'll fix you. Oh, Nini, stop it. Look, Lin Fan can hardly stand it anymore. This girl in a little white dress and sexy makeup sounds a bit like she wants to see Lin Fan get punished. It's understandable, after all, Lin Fan just teased and punished her like that, and now she's trying to get her own back in every way she can. This is the same reaction as Lin Fan's Maltese sister, who once nipped him, and he reacted in the same way. Nini, that's enough, stop. John Yarrow, the internet celebrity who had been quiet, tugged on Sunny's woolen coat. The meaning was that if she continued, the guy would definitely get angry soon. Xian Shen, on the other hand, was eating a cantaloupe while watching the show. Her gaze was on Lin Fan as if she was lost in thought. Forget it, it's all in the past. As if deliberately wanting to see Lin Fan's reaction, Sunny looked at him while talking and then picked up her red wine glass to sip to hide it. Lin Fan, on the other hand, kept staring at her. Very good, back then you meowed and dawdled and kept flirting with me, but when it came time to take practical action, you just disappeared. I was really angry back then. I just didn't expect that the soulmate I met when I first went to university was actually her. Needless to say, I even saved a few of her photos in my album. Lin Fan subconsciously opened his space to look for them. It had been a few years ago. As a result, as soon as he found them, he didn't need to look closely at the beautiful CEO Sunny to realize that she did look a bit like the person in the photo. As he continued to flip through the photos, Lin Fan became more and more shocked. It was her who had been online flirting with him before. There are no coincidences like this in novels, right? Yes, it's all in the past. Let's look forward. Who hasn't had a past? Zhang Yarrow, a net celebrity wearing a lace inner layer on top, stepped in to smooth things over, trying to remind Lin Fan that he, too, had a past and was still an ex-girlfriend. Everyone has a past. As long as we cherish each other in the future, that's all that matters. She looked at Lin Fan, meaning for him not to hold grudges. But she, they, and even the beautiful CEO Sunny never imagined that Lin Fan was not thinking about them at all. Yes, look forward, cherish each other in the future. Lin Fan said mechanically, looking meaningfully. Back then, he had vowed that if he ever met that woman in the future, he would definitely fix her. Now the opportunity had finally come. Okay, our gathering today has been unforgettable. Let's toast together. Damn, I have to go to work tomorrow. Huan continued to host the atmosphere. Looking at the time, she wanted to leave. But Lin Fan continued, fortunately, it's only 5:30. In our love story meeting, apart from me, Ms. Sunny, and Ms. Huan, Ms. Chi and Ms. John Yara haven't told their stories yet. Today we'll all listen to it. Then I have something to say to Ms. Sunny. Could everyone please give us some privacy? Oh, you're embarrassed to kiss Sunny in front of us, right? This was supposed to be a serious matter. But it was so vividly depicted by Chi-Chi's sudden interruption. Several other people at the scene immediately started to make noise. Yes, we haven't even gotten married yet, and already you're thinking about how we're delaying the people who are already in love with each other. No way, I want to be there when you kiss. I want to watch too. Zwan raised her hand. Zhang Yarrow also took a couple of steps forward and said softly, I'll count myself in two. What is going on here? These high-value looking girls, why do they all like to observe Sunny's personal affairs so much? That won't do. You can envy them, but you should also find a boyfriend and go. I want to spend some time alone with her later. After saying this, Lin Fan was about to come to the side of the beautiful president and take her hand to walk. But she looked at Lin Fan with slightly surprised eyes, and thought to herself, why is this kid so proactive today? Has he figured out that he wants to be with me? And looking at his subtle expression, she felt a little uneasy. He's not going to punish me, is he? That guy just now had amazing arm strength. Although she is a little plumper and fairer than Chi-Chi, she is sure that it won't be difficult for him to conquer her in a private space. No rush, didn't Mr. Lin just say that he wanted to hear Chi-Chi and Yaru's love story? You let them finish first. Nini, it's better not, mine is not worth mentioning. Chi-Chi couldn't handle the embarrassment, and quickly bit her lips with Sunny, as if hiding something explosive. Lin Fan said, why not? Everyone said so. Look at Yarrow, she's all ready. Don't even think about muddling through. In fact, Lin Fan didn't know if the internet celebrity wearing a white lace innerwear was ready or not. He just wanted Chi-Chi to face reality and tell the story. No, it's still not a good idea. Chi-Chi, dressed in a little white dress, was very resistant. She waved her hands around. So that would be too embarrassing? Do a few of you know? You can share. A few girls looked at me and I looked at you, and Lin Fan knew at once that someone among them must know. Oh, I see, it's also possible that you don't like boys at all and are in love with a girl. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Fan said that on purpose, Chi-Chi couldn't sit still. It's not at all good, is it? Never mind, it's okay to tell you guys again. Me? I was in a relationship before that was also an online relationship. I thought the other person was a handsome guy, but in the end I found out that the handsome guy was a girl dressed up as a guy, and she even said she loved me. I was so shocked. I burst out laughing. Lin Fan almost couldn't stop laughing. He said in return, that's not a big deal. As long as you two really like each other, it's not a bad thing. Chi-Chi responded with disdain, no, I still like boys. I really don't have that kind of fetish for girls. Oh dear. Every time I mention this, I die of anger. Lin Fan, that is, today Nini is here, otherwise I would never have said anything about my past. Are you deliberately provoking me? Lin Fan thought she had experienced something explosive. So that's it. So she said, I'm not in the mood for that, so I'll just listen to it as a story. Don't worry, if we meet in the future, I definitely won't bring it up on my own. Bringing it up on your own is being a puppy? This girl made a promise with Lin Fan. Well, puppy. You're a puppy. At first, Chi-Chi thought Lin Fan would keep his word and planned to give him another chance, but now he suddenly said something like that. She was suddenly angry and irritated, and spoke sharply, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Do you believe I will fix you up right now? Lin Fan was unruffled. Her so-called fixing was nothing more than window dressing, and it could not do much harm to her. She was not afraid of her either, and responded, okay, let's see who can fix who. With your little body, you can only massage my feet and give me a foot massage. Lin Fan dissed her. As a result, Chi-Chi suddenly erupted like a volcano. She yelled, Lin Fan. I hate you so much.